Hello, everyone. Excuse me. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Allergies are absolutely killing me today, so we'll try to fight through this. So for people who want to call in, there's a link in the description. That's a temporary membership, and the reason for that is because this is a server that we use for, like communal event use. So if you leave the server, it will kick you automatically. However, you're free to come back in. Just I noticed somebody in the chat was complaining about not being able to stay in the server. That's why. For my actual server, we actually curate the population of that pretty carefully. We don't like bringing in people who sort of upset like the culture of the place. Took a long time to cultivate. Everybody is welcome, but it makes it easier to just figure out who's causing trouble and who's not if we don't have like massive community spillover like we would with this one today. So maybe in future we'll use the normal chat, but for the time being, it's not actually my server solely. So just being careful that way. We don't cause stuff we need to deal with in the future. So that's the logic there. If you want to come on and chat today, go the server you will be linking to beneath this video, it's in the description, is called Event Green Room. You're going to want to go into the waiting room voice channel. I'm going to pull you live when you're there. And more or less, as far as I can tell, the order in which you arrive. There's no easy way to monitor that, so we'll do our best. So that's the plan. If anybody is waiting to go in, if you can try to go into the waiting room voice channel right now to see if it works. We had some trouble last time, and we had to switch to my other server. That would be great. In the meantime, let's get Resident Evil up. I'm not seeing anybody in the waiting room. Is anybody wanting to come on to chat today, or are you having trouble getting in? Because I know a bunch of people just joined. You need to go into the waiting room voice channel. You should all be able to see that. Checking permissions. Yep, looks like everybody should be able to see the waiting room, and you should be able to connect to it. Okay, a whole bunch of people joined. Nobody in the waiting room. Are you having trouble getting into the waiting room? I don't see anybody complaining about it in the chat. Nope, working fine. Well, I'm not seeing you in there, so that's odd. Oh, no, it looks like it is working. Okay, good. Brilliant. Alright, so we'll bring you on one at a time in the order in which you come in. Join the server in the bottom, go into the waiting room, and I will pull you live. Hey, how's it going? You're muted, just a heads up.
Yeah. it's going well. Not sure if I wanted to come on, but seeing that nobody was coming on, then I guess I'll
Well,
leave it.
easily 15 people just joined the server, so people clearly do. I don't. There's no reason to join the server if you don't want to come on, because this is literally just
Yeah.
a server for event guests. It's not even my main server. So,
I guess there was just one question I wanted to get your opinion on, and from the accent, you probably figure out that I'm not native English speaker, and I'm actually from Quebec. And Quebec has been doing quite a few things to preserve, I want to say, question mark, its culture slash French speaking. So
oh, I see.
maybe I want to get your take on.
Well, you're talking to someone. You're talking to someone who left Quebec as a child because of the dwindling work opportunities for non-francophone computer programmers. So, um,
So
massive fan,
unbiased,
obviously.
or yeah, exactly, obviously. So maybe yeah, that'll make it even more interesting then. Um, so what? So is it okay for a state to, and by okay, like again, like I don't want to go into the moral discussion of what's like,
Well, what's
what's
left at that
you,
point?
you
You're talking about like
yeah.
an institution that literally legitimates itself by its ability to brute force its will into fact. If there's no moral case against it, then when is it not okay? It's not okay. Well, I mean, all is permitted, essentially, by
Mhm.
those lights. Ethically is the only place you can really go, I think, to criticize that. And I mean, as a raging lefty, the obvious point of friction would be, well, this is a colonially imposed set of institutions. Um, it doesn't really have any normative right except what it's able to force. So, it seems kind of gross, just kind of out the gate on those grounds. Um,
So
I'm all for like attempting to like preserve like cultural distinctiveness and whatnot in the sense of like maintaining customs and traditions and costume and things like that. But in terms of trying to squeeze other people out, or in terms of privileging one group over the others, which is de facto the same thing, especially in situations of, uh, like job and resource scarcity, etc. Uh, pretty indefensible and arrogant from by my lights. But I rambled for too long, though. You were going to clarify something.
no. I think I agree. Like I'm very conflicted about it because I've seen how it went in other parts of the world,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously, like is there a like a stewardship responsibility uh, from like the state, for lack of a better word, to protect its culture, and how far can it go ethically, um, to do so? And uh, it seems your position is that maybe Quebec's gone too far, uh, which I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with, and yeah. Mm.
Um, well, I mean, once again, like that's tricky to answer because on the one hand, um, obviously, and you can just answer this with respect to everything, like trivially no,
Mm.
the state
Yeah.
has no responsibility at all. When we talk about, I mean, like there's an argument to be made, and it's one that I have made, that the state as an institution doesn't actually really exist. It's kind of a glossing over a bunch of things at once, with sort of like artificial limits imposed based upon like what we colloquially understand as the limits of the right to administrate over some territory or other. But that's not at all like where actual power and influence stops ever. Um, so I mean, like there's that easy point where it's just like, well, if we've defined this thing as being that which itself determines right by might, then so long as it can, it can. Um, in terms of does it have like a stewardship responsibility ethically? Canada as a colonial project is almost purely genocidal and exploitative in nature.
Yes.
It's a little bit. It'd be a different story if we're talking about a place that arose. Not that any place really arose organically, but at the very least arose by the actions of the people who actually lived there. at least for some decent amount of time, where that wasn't simply like an imposition from far outside. Maybe you can see like whoever has administrative power in a region having some kind of ethical or normative responsibility to maintain some like cultural robustness of the place. I don't see that as being the case necessarily for really anywhere here. I think the native bands have more of a responsibility than the Canadian state does with respect to their respective
absolutely.
populations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, man, thank you. Thanks a lot for your insights on the topic.
No,
Big
no
fan of the
worries.
content, and really like the essays, although they don't get as many views. And keep on tracking. Also, fellow Mist fan, by the way.
Oh,
It
nice.
would be,
Which one's
yeah,
the
it would be fun.
which one's the best one?
Well, obviously Riven, but
Obviously, good. Okay. So
yeah,
this
I've
almost
been.
turned sideways.
Yeah, I know. Like, you've been a fan of the franchise since the very beginning, and really love whatever Cyan puts out. Although I must admit, Abduction was kind of a sideways step, which was interesting. But looking forward to Firmament. I don't know if you heard about it.
I've heard that it's been in development hell for like the past 5 years now.
Yeah, I think it's getting out in May or
Oh, this year. Oh,
June or
is it actually
something.
happening?
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Is
this
it
might
is
be
it going to
fun
be
to
like a
see. Well,
strictly VR thing? Or is it going to be?
no, they're also doing a PC version,
Okay.
regular flat screen for the plebs. But yeah, no, definitely looking. I don't know how well this game would lend itself to you playing it on stream, but definitely would like to see
I
you.
mean, the games themselves play fine on stream. What doesn't lend well to it is my attention span. Like I get I love the idea of them. I actually did manage to beat like 90% of Riven. Um, but like they're one of those. They're the kind of game that if like you literally need to take notes through them. Like you need to have a pen and paper
Oh,
as you're going through
absolutely.
them.
Yeah.
And it's not like in like if you play Resident Evil and you put it down for a little while, you can probably figure out where you were heading and what you were doing within like 30 or so minutes. It'll probably take you that long because the game is like that. Good, not going to happen with Riven.
No,
Just no,
absolutely
no.
not. I think I have like extensive notes,
Yeah.
just like trying to figure out like this was a brilliant like just seeping with like the culture of the place.
Yeah.
If you ever think about doing an essay about, I know that about what responsibility you would have in terms of like if the Denis were like a real civilization and they had the ability to colonize like infinite worlds, how would this like how well did they do how well did they implement that in terms of the fiction and the lore? It's going to be interesting. But I wonder that maybe it's not such a popular franchise and it probably wouldn't get many views. But anyways,
I think it's popular enough. There's a group that still dedicatedly meets in Mist Online on the regular.
Yep.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
I know it's how old is that game now? I remember having like an old like Windows 98 laptop, or my dad did anyways, and just looking at that, just like salivating over the graphics because this was not something any of our computers could run. And now it's like, oh, how quaint.
It's an old clunker. Yep. They're working also on a revamp of Riven, real time, 3D, full 3D, which is going to be interesting.
I don't know how I feel about that. See,
Yeah,
the thing about Riven is that like it was the like Mist is genuinely dated because it was actually relying on like the 3D models themselves being high fidelity, but Riven actually achieved basically photorealism. Like you can tell in parts, but like it's if you were to tell somebody this is a photograph and you were to put like a little bit of a grain over it, you could probably convince them. Most points. Maybe just don't show them the water
I would
animations.
agree. Yeah.
And the live acting in particular was actually good in this one. It was corny in the original Mist.
Gen was like
Gen was fantastic. He was actually an opera singer. Is he still alive?
Yep.
I think he might still be alive. Yeah, there's cut content.
An Easter egg, yeah.
Yeah, and he's good too. It's
he is. Okay, take care. President, and long live.
All right, who is next? I think it was Olive. Hello. You're muted, just a heads up. Hey, how you doing? I don't know if you're speaking, but I cannot hear a word. There's no green circle. Hello? Nope, no dice. Still didn't work.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, there you are.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a noob with Discord. Not quite sure how it works.
You and me both. That's totally okay. What can I do for you?
Um, so I might be coming to this a little bit blind and a little silly. Um, I think I saw randomly in like Destiny's subreddit or something about you wanting to talk to Destiny people, but I'm not sure if that's completely changed since then. So.
Oh, that's okay. Somebody posted that there.
Oh, okay.
I I can't remember what they asked, but I said like, hey, if you want to post this there and get some attention, be my guest. But not just DGG people. However, for obvious reasons, like we've had frictive relationship with DGG people in particular recently. So I was gonna have a call-in stream for critics of the channel or people who wanted to like give their opinions on how things could be done better, or if they had like issues with me or whatever, for some time. And given that there was a remarkable number of people who were sending fairly kind messages after the Mr. Girl talk, I figured I would open to that audience in particular. Just because like it got me to thinking that I'd been a little bit unfair and maybe a little bit on a hair trigger recently when I was engaging with them. So that's long-winded way of saying like and DGG was the actual intention.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. I mean, I read some of the Reddit post, and it seemed like some people didn't seem very kind or open to it. I didn't see what the big deal was, but I don't know if
Imagine my shock.
your opinion on that has changed.
My opinion with respect to
On just having DGG people call in for
oh
whatever
no
reason they might.
they're welcome. Yeah, no, I was specific about that. Yeah, that's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe partially that's why I wanted to call in. I guess I am a DGG of some sort. I'm not like
Oh, heresy.
no. I don't watch every single stream, but I consume a good chunk of his content. I've seen you and him fight a little bit. I'm not sure really what the huge disagreement is. I don't know if it's just politics or if it's optics. So maybe I wanted to hear it from your side because obviously Destiny has its own way of doing things.
It was politics, and then it became just being duplicitous about politics. So
I'm so sorry. Can you say that last bit one more time? I didn't hear you.
sure, it was about politics initially, and then it became him being, in my judgment at least, and I'm open to being convinced otherwise. I don't see how you would though. Him being duplicitous about his politics. So I hate to, I really hate like relitigating this over and over again. But we were going to have.
If you don't want to, you don't have to.
No. I was sorry. I wasn't implying that you were like that. The question was tiresome or something. Just to explain, I have to, which I'm apologizing for doing this again. We were going to have a debate on whether or not there was a progressive orthodoxy in the university system squeezing out non-lefty conforming professors and so forth. And to that end, his server, and credit to them, they did all of the work. They pulled a list of something like 8 or 10 examples that they could find of, like non-conforming, non-woke, quote unquote, professors or staff being forced out of their positions in university for not towing some progressive line. And we went through every single example on stream over the course of something to the tune of 15-20 hours. Every single one. We read every possible document associated with each. And I reported my findings for the sake of brevity. It was not necessarily going to be a debate. It was going to be either a debate or a conversation, depending on where we fell. Because what we'd agreed is that both of us would, look into this, and then we'd meet up at some certain point, and we would hash it out. And so I summarized all of our findings. I made them in a video for his easy consumption. He started a decently long stream going over research on his end. It was a little bit lazy. He was going over just a Benjamin Boyce documentary on the Evergreen case, but he was going through them one by one. And at the end of it, he saw my summary, suggested that I hadn't read some email or other because he had read a portion of the emails and out of order. And if you actually watch my coverage of those documents, my read-through of those documents, I actually started out hostile to the Evergreen students. I actually changed my opinion midway through. This was something I was in the dark about. I wasn't actually emotionally attached to the idea of being right in that particular case, or in any of those cases. And then over the course of looking into the actual context and whatnot, my opinion changed. He implied that I hadn't read all of the emails, ended the stream, and then silently just kind of ghosted the conversation, never spoke of it again. A little while went by, and then I called him out on it, and the rest is history. So that's my issue with Destiny right now, because in my judgment, what that tells me is that he had found that the conversation was either too difficult or too uninteresting. I'm not really particularly interested in either or, which would be one thing by itself. But then he goes on to state the case that was under dispute as if it wasn't, as if it was simply clear that his position was correct. That, yeah, look, all these non-woke people are being pushed out of university. It's not true. What is actually true, and I'll have to dig up the list again because it's been a hot minute, but what is actually true is that a lot of people are being pushed out of universities for criticizing big financial donors of universities, especially political and people in things like fossil fuels and whatnot. Those people are losing.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's happening pretty frequently. A number of the people who are complaining about, for example, Brett Weinstein, they've been squeezed out quietly.
People who have criticized Brett Weinstein?
People who have criticized Brett Weinstein. The person who had that email exchange with Brett Weinstein, that was taken very much out of context, as you can see from my review of the documents. She did not get any recompense for what happened to her. Like, she received an immense amount of harassment following that, as you can imagine. So, like, for myself, I'm seeing somebody who is very cynically misrepresenting what is actually a pretty important case from the perspective of, like, right-wing conspiracy mongering. Either out of pride or because he benefits from people seeing him as being sort of on side on that point. And bad-mouthing people who didn't do anything wrong, who were just doing their jobs in the process. And I think that's pretty abhorrent. Now, that's not something that, like, Destiny's audience is blameworthy for. In fact, I have to give them credit. They picked up the ball where he dropped it. They actually did the research, and they actually found the examples that we had to go through. And there was, like, a pretty lively debate underneath where they themselves were, like, paring them down to, like, hey, this one doesn't really count. This one, oh, sort of, actually. Da-da-da. And that was great. But for him, he was just perfectly willing to continue to say something that he had either not confirmed to be true or that he had confirmed to be too convenient to disavow. So that's my issue with Destiny right now.
No, yeah, coming from your perspective, it makes complete sense to me. I feel a little silly now, only because obviously I was not paying much attention to this happening. So I can only just take you at your word and say if I was in your position, then I would probably feel similarly. I know you said it doesn't really matter whether or not he felt like he had to go this way because either he wasn't interested in the conversation or he had something to gain from it. I know.
Well, here's what he should have done then, in my opinion. I'd have no issue with him then. I'd be annoyed, but I'd have no issue. Just say, hey, look, conversation's not good content. I got a business to run and I'm bored as fuck about this. Deal's off. That's all. That'd be fine. The issue I had was with him ghosting about it.
Oh, yeah. I think, unfortunately, what you have right there is, and this is not me as saying, as a, what's it called, a shield from Destiny, but it's more of a, yeah, that sounds like pure, unadulterated pride. Just talking right there. Not that it's a good thing. Just someone unwilling to just say that they're uninterested in something, which I think for some people, feel like is worse than just kind of bearing down, if that makes sense, even if their opinion's wrong.
Well, if he believed it, it'd be easier. Like
Would
I
it be?
could, if he actually believed his position, yeah, I'd have more respect for it. Or at least if I was convinced that he really believed it. I'm really not. Like it seems to me like a cynical move. Like and I have a lot of difficulty believing that it's not. But if I was convinced that he actually believed his position and he actually just thought I was stupid and I was just missing documentation, at the very least, then it'd be like, okay, this is his honest opinion. He's actually made like a judgment about, like the content here. I can kind of respect that a little bit.
Even if he was wrong with it, but
of
he
course,
just
I talk to people who I think are wrong all the time. I'm wrong about a bunch of stuff. Like that's distinctly possible. And you know what? Like maybe there are a whole bunch of cases that we both missed, and maybe he's incidentally right. That's a possibility.
All right, I understand. It's the dishonesty that's worse than the opinion. Well, yeah. I mean, the opinion can still be bad, but the dishonesty is worse.
Well, the dishonesty to me makes it so that when the person says something, like you can't trust it at all, because once somebody lies about that kind of thing, it's like and whenever he speaks in the future, for me, I have to go like, oh, okay, he said this is a matter of fact, but he said other things are a matter of fact too. Like you saw that, you just see that. The closest example that I can think of to my relationship with Destiny so far is that conversation he had with, I think she's called Trans Voices, the music student. Did you see that one?
Oh God, that's one I started and did not finish.
That was a bad one. So she's
first deep fan to come on here.
Yeah, she's brilliant. But they were having an argument about, I guess, musical theory and the influence of European or I can't remember if they were using the term. I don't think they were using the term white culture, but I think they were using the term European civilization or something. The influence of Europe, let's say, on I guess forms of music coded as black or non-white in origin or something like that. And at various points, he would make a statement that she would refute. In a pretty powerful way. She would say, no, what you're actually stating is not only incorrect, the actual case is the opposite of this. Then she would give like a very lucid explanation. He would turn off his microphone, look at the camera, and go like, Jesus, am I going to be able to speak at all? And just kind of like leveraging the format to dismiss somebody who was frankly running circles around him just because she knew her shit. That rubbed me the wrong way. That's kind of like sort of what I see going on here. And as you're right, it could be pride. It doesn't make it less dishonest though.
No, you're right. I wasn't trying to say that it's pride, therefore it's not dishonest, but just that pride will keep people doing things that are far worse than the pride itself.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's a lot stronger than that.
Oh yeah, well I mean if what you I kind of see what you're getting at, where it's like it's less malicious if it's like sort of an egotistical impulse.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. But like I said,
that's
I wasn't trying to lessen, the dishonesty's bad and it should be bad and should always be bad. It's just I think there's a difference between.
No, I get you.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, in that case, I completely understand where you're coming from. And I guess then I won't take up too much of your time.
No. I'm going to be here for a few hours. It's all good.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm going to get a couple of really unpleasant conversations in. So the longer you take, the better, frankly.
Okay. Well, I would. I like a lot of people in DGG, but some of them are a little. They're cute. I'll put it that way.
Some of them are growing on me.
Okay, so I did have a question about your conversation with Mr. Girl.
Oh boy.
No, I know. No, it's not going to be like salacious or anything like that. One thing I actually liked about your conversation, which I find very annoying from Max in particular, and not to be I was right all along, but I was one of the few, well, not one of the few people, but I was in the corner of I did not like Max from the beginning. I thought he was creepy, but I thought you were asking him some pretty normal, clear questions, like, okay, well then, how do we trust your accounting of any of this information when it just looks like transcripts?
Yeah.
And he just said no comment, basically.
Yeah.
And I think he did that to Wick as well.
It's like pleading the fifth does not help you on YouTube, my friend.
But that's the thing. But that's what I don't understand. Is he keeps saying he wants to protect victims.
That's
but well, actually, in that case, what do you think it is? Why do you think he's doing that?
I think he's doing that because he doesn't have permission, because he recognizes, despite his general like inability to track audience perception, that that's bad. You certainly don't fabricate permission, but you don't take the accounts of victims who are not comfortable with you sharing them publicly, and then weaponize those without their permission. I think that's why he was saying no comment, because he knew that optically, despite everything, he knew that optically that would be a very bad move.
Well, that I understand. I'm not here to say he should have just exposed the people who said that they didn't want to be exposed.
Yeah.
That would be a horrible thing to do. I guess, in my perspective, it seems like he wanted people to have a very visceral reaction to the document.
Yeah.
When it leads from, not that it's good that these things happen, but it seemed like, pardon me.
I see where you're going. So you if I may, so you subscribe to the theory that he was intentionally obscuring his sources in order to get people to react emotionally to the content without context, and that was the plan all along, that kind of thing.
Well, I don't know if that was the major plan all along. I don't know if I'm that conspiratorial about it.
Okay.
It's just,
Fair
it's
enough.
not even. I don't even think it's that deep, actually. I'm just wondering if, I guess I just don't see the point. Maybe just from a document writing perspective, why you would say all of these things, but say I cannot share my sources. So please just believe me on faith alone.
Well, I don't think there was any plan. I think what happened was months had gone by. None of his interviews had come to fruition, had amounted to anything. And I'm just gonna pause this. This is a thing. And he just rushed this thing out. He had no interviews to use as evidence for anything. He had no interviews to use for content. Everybody he'd reached out to, either they had been either been a fake out. I think some of them, some people apparently acclaimed after the fact that they had told him a BS story in order to kind of troll him.
I heard that too. No idea if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't either, but I would be very surprised if that didn't happen, just because of how many people were laughing at the whole thing. And I think he threw it together, and then was just making it up as he went after that point. I don't think there was any planned reason for why he did anything. I think he was just figuring out as he moved along. I think he was convinced for some reason that it would just sell itself. I think it was just stupidity.
Did you see his video that he originally made on what's his name, Dr. K?
I did.
What did you think about that?
It was all right. What I told him back then, though, as well, was like, you know what? If I was Dr. K, I would love that my biggest critic is a self-described pedophile who finds the 11-year-old kids and cuties attractive and has broadcast this to the world at large. That would be fantastic if I was Dr. K. That's like the best defense imaginable. Oh, somebody's accused you of malpractice. Yeah, that's just the crazy pedophile on YouTube's normal shit. Just ignore that. That's great.
Well, I completely agree with you, and I also think that's why nothing really happened.
I don't think anything really happened because ultimately people don't care all that much. The numbers of people who follow Dr. K are it's orders of magnitude more than we'll ever even hear of Max.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think people just generally like. Well, why is the Church of Scientology still in operation? I mean, same deal. They're way more egregious. People don't really spend that much time and energy dealing with that. You know, like there are malicious kooks all over the place that are taking advantage of people with low discernment. Dr. K is not high up on the list in terms of like malicious actors worth taking down. Like he's reckless, but like the damage is not going to be that great ultimately. I don't even buy that the Wreckful thing was his fault. It's a bad optic in like close juxtaposition. I
mean, even with Wreckful, I also absolutely agree. I mean, I heard some of the conversation that Dr. K had with Reckful right before he passed, and which I, it doesn't sound great in hindsight, some of it, but at the same time, and I really only know this strangely because of Destiny, who knew Reckful, is that it's not that Reckful was hurting the moment he started talking to Dr. K.
Yeah.
Like this was a history beyond what Dr. K could ever be involved in. So.
Well, it also, and my memory on this is fuzzy, but it also seemed to me, when I was reviewing that, that like the issue with Dr. K wasn't that he was especially bad with respect to like it's not that the conversation itself is harmful. I think the issue is that it was giving the false impression, at least in the eyes of like Mr. Girl, that he was getting treatment by someone who wasn't like consistently treating this as like a medical situation.
Right.
And so like there was a void or something that needed filling by actual professional help that just wasn't. And in addition, doing this in front of an audience in that way, which this part I agree with completely. Doing it in front of an audience like this was risking a lot, because it's like now all of a sudden any bit of personal information and any bit of like history of trauma or whatever that's spoken about, that's not going to be entering into the discourse of the people who watch your stuff. That's not going to be thrown into your face. Just like there's too much in the way of opportunity for abuse and for greater harm. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't disagree with any of that there. So then I guess my last question for you, which again, sorry, has really nothing to do with Destiny.
Sure.
Is I can't tell if I'm just content brained, if I'm on the internet too much, or if I filtered too much of Mr. Girl himself through just.
If you're aware of Mr. Girl's existence, the answer is always yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
but no, as you're gonna ask, sorry.
No, fair enough. I walked into that one. I guess because of that, if I had to ask you, just because I've seen some of your content, not all of your content. There's been things I've disagreed with you with. Some things I thought you've been a bit, not particularly kind, but that's content for you. If you had to give an overall. I'm not even going to try to be smart about this. Why do you think Max is the way he is, or what do you think he is? And if by saying that I mean,
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't even know if this isn't all still an act. I have no idea.
Well, that's actually what I was going to ask you, if you thought it was an act, because.
Well, I thought for a little while it was a possibility. So I had a private call with him months ago, when this had all gone down, and he seemed pretty upset. So I was just checking in, like, hey. And I ended up having a conversation with Shaylin while he left the room, and I wanted to just ask, like, look, if this is all an act, if there's any part of this that's not real, I won't tell anybody. It just helps me judge like what I'm doing when I'm interacting with you guys going forward, whatever ends up happening with this. And she confirmed, no, it's all real. Like the abuse we saw in the Real Doll review, that's all real. Nothing staged or whatever. Now, I don't know if she's telling the truth. Hell, she could be the brains.
No, it could also just be part of the art form.
I've got a I don't take this seriously, but I've got a conspiracy theory in the back of my head that she's actually running the whole thing. No, but I have no idea. I think the easiest explanation is he is a very charismatic but ego-driven man who felt slighted and vastly overestimated his ability to just baldly sell something to a hostile audience.
Well, clearly I think he had enough, I don't know if charisma is the word in this regard, but when he initially dropped his cutie reviews, which, by the way, I've never watched. I'm not particularly interested in watching it.
Cuties or the review?
Both. So
I unfortunately watched the review. I haven't seen the film. Although I am told by somebody who has taken issue with some of the moral panic about it. I've got some issues with some of the shots that I saw via the review that I don't think are necessarily defensible on these grounds. But I have been told by somebody who knows films that there actually are like artistic merits to it. I have not interrogated this any further. Um, but I'll say that, like, I see a lot of people getting attacked for defending essentially like soft child porn when they're defending the film itself. From what I have heard, while there are questionable decisions in the shooting, that's a little bit unfair. But sorry, as you were saying.
No, I was just gonna say. Well, I mean, to that, I think I know what review you're talking about as far as some of the shots. I think I know what you're talking about, and
Yeah.
considering what we know, like I said, I'm also not going to pass judgment on the movie itself or what it's trying to say because I don't know anything about it.
I think he more felt bad for the filmmaker, not so much for the film by itself.
Yeah, fair enough.
And like once again, I think here's the issue. Like the film by itself is probably fine. However, the inclusion of like certain kinds of shots changes it radically. Like it's not even the narrative per se or the stuff it deals with. It's the fact that it does things that are purely to titillate the audience.
Right.
With actors that should not be used in that way.
Exactly. It's kind of, and this is kind of a tired thing that other people have said. It's that you can make a movie on how murder is bad, but you don't need to murder one of the actors in order to show it. If that makes sense.
Coward.
Ugh, not with that attitude. Okay, well, I guess to that, what I was trying to say earlier, if I can even remember.
I'm sorry.
I think, no, it's okay. I'm the one kind of rambling because I have slight stage fright. So I think ego has to drive anybody to be willing to make a review like that, even if it might have been misconstrued from other people onto YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe his charisma got him a bit far with Destiny, at least, and some of his audience.
Yeah.
It clearly did not go well with Vosh because he tried Vosh first.
I think Vosh had the right idea when he responded to him. He went into like hey, I think it's pretty normal that grown men in their 30s are primarily attracted to 14-year-olds as like a default. I think as soon as he did that, and what was it? He asked him like what kind of panties do you think they were wearing? I think that's what he asked.
Well, that's what ended the call.
Yeah, but I think at that point, like ending the call and just not talking to him, I think that was the right move. I think one of the things. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to stop talking over you. Continue.
No, it's okay. I'm also rambling. It's just that I think probably the one good. Why am I saying this? Like I don't watch Vosh. I do watch Vosh. I think the one thing that Vosh did with Mr. Girl that it feels like not a lot of other people have done, because I think for a while he had a lot of sway because he was a Destiny orbiter, so people just kind of dealt with him, and I think mostly for content.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Vosh just said no, and that was it.
Yep.
And I don't know how long Mr. Girls. I mean, obviously he's got an audience from Destiny, but I don't know how long that's really going to last. Since
I think he's burned it. I think he's lost most of his chances at this point.
Oh boy.
He even has like, because he had like a fairly dedicated following of people who actually looked up to him. When that Smith dude, when they're turning on you, it's curtains. It's over.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, great. I did not have much else to talk to you about other than that because I was curious. What
kind of games are you into?
Oh, I'm not a real gamer.
Oh.
I play Stardew Valley.
Stardew Valley is a real game. That counts.
No, I'm memeing. I like Stardew Valley. I like I'm trying to play Stellaris, but I'm really bad at it.
You went from I'm not a real gamer, I just play like super complex paradox strategy games. So I don't know what to think anymore.
Like I said, I'm not good at Stellaris, but I'm trying.
Well, that's the distinction then.
Yes.
That's where I'm at. I love the idea of being good at Stellaris. Stellaris is the only paradox strategy game I've managed to sort of semi-figure out.
Would you have any tips? Because I've been trying to learn how to play it for a year.
Yeah,
and
go outside and socialize. It's not worth it.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
No. Well, I mean, Stellaris is like pretty easy to figure out, just because it's closer to like a classical '90s RTS than most of Paradox games are. The thing that throws you off with Paradox games, I think, is that they have a level of complexity and they look like the kind of game that should be turn-based or that shouldn't be in real time, but it actually fully is, and that's weird. Like that part throws me off mentally because it's like
Right.
it's a menu extravaganza, and yet it's like no, you have to respond to things. You actually have to be a little bit dexterous. You have to click the button in time, otherwise a month's passed by and something's happened. So
Yeah, and be careful because if you're not clicking enough things during that 1 month, what's it called? The Fallen Empire next to you has already gotten ready to take over your ship.
exactly,
So,
yeah.
which always happens with goddamn Fallen Empires.
Yeah, it doesn't happen with Age of Empires. We could just go back to that, but no,
Let's just go back to solitaire.
exactly.
Let's go back to mall games. Okay, well, that's all I really wanted to ask. This was really nice to talk to you. I hope anybody else from DGG is also very nice because that would be very unkind. So
You probably dream, but I appreciate the thought. Pleasure talking to you, Olive. Is it?
yes, Olive.
Yeah, come back on any time. Take care.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna run to the washroom, grab some water, and then we'll continue with the call-ins. I'll be back shortly. Oh, I see we have a super chat that I missed. Thank you, BT's Cat GG for the $4.99. I don't know why people dislike Mr. Girl so much. He's a very talented intellectual and a rapist. Or rapist to make sure. I see what you did there. That's funny. Yeah. Yes, he is. He is an artist and a rapist. We will not fail to give him his due. I'll be right back. Let's bring in the next contender. I think Hell Puppy's been waiting for a while. We'll bring them in. Oh, why can't I drag you? There we go. Hey, how are you doing?
Hello?
Hey.
Wait a second, I need to turn off the stream. Wait. Okay. Am I coming through okay?
You seem to be. Yeah, you're a little low. Let me boost your volume a tiny bit.
I don't know if that... Okay, yeah, you can boost it on your end, if that will work better. I could turn up my gain a little bit.
You'd probably do
Hi,
both. That might be a better.
Alright, I'll turn up, give me 1 second. I'll turn up my input gain. All right. Is this better?
That is
right.
much better.
Oh. Okay. Well, there you go. Hi. How's it going? How's the Resident Evil remake? Is it the 4th now? Treating you?
It's the I guess the 3rd. Well, I guess it is the 4th remake. Cause they remade the first one in like 2000 something.
I was blindly guessing there. All right. Fair enough. No, I didn't really have a question. Want to talk about video games or something?
Sure, whatever you want to talk about, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. How do you like the new remake?
It's solid. I wouldn't say it's my favorite by any stretch. I think Dead Space was a better remake overall. I think it was a better game too.
Yeah, but they changed a lot. I haven't watched any of the remake of RE4. I played it like when it came out because like when I was like a teenager, this game was like the coolest shit, but like did they change a lot this time around? Because I feel like they've just like
they changed
more or
a
less...
decent amount. There's like bosses missing.
Why is it the big giant guy you fight in the beginning? Is he gone now?
No, he's still there. He's very much there. All I think there's like 3 of them, maybe 4.
See, that was the one I would have removed if I was like the director. But okay.
Really?
Not because it's bad. It's just that like it's the lesser of everything. If that makes sense.
No, they removed the weird bug man thing. It looks kind of like I think they're called centaurs from Fallout 3.
Yeah, that's the thing that the super mutants have.
Yeah.
That's the FEV virus in that game is basically magic, and you can basically do everything, more or less. It's the flesh crafting. It's a flesh crafting virus.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot in the way of That's one thing that kind of bugs me about Resident Evil, and I used to like kind of find like, because like one of the things that makes Resident Evil really fun as opposed to a lot of other horror games is the lore is so expansive. So like you've got all these different like weird Frankensteinian zombie monsters everywhere to like look up, and it's interesting. But as I got older and I realized none of them make any sense, it got kind of just lame. Also, I don't know why they like some of these guys have like uniform equipment. Like there's a chainsaw unit. Like why? Why does there need to be like an order of the chainsaw in this weird Spanish village?
I mean the boring answer is that it's gameplay, right? Like it's a specific unit meant to do a specific thing. It's the same reason why, like I always, for some reason, my reference for like when you design video game, I don't know what to call them, like, but you know what I mean. Like video game enemies, at least a lot of time come in like a set. Like there's a vague faction, there's a faction, and then the faction has this range unit, this, that, and this, that, and when they're all put in, like the Covenant from Halo, right? Like the Covenant has the little grunts that are fodder but can be dangerous because they can pull out 2 grenades suddenly. they have the elite, which is like go toe to toe with Spartans. They have the jackals, who's like snipers, or they have the annoying shields. So like what they do, right? So it is silly that you run into this guy all over. But what it does is that he like forces players to deal with an enemy you can't deal with the normal way. I have to do differently. So that's a boring answer.
Like I guess, but at the same time, it's like Dead Space did this. At least Dead Space 1 and 2 did stuff like this in sort of a believable way. They had like just variations that had like sort of believable biological characteristics. That kind of explained the specific mechanics.
Yeah, they fit more into like an archetype.
Yeah,
like
where Dead Space 3 really like just lost all credibility in terms of like the believability of its creatures. Was when in Dead Space 3 they started giving like necromorph types equipment that was in some way separate from themselves. So there's like a new standard enemy type in Dead Space 3, which is just like a mine worker or something that has like two picks, one in each hand, and that's dumb because that seems to imply that there's like a necromorph armor somewhere. Just go, you there, you are a pick wielding zombie. Here's your pick. Here is your other pick. There are many like it, but this one is yours. Like that's dumb. Yeah.
I mean, like, I remember having fun with Dead Space 3, but mostly because I had a good friend that you did the multiplayer with.
Yeah, apparently it was
and
a lot better.
And I recognize better in the way that it's fun. It reaches a level of fun, but it has none of the like engagement that you would hope from from the first and the second. But I feel like somewhere in there for a game that had been developed differently, that could have been an interesting idea. Or rather, like, I know it sounds stupid. Like, why give the zombies equipment? I'm just like, well, something that people always talk about with Dead Space is that the weapons you get are like equipment, right? They're sort of bungled together equipment. So I'm just like, there's an idea there. You could give monsters something. You wouldn't just give them the pick though, but I don't know.
Well,
maybe
it'd be
just...
one thing. It'd be one thing if it was like, some of these zombies have picks. Why? Because these are in like an early stage of transformation, and the victims were holding picks at the time. Okay, don't have them all having two picks. Like that's just come on.
It's standard equipment.
That's not practical. That's like a style choice.
Yeah, right. Like there's somewhere in this base there's this racks of weapon racks, but it's just pickaxes.
Yeah.
Like when the alarm comes by, zombies all have to waddle over and grab one. No, I get it.
Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to chat about, or?
Oh no! Like when I joined the room, there wasn't anybody else. So like,
you've been in there for a little while. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I know it's not like that. It's just like it's a calling. But no. So another. Wait, actually, there was one thing.
Sure.
Warhammer.
I played 40k years and years and years ago. I could not afford it. I was in high school at the time. I
don't understand how anybody does.
I was very good though at making a lot of these like apocalypse style things out of bits and bobs that weren't like. I don't think they even had like official kits you get at the time. But like I had a Nurgle army just based around a Nurgle plague tower, just because I could make a plague tower without spending $500 on Warhammer bits.
There's a very fun element of home crafting, or like, what do you call it?
More like coke crafting for me. My friends at the time were just mocking me endlessly for it. It's like, it's made of wood. This is like a siege tower, in like a space age combat zone that's made of wood. Even the original model's made of wood, to be fair, but it's dumb.
Yeah, but like in the same way, like in the same universe, people are protected from bullet by the power of belief, and like, I don't know, like it's warp wood, it's warp infused wood. That's
there
how
we go. That's it.
Yeah, that's how the I think that's literally how the Skaven gets away with their equipment not falling apart. But I was mind.
Solid oak siege tower. They don't make them like this anymore.
No, no. But I was honestly going to ask. Like, you said you were going to do a Nomos on Warhammer. I was wondering
At
how
some
that's
point,
going.
I've been asked by a couple people to do that. I'll do that at some point. I
Mm-hmm.
have to read up a bunch. I did download a bunch of the novels to my Kindle, so I'll probably start going through those soon, and I'll have something to write about.
What were you What were you recommended? I assume like you were recommended the first books of the Horse Heresy, which would be
That's
like
exactly what I was recommending.
Horse Rising, yeah, Horse Rising, False Gods, and then Galaxy in
Yeah.
Flames. Like that's like okay, well, fair enough. A question.
Yeah.
Just to double check, like, is The Last Church also on that list you've been recommended? It's a short story.
I'll have to check.
Mhm.
But I'll keep that in mind and I'll look for it. If I haven't, I'll put that.
I'm
Worth
I,
it?
I refuse to believe that somebody hasn't, because it's another really sort of.
So that one's worth it?
It, I would say so, but like, I would say so. It's just an interesting premise, all right? It's just an interesting premise, but I almost don't want to say, right? Not that it's like a big thing, but it's well recommended within like the Warhammer community.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for coming on. Take care. I think Skill Tree Gaming is waiting. Hey. You're muted, just a heads up. Skill Tree Gaming, welcome. Are you with us right now? Hello, hello. Oh, there we are. Speak. If you are speaking, I cannot hear you, I am sorry to say. Sub-objective. Okay, I keep running around in circles. We need to... What is this? I don't even know what that is. Skill Tree Gaming, I cannot hear a word you are saying. If you are speaking, just a heads up. I'll give you a couple minutes to sort out your stuff. Then I'll go on to the next person. Just because I cannot communicate with you. Oh, that's the handgun ammo I missed. There we go. Alright. Actually don't know where we're trying to go here. Oh, I need to find the crank. That's what I need. Skill Tree Gaming, if you're there, we are on stream, so now is the time. If you're having audio trouble, I can put you back into the waiting room, and you can come back after the next person. In fact, I'm going to do that, okay? No hard feelings. Sorry for that. Let's bring on Void. Void's been waiting. Hey. Hello, Void. How are you doing? You're on stream, just a heads up. And you're muted, in case you're trying to speak. Hello, hello, testing 1, 2, 3. So a lot of you are coming on with like no sound for some reason. It's very odd. Alright, nope. Okay, we'll bring in the next person. Dan Pinkerton. Hello, Dan. How are you? Hello, hello? You're muted. Not something on my end. Nope. Hello, hello, hello. Testing. Okay, guys, if you're going to go in the waiting room is to come on and chat. So if you're going to be muted and you're not going to be present for when you get pulled in, that's kind of lame. Oh, there you are, Dan. How are you? I'm seeing the green circle go, so you are speaking, but I cannot hear a word you're saying. And you're not muted, so it's not just me. Yeah, I'm not hearing any noise from your end, Dan. Here, what if I disconnect and go in? No, it's not me. Yeah, Dan, I can't hear a word you're saying. Okay, I'm gonna try to pull in Skill Tree Gaming again. Hey! How's your audio now? Can you speak? Skill Tree Gaming. Oh wait, my audio. No, my audio's fine. I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to exit and I'm going to come back in because I have a worry that maybe it's my Discord that's acting up. So let's reactivate Discord. Alright, try now. Hello, hello?
Hello?
There we go, finally. Dear God, there's like
Thank God,
three
the
of you.
phone app is like, sorry, the phone app is so like garbage. I had to switch to push to talk and then like go on the actual app and like hold down push to talk, I guess.
Oh, that's weird. If you didn't have push
Yeah,
to
I
talk
normally
on
don't
already,
use
it
it on
shouldn't
the
be forcing you to do that. That's odd.
It said for this channel I had to have it for some reason.
Oh, maybe it was... Hang on. Maybe it was set that way. Let me double check. Permissions... Yeah, no, we have allow voice activity, so that's weird. Okay,
Huh, well,
it must be a phone app thing.
got to work, I guess. Cool. So one of the other callers already answered like one of the main questions, which was like how the whole DG Sunday like a disagreement or beef or whatever started. So
Yeah.
kind of got through that. Trying to think. Oh, so I had popped into the stream one time before, and I was talking to someone and said like, "Hey, I noticed Sunday doesn't have any like YouTube Shorts, and like, what doesn't he have like an editor churning some of those out with like moments that he wants to like that he thinks is worthwhile like emphasizing? Because those like draw like a shit ton of views."
Yeah, I should get my editor on those, actually. That'd be smart.
Like it's actually crazy, like how many views versus like a
Well,
long.
I do have an editor, and she's very good, but she's also in like a situation right now where her time is not... Her time and computing resources are not unlimited, so that will hopefully not be an issue in the near future. But yeah, that's a good idea. I should get her on that.
Understandable. What else? Talk about that. Trying to think real quick because I had one other thing. I'd written it down at home, but I was able to get in while I was at work. So I'm trying to remember what else I was gonna ask. Oh, for someone who like has only seen you in passing in debate videos and stuff like that, who likes learning about philosophy and political science and history and stuff, like if you could give a video or a playlist of yours to like as a jumping off point, what would you recommend?
It depends on how much patience you have for video essays with my voice using them. I have a playlist on the front page of my channel. What have I renamed it? Hang on. Let me check here. Oh, my channel trailer might just start blaring. No, we're good. Okay. I have just video essays. I have a video essay playlist on my channel, and another one called "Watch These to Understand My Politics," near the bottom. I just recommend going through those. That's going to be like the stuff I've thought about the most. And it's
Gotcha.
And I try to put it clearly. Some of the stuff is like a little bit on the esoteric side, especially State and the Truth one, because I'm looking into a lot of philosophy of science and whatnot. But that's the best place to go for my stuff.
Would you say it's mostly weighted on the political science side?
I would say
or,
it's
I would say
it's mostly weighted on the political theory side, not necessarily political science. There is like they're not used as like specifically as they should be in practice, but they really ought to be. There is a bit of a distinction between them. Political science tends to deal, or should deal more with like just like the study of political forms in the world, and in that sense there's like a consistent practice of political science going back to Aristotle, or in a more modern key it can deal with things like empirical analysis of like political dynamics, whether that's like voting, party politics, how states interact with each other, etc., etc. Political theory is more to do with criticizing the categories that inform our science and our analysis of these things, or that insist that these are like the important, the relevant starting points for an analysis, things like that.
Gotcha.
Sorry, that was a super annoying answer to a really simple question. I'd say they're mostly about political science.
Yeah, like I've been listening to Yale does this cool thing where they have a lot of free
some of
lectures
those are really
online.
good. Yeah.
I'm going through a political science one now. I think I'm on the third lecture where it's examining
Is that
like,
with
the rise and fall.
Richard B. Smith? Is that who I'm thinking? Is that who it is?
I cannot remember his name. He's a bald guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got
But
a
it's
really
pretty
really
good.
nice cozy voice. He always has a cup of coffee at his podium.
Maybe. I think actually the second lecture had a different guy than the first one, but it was going over the rise and fall of like the Soviet Union and NATO expansion, and these were all released funny enough, like,
that's a different guy.
before
Sorry,
the
I'm
current
thinking
stuff.
I'm thinking of their political philosophy series, which is also good.
Gotcha. But it's cool because he's saying at least later on in this lecture series, they will try to go into more of like if we went down the path less traveled, like if things had happened differently, if different state actors had acted in a different way, what would the possible outcomes could have been, and how would the world look differently today? Which I think is kind of interesting as just like a thought experiment.
Yeah, it is.
Trying
Yale
to
stuff
think.
is really good. They don't have a whole lot, Yale in particular, and there are reasons for this. Yale doesn't have a whole lot in the way of like really critical political theory. But their stuff is like, as a launching off point, it's great. I used to watch those all the time when I was in university.
It's kind of cool because like I had right before listening to the series, I had read Michael Malice's new book, The White Pill, which also deals with the Soviet Union and like the anarchists being betrayed by the communists and all of that, which is super interesting too. I'm trying to remember what the other question I had was.
Sure.
I think one of them was personal, so I probably won't ask that because
No,
I
go
don't
for it.
know
It's fine. It's all
the
good.
comments I'd read. Okay, so I didn't know if this was true or not, but I had read like comments about your hair, because the only time I'd seen you was in passing, where you look how you currently do, and I was looking through some of the old videos and I saw you had like long hair.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I wonder like what happened between then and then. And someone had said something like they'd mentioned chemo or something, and so I was like, oh, I better not.
I am not undergoing chemo. Although that's funny.
Okay, so that's like a meme.
That's a meme.
Okay.
No, we tried to trim it a little bit at home, just because due to like high levels of stress, because I was just pushing myself way too hard. I was having some like temporary thinning, and that was kind of freaking me out a little bit. So we tried like, let's just try like cutting it a little bit at home. And thank God it's actually like correcting itself after a few months, which apparently is normal.
That's good. It was just wild because like
it's just a hustle culture of this.
Back.
But anyway, so we messed that up. So we just like buzzed it all off. It's like, oh, okay. Whatever.
Gotcha. My old roommate
feels
had a
really
similar
good
thing
though.
where
It feels really good though when you do that. Like it's so like, oh my God. You can get
Just
like
starting from
those
zero.
little, like, you know those little scalp massager things, those little like wire things they sell in
Yeah.
like bookshops and whatnot. Those feel so amazing when you have no hair. I almost kind of miss it.
I've only been like really low on my hair once, and that was my sister had lost her hair because she did go through chemo. So me and my brother kind of out of solidarity shaved our heads.
Mm.
And I had noticed when I did that I have like a really big like mole on one side, and I was like, just shaved my head too. I'm not a good looking person bald, so I was like, never again. But did it once.
I think it kind of worked for me a little bit. I was pleasantly surprised by the outcome there. And frankly, like the low maintenance of it was kind of nice. I'm only really growing it back because people in my family have like a nostalgic preference for it. But yeah.
Yeah, for me, it was just wild looking through the old videos, and I was like, wait a minute, I used to have hell long hair.
That's
I
the
don't wanna
story.
waste too
That's the
much
story.
time.
I'm not really touchy about it. It's just funny.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if that was like a real thing or not, so I was like, oh, should I ask that one or not? But
No,
that's
no,
good.
no. If I had
But,
chemo, what you would see, and you know this, what you would see in all likelihood is you would see like radical thinning, and then you would see it go completely. But as you can see, like even in those earlier ones, like I've got like you can see the outline of where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's everything that I had written down. But since I've heard you talking to people about RTSs and stuff,
Sure.
have you ever played the Total War games?
I love the Total War games. I played them on stream before. I had a game of medieval Total War with Zanzi a little while ago.
I wish that they would remake Total War, Medieval Total War 2.
I don't
wish
want
that they
them
would
to
give that
because they're
one a remake.
100% going to use the, I don't know what it's called, it's the Empire engine, but they're going to use the new engine that doesn't actually give like individual units an actual like spatial location on the battlefield. So it's all kind of like a predetermined numbers game, whereas in like medieval Total War 2, like how many people were actually like facing how many different people and how confined a space actually had like a legitimate impact on the outcome of a battle. So you could actually like you could overcome a much larger force with a much smaller force just based on positioning. It's a lot more difficult to do, and it's a lot more difficult to do in a meaningful way in the newer games. So I'm not a super fan of Total War since Medieval 2. I liked it. I was okay with it when it was like line combat, like with Empire and Napoleon, but with the melee, with like the more primitive ones, it doesn't work for me. So I'm hoping
Gotcha.
they've already remastered it just badly. I would like them to give it some attention and make like the game as it is more playable on modern systems. Like it's very difficult to play on stream, for instance, because you cannot do like a normal windowed full screen like you can on like with more modern games.
Like that was my introduction to the series, was that one.
Yeah.
And for Warhammer series, and I actually like it a lot. Like a lot of random variables they're throwing in there since they bring in like the fantasy world and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it just plays super clean. Like I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I think that was pretty much everything I had to ask. It was good coming in here and talking to you, and just so you can see that everyone on DGG isn't a rabid psychopath that's completely unhinged.
I know I'm a little
We all are
disappointed. I
capable
was
of,
hoping this was going to be a content farm, but no. Apparently, most of you are kind of chill. So, alas.
Hey, I was in their chat earlier and I said, hey, President Sunday's doing a call-in today and wants DGG people, but I don't know. There's a lot of people, so probably just came and went.
Yeah, we'll get
We'll try again,
we'll
more
get one
people.
eventually, I'm sure. We'll take care. It's been nice.
Hey, he
talking.
gets some unhinged people of his own.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that was pretty much it. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, anytime. Come back whenever you like. I'm going to be doing call-ins pretty weekly going forward, so.
All right.
Have a good night. All right, and I think it was Void we tried to get last time. Hey, see if your audio works this time. How are you doing, Void? Hello? Nope.
Hi.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Good God, you're alive. How are you?
So nice to talk to you.
Yeah, likewise. What can I do for you?
Gee, where to begin? How are you enjoying Resident Evil?
It's pretty good so far. It's a little bit janky because it's, it's recreating a very janky game, but so far it's actually pretty solid. I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. I'm a little bit annoyed that they got rid of some of the bleakness. Like, the lighting is more dynamic, but as a result, things like the salamander fight, they've lost a lot of their, like, character. It's almost like Shadow of the Colossus now, whereas before it was like, I don't know, there was an intense miserableness to the look of the place in the original Resident Evil 4 that gave it a lot of, like, its oppressive feel. That's just kind of gone now. Like, now it looks objectively better, but it shouldn't look better. It should look awful. It's supposed to be like horror, and a little bit of that's kind of lost in translation. But it's really good so far. I think between the Resident Evil 4 remake and the Resident Evil 2 remake, I think the Resident Evil 2 remake is definitely a tighter thing. Like, it's a lot less video gamey. It's a lot more convincing in its environments. But Resident Evil 4 is a lot more fun. I don't remember having a lot of fun playing the Resident Evil 2 remake. Like, it's interesting and it's gorgeous and the aesthetics keep you going, but the actual gameplay itself is like, oh, this looks cool, this doesn't feel great. And
Nice.
and it's frustrating running from Mr. X at like a light jog. You should be able to show some urgency.
I'm watching you play it right now. It looks good.
Yeah, I've been lost in this maze for forever and I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, there's a ladder. Oh.
I honestly haven't played the series myself, but I was thinking if I was going to play it, I want to go through all of them at once, like a bot bundle or something.
They're hard. They're very hard. Oh, I do have the checkpoint crank. What? Okay, hang on. I've been running in circles because I had the key the entire time. And I've just been not using it because I'm dumb. There we go. Unbelievable.
Right,
No,
well-
they're good. I am a bit annoyed. I like other horror games more. Like, I like Dead Space a lot more just because it's more technically believable in universe. With the way the Resident Evil games are designed, they're like complex puzzle boxes. But as a consequence of this, they're not really believable. It's like, oh, they built this entire building to have a secret automated door to unlock if you put like a little statue into a hole, and the statue, wouldn't you know, it just happens to be right there, and it's just kind of silly. Like, they're good games, but they don't really rise to what more recent stuff like the games following off of the example of Amnesia and Dead Space.
I like that series.
Yeah, I know Amnesia's, the first one's really good. A Machine for Pigs is Rebirth was okay. It was just okay. I'm cautiously optimistic about The Bunker, but I can also see it being a disaster. It looks like they're going for much more of like a simulation vibe, which could be great. It could be awful. But yeah, so even like the newer Resident Evils, not counting this one, the ones where they're starting from scratch, 7 and 8, which look like they're going for the Amnesia type thing, and they are a little bit with like the invincible enemies that follow you and sort of stalk the environments. Even those are designed in a similar way. So like in Amnesia, you would have to like, oh, you need to blow up a thing to get by. Well, there's a fairly like reasonable path you take to get the ingredients to blow up the thing. It's like, well, there's a winery downstairs, and there's like a thing with like something you can use as fuel, and you can find like a thing here, and you can put them together into an explosive. And there's none of this like, here's the gem you need to put into the eye of the painting in order to open the secret passageway, because that's silly. And even like the recent Resident Evils like 7 and 8 have tons of that, and it's just frustrating. So I like my horror games to be believable. That's what makes them interesting to me. This one's like, you can kind of squint and let it go by sometimes, but.
Great. So I wanted to ask you about like the future of your channel, but I didn't didn't really know how this was structured. Like, I only had a couple things written down before you brought me in live.
Well, sure. Well, shoot. Go ahead.
So I assume you like to do stuff on Sundays?
I hate doing stuff on Sundays.
Aw, come on, man. You're President Sunday.
I know. I'm like Batman. I named myself after the thing I fear the most.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Honestly, I appreciate what you do because I tried being a part of like the Vaj community for a hot minute or a hot second, and it's very heavily moderated. But I do like him too.
It's badly moderated, is what it is. The problem with Vosh, like my server is heavily moderated. The problem with Vosh's server moderation isn't that it's heavily moderated; it's that it's moderated by people who are extremely egotistical and really excited to be wielding any kind of power in a social setting.
Right. Well, he is a bigger channel too.
Yeah, but he could pick. It isn't a matter of like it being too big for him to handle. This is a matter of him being bad at choosing delegates.
Okay. Well, I wanted to ask about the cathedral.
Sure.
Is that coming back anytime soon? I remember asking about this earlier.
Oh, it's been up this entire time. However, when I get into hot water with other streamers and whatnot, because we really try to curate the space and have like a specific kind of community there, like not one where you have a bunch of people abusing each other constantly or just like endless like fighting and whatnot. When I do that, we lock it down and we don't let new people in. We will later. We always do sort of in between kind of lulls like that, but at the moment we're not. However, most people who ask me on Twitter, if they seem sane, I'll just give them a link anyways.
Yeah. I remember the whole drama with Chud Logic. I feel like that couldn't have been easy for you to go through on some level. I personally know what it's like to call out like stalkers and serial harassers on the internet, and it just kind of makes you a magnet sometimes to yourself.
Yeah, that wasn't so much the issue with him. The issue there was just that we had some people in ChudLogic's server. Oh my god, can he just not... Oh, he just can't grab her at all. Oh, that's annoying. We had some people in that server just coming in and just taking screenshots of members and ridiculing them. That's not really cool. I
didn't like it. It didn't look good. But I also did want to talk about... Did you generally think, like, with some of these people, the whole, like, MAGA communist types, that a better historical argument, like, really getting into talking about, like, Rosa Luxemburg or anything really does a whole lot?
Oh my god, you actually cannot just fight him. That's so annoying. Sorry, say again? What about a better historical argument with the MAGA communist people?
Like citing Rosa Luxemburg and how she was kind of like a dissident against Lenin and stuff.
I wouldn't say she was a dissident against Lenin. She like disagreed with Lenin. But like she wasn't even in the same country as Lenin.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm not really following what the question is exactly. Can you just restate it?
Well, okay. So, for example, with Wicked Supreme,
Yeah.
I think if you were talking about like in American history, the abolitionist movement was the far left movement, and I don't know if he even completely understood that.
Yeah, probably didn't. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Oh my god.
Well, I was thinking about giving you $50 to sort of talk about that. I don't know if it was worth going into with you. I thought maybe I would try to talk to you about it in the cathedral beforehand. It may be something you more want to do. I don't know.
I don't know if it's just me, but I'm not following this question at all. So what do you want me to... You want me to make like a video essay on something, or...
Yeah, that was kind of the idea.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, and bring this back around to Wicked Supreme. So what specific part of the conversation with him did you think that this bore on in particular?
Well, I don't expect everybody to have like a very keen memory, but
Sure.
I mean, yeah, there's a couple things that stuck out to me, which was like maybe using a more historical argument against him as a more effective form of debate. I don't know if that would really work in your opinion, but I wouldn't mind hearing about it. And
I'll tell you what. Why don't we talk about this off stream? And
okay.
you can sort of write down specifically what you want addressed, and we can go over that and see.
Well,
if
I
that's
could
like
talk about it right here too.
either or. It's fine by me.
Like the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Like there was a bit
Yeah,
of a small fact missing from that, which was that Kyle literally got like his gun from a brother or a friend from out of state.
Sure. Well, that to me is really neither here nor there. The issue for me is I don't even have an issue with Kyle once he was in the street using his firearm to defend himself. My issue is that the situation was essentially contrived to make it so he would very likely have to use his firearm against other people in that context. So, like, I have an issue with him being present at all, and I think one of the things that me and Wicked Supreme were arguing about was he was really dependent on the narrative that Kyle Rittenhouse was there at the behest of the property owners to defend the car lot. They've actually denied this in court. So,
Right.
yeah.
Well, that just moreover reinforces the idea that I think the whole reason he was there was kind of BS. And I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm from Portland. Like, I live in Portland, Oregon. I lived all throughout the Trump era and Patriot Prayer,
Yeah.
that whole nonsense.
Oh, I can shoot him. Okay.
That was really all I had, Mr. Sunday. You know,
Okay.
I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah,
for
no,
your
not
time.
at all. But yeah, if you want to go over that in more detail, because it seemed like you had something very specific there. I'm not 100% following where you're going with this or how you're connecting these two things together, but I would like to get at that. So let's talk off stream at some point and let's figure that out. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Take care. Is our connection down? What's going on here? It looks like we're still live. Weird. Oh, it just wasn't, for some reason the preview wasn't loading on my end. You're in the waiting room? Okay, I'll bring you on. Speakeasy. Hey, how are you doing? Oh my god. Nope. Put it there. Ah, alright. How are you doing, Speakeasy?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm just gonna mute your stream 1 second here.
Yeah, take your time.
All right, I'm gonna get up quick during our call just for a second to take something out the oven. I did message you on chat there to see if you'd see it, but it's all right. I can talk to you now. Anyways.
Oh, here,
It's all good.
let me take a look quickly. Oh yeah, I see you there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, if you need to,
It'll be
take off for a
quick when I
second,
get
it's
up,
totally fine.
anyways. Yeah, it'll be quick. It'll be quick when it happens. Yeah. So I was calling because like I discovered you from the Mr. Girl call actually, because I was actually in the waiting room waiting to talk to him when you came into the conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
And
How did that conversation go when you talked to him?
when I talked to him,
Yeah.
well, he didn't like me cornering him on his hypocrisies.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
And then when I, yeah, and then when I tried to like get a clear indication of what the power dynamic between him and Destiny was that Destiny abused, he wouldn't. He kept giving me these lame excuses, basically coming down to he kicks you off his stream. Said he didn't like that, so he hung up on me. Got the
didn't-
moderator to kick me out.
He didn't seem to like any kinds of questions that weren't just an opportunity to let him tell his life story. I guess it was very bizarre. Like you're writing an article attacking somebody with an audience that's orders of magnitude larger than yours. You know, you be prepared to defend it a little bit.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh, do you have to?
I
Is your thing in the oven like right now?
yeah, it's
Do
in
you,
the oven. The thing will beep when it comes.
okay.
Why?
Well, when
If you
it
want to let
beeps.
someone else,
No, 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 no. Look, when it beeps,
okay.
I'll let you grab your wings. You can come back. I could use the.
All right, yeah, yeah, it'll be quick.
This
Anyways.
game is butchering me anyway, so I could use a couple seconds to focus.
All right. What game is this?
This is the Resident Evil 4 remake. It just came out.
Okay, okay.
It's actually pretty difficult. Which, I mean, Resident Evil's always been hard, so it's not surprising. But
So did you start streaming with like video games first, or did you do the talking and stuff first?
well, I when my channel started, I did video essays primarily.
Video essays, okay.
Yeah, I started streaming about like a year in. I think I face revealed like a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, and what did I did a lot of like wasn't where like what I started with specifically, but I did a lot of like political analyses of like parts of video games for a little while. So I have like one of my earliest videos is a Carl Schmidt analysis of Dead Space.
Okay, yeah, that was a popular game for sure. So and you're always playing, because I notice every time I have clicked on your videos, you have a game going on, so that's kind of your
It helps
thing there, right?
It helps me focus, and I think it also it makes it less tedious for the audience, where it's something to kind of like look at, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also
Yeah,
an
I was
excuse
just
to like
thinking in
play
my
these
head,
things when I never will otherwise.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head just now. It's like if I was playing this game, I could never focus the way you could talk and play the game. I get too like into the game, you know.
There are moments I find like it depends on the game. So like with Dead Space and Resident Evil, it's actually pretty easy because you can. I'm familiar with like the controls, so I can kind of do it automatically and focus on the conversation.
Yeah.
If it's something like I don't know, like I've tried with strategy games before, it just doesn't work. Because if I'm stuck like reading while I'm talking, I have difficulty with that.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. That makes sense. So you read the Mr. Girl article, right?
Yeah.
So like when you read the things that like are in the article, like that's kind of what I wanted to ask you. But like, what did you? So do you take away from it like Destiny's abusive?
I take away from it that Destiny's very irresponsible with how he engages with, you know, women in particular who come onto his channel. Like I think if Mr. Girl wanted to like make a thing about how, like the streamer space is just the way things are conducted is just like completely ripe for rampant abuse, he'd have a very good point, and I think it is. I don't think anything Destiny's done, with the exception of the Anna case in particular, can be really characterized as anything worse than kind of gross and callous. There are some examples. Like I think the Merrick situation was really bad. I think one thing that you can absolutely pin Destiny on is using his very large audience to just torch smaller creators in some pretty heinous ways that can't defend themselves. But like in terms of like his relationship with other streamers who are engaged with his platform, I think the way he was trying to construe his interactions with people like Lav and Anna on stream as abusive is a bit too far. The issue with Anna is that he seemed to have been disingenuous, treating her as a stalker for as long as he was while he was communicating with her. The thing with Merrick is he was being cruel when this person was not involved with him at all. Lav is just a whole other thing. I'm not even going to bother.
But you definitely don't see that as abusive, right?
With Lav,
yeah.
If he's abusive to Lav, then I shudder to think of what I would have to call Lav, right?
Right.
Like, God, that thing is.
Yeah.
gross.
See, I would agree with that 100%. The things you've said, actually, I agree with that. Like you could call him cruel in some situations. You can call it gross.
Well,
I
think he would call himself cruel in a lot of situations. That's something that came up in
Yeah.
the conversation with Max. It's like, Yeah, Steven's not a nice guy. Wake up, everybody. Like this is... Like, come on.
Yeah, I always say like, so like he's got a big audience, right? Like I always blame like, if you're gonna go after somebody with a big audience, you have to expect this type of comeback, right? Like you have to expect his audience is gonna go after you, you know?
I mean, to an extent, but at the same time, like, I don't think that's like a... That shouldn't really be a blank check for just people, you know, just being vicious to strangers on the internet. Like, it can actually take a toll on people. It can actually do serious damage that maybe extends, like, beyond just their own mental health. It can, like, ruin how they interact with other people with the amount of stress that takes place. Oh, does he have an eye on his back? Is that what I need to shoot?
But so you wouldn't agree though that you could kind of just stay away from that kind of stuff though?
Oh, you can, and to a certain extent, it's like, especially in Max's case, like, if he's going to complain about getting the kind of pushback that he has been, he's guilty at least of as much as Destiny is. This is a guy who's self-described as raping somebody on stream.
Yeah, like I feel like with
don't
Max,
think...
everything he gets is his own doing, right? Like he gets pushback for the things he did. Like besides doxing, I don't look at anything that happened to Max as like someone else's fault at all.
Yeah, it's also just... Like, once again, like, Steven's an asshole. There's no way around it. I think this is kind of a fact.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. He definitely can be an asshole, but you'd have to also acknowledge he can be a nice guy too, right?
Well, I don't think he's like a zombie psychopath.
Yeah. But see, that's what Max tried to paint him as, right?
I feel like I'm looking at Max right now, actually. Okay, what do I... Oh, can I climb here? Yeah, I can. Good, okay. Sorry, now I actually am running up against my, my ability to focus, because this is just insane.
A boss battle, huh?
Yeah. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Steven has merits to him that a lot of other large streamers don't. Like, he actually does, and I don't always agree with who he does this with, Max ironically being a key example, but he actually does give, like, people a lot smaller than him a chance to get some kind of exposure, whereas a lot of larger streamers are very gatekeepy. And, like, it's not, like, it's not altruistic. Like, he gets something out of this. But it's not
of course.
nothing. Like, you
I
can't...
think almost all good things we do, though, I could make that argument for all good things we do. Like when
Sure.
you donate money, right? You feel good too. Also.
Oh, I clarify that just to specify for people who would retort like, well, yeah, but he gets something out of this. Like, he gets a lot of growth by having a lot of these smaller streamers sort of pin their hopes and dreams on interactions with him, which is fair. But like to say that his interactions with smaller streamers is only abusive, I think is beyond the pale. My issues with him, as I was saying to somebody else, has mainly to do with what I consider to be like irresponsible handling of political topics, sometimes disingenuous handling of political topics, where I think that like there are serious consequences for that. In terms of how he interacts with smaller streamers or people in his orbit, like I don't know what he wants. Like I don't know what Max wants exactly, because
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask too. Like, what do you like? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what do you think the reasoning for Max doing this? Like, do you like what I think is like it's just purely revenge for now he can't make as much money going on Destiny's stream.
Well, I don't know if it's about money per se. I think it's more about ego.
Okay, yeah, ego, yeah, okay, I could see that too for sure.
I think he was slighted. He made a very like reasonable critique about Steven's platform with Nick Fuentes in like a very cordial way, where it was, and this I've made this critique myself, like the chicken and waffles thing. It's not that
Okay, yeah.
It's not that he had Nick Fuentes on stream. It's that he had Nick Fuentes on stream in a capacity where he's able to sell himself on his charisma to an audience
Yeah.
that may have otherwise had like an appropriately negative perception of him. Like that's a mistake. That only benefits Nick Fuentes, which endangers a lot of other people. In the
No,
long
for
run.
sure. Yeah, that dude's goofy as fuck. So I can't
Yeah,
stand that.
but
dude.
then after that, like he didn't get the response he wanted, and he got
And it turned into this.
yeah, he got banned from the subreddit, and he decided he's gonna be the man who takes him down, which is silly because you can't. I don't think Steven would be taken down even if he was convicted of an actual crime, rather.
Yeah, like I that's always what I go down to too. Like he writes this big article as if Destiny's committed so many crimes, but like if you bring all this article to any police, they wouldn't take it seriously. Like they couldn't do nothing about anything that's in this article.
With the exception, I think, of the DDoS one, if that's interpreted as a threat by the family at some point. Although I don't know, like the time span involved. I think, like,
Yeah,
I
true.
think the DDoS one,
But like I feel like because
Yeah.
it's in the past and he says it, I feel like he could also like say like I was just like making a shocking remark for my crowd, like
Well, the reason why I brought up the DDoS kid when I was talking to Max isn't because I think there's actually a legal case there. I think at the time there might have been. But, like, that one in
Oh, yeah.
particular is going to rub a lot of people who are not engaged with the space in a really bad way. Even people who haven't heard about him before. And so if he actually wanted to,
Yeah.
like, cause, like, trouble for Steven in the media that would, like, force his hand to, like, really moderate what he does, that would be the one. And even then,
Yeah,
like,
I
I don't
agree
think he
with
would be
that.
successful, so...
Yeah, exactly though. That's the thing, right? Like and like this is how many years ago now too, so it's I don't know.
It's long,
Yeah,
11 years, I think. It's been a while.
Yeah, like I just don't see it working out. What do you see the future for Max? Like you see him growing anymore or no?
I don't.
Yeah, I didn't.
I don't think he has it in him to come back from this. I think that would take a level of humility that I think he's demonstrated he doesn't have. I think he's confused in his head, talking about empathy in like a low, calm, relaxing voice with actually being empathetic and actually like being clear-headed and having humility in conversation. I don't think he really does. Weirdly, I think Destiny has a lot more humility than Max does.
Yeah.
Which is a statement for me. So
Yeah. Yeah, because I heard that's actually another question I could ask you. Like, because I heard you said something earlier about like you were talking. I guess someone asked you about like what happened originally between you and Destiny. Like, I don't know if you want to go over it again because I don't know and I didn't hear what you said. But like, if you didn't want to go over it again, where would I find that?
I have a video called "To the Coward Stephen Bonnell II," which summarizes it.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that should be in my video. I don't know if it's in my video essays or not, but you'll find it pretty fast. It's got a cartoonized picture of him in front of a Factorio background.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that explains it in fairly unkind terms, but it does give you the there is a list of links in the description that shows you the entire timeline of events. I actually provided citations, unlike Max.
Yeah, that was another huge issue with that whole thing because like when you put everything in transcript like that, it throws off.
Oh, damn it!
Like you could almost write anything and make it sound really bad, right? Like,
yeah, I mean some of it was bad, like regardless, and other people besides Max have acknowledged this, like Chud Logic did, for example. Oh, did I beat him?
yeah, of course. I think I had a talk with Tom Foolery about it, and I was saying like I do understand the that it's bad. I in no way think that like for instance saying that I'm gonna release your nudes is a good thing, but I always say like
I think he clarified that he meant to release DMs, not nudes, Now, maybe
Yeah, this was
maybe
another
I can
thing.
understand why somebody would have trouble believing that, given the context. But let's run with that.
Yeah,
He didn't in this case. That's still really bad. But in this particular case, we were talking about two people slandering each other with or threatening to slander each other with information. So like it's
yeah,
again, like issues like that are did I just jump into the fire? With stuff like that, it's like no, we shouldn't do that. But I feel like I'm telling one person to just not reciprocate when they're being attacked, and they don't really have much else in their toolkit, and they're responding angrily and frustrated. Like it doesn't feel like it's productive to focus in on that in particular. Like it's gross. Like once again, like I don't like any of the stuff he does with respect to these people.
yeah. Exactly.
But like what you're
like,
looking at is like an internet-brained person lashing out. Like,
yeah, and like when you're in self-defense mode, you always tend to do something that's like more than the attack that's coming towards you, right?
I think his sense of proportion is completely deranged. But insofar as it is retaliatory, it nevertheless gets a slightly different character in that context. The one that is really bad by my lights is the one where he actually did share that girl's nudes with friends.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, he retaliated with that and like threatened to go after like her finances and whatnot. Once again, it was retaliatory. She did also leak his nudes in an extremely.
But was it that he? I don't remember that story clearly. Was it that he sent his friends the nude, or he showed them the nudes?
On the internet, there is no distinction between the two. But what happened was apparently he showed them. He showed friends over Skype, I think, or something like that. He showed them nudes of her. He was mocking her appearance.
Okay. Oh, it was over the internet. Okay, I thought it was in person.
No, this reached her ears, and she then shared dick pics of him on the internet.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing, too. Even then, like, yeah, the initial thing he did was a massive violation.
1 second. Sorry, my thing
your wings are done?
One
All right.
second. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
No,
1 second.
no, go on, go for it.
All right, super quick.
That was super quick.
Yeah, I just had to get them out of the oven. I'm gonna let them cool down, anyways, right?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so here's the thing. It's tricky because how he handled every single one of those cases is awful, and that's unambiguous to me. How he was also treated in those cases is also awful, even where it was like reciprocating awfulness. There's just nothing to go off of there. It's like okay, so Steven made threats that are beyond the pale to other streamers who had, like, again, like the sharing of the nudes with friends is a massive violation of consent. It is still a different kind of thing from publishing them to a mass audience immediately. Like there's a like that in itself is disproportionate. So, and I can understand like the panic associated with that, especially since he might not have been as jaded at the time as he was now to like the effects of this kind of thing. Like there was a time when people anticipated that 90% of the stuff that just is normal now would have just ended careers, and they would have. That was correct. Like people now get away with things that nobody would get away with 10 years ago. In
100%.
terms of the media, like Tobuscus would probably still be thriving if all of that stuff had come out today. In fact, people would be desperate to talk to him just to bite on the drama content associated with it.
Yeah.
And people would still watch him because he's
especially
funny.
now,
People are just and people would still watch him because people are just kind of gross and they don't give a shit about that stuff at the end of the day a lot of times. None of this, like, again, absolves anybody of anything. What the hell is that thing? Ooh, it's a big boy. It's just, I don't know. I think hyper focusing on Steven in this case begs a lot of questions.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so okay, you basically see it the same way I did too. So I figured you would by the call that you had with him.
Look, like a large part of Mr. Girl's insights into a lot of these things is because Steven actually confided in him. So, if anybody had any illusions, oh, thank you so much. If anybody had any illusions that Steven has good judgment, don't be don't be abused of that misperception anymore. Because anybody who would give Max like private insight into your personal life, especially when it's that kind of thing, it's like,
Yeah, I've always questioned that. I never understood that. I never understood why he put his neck out so much for a guy that like self-admitted to grape and sings songs like I'm a pedophile and shit. Like I don't understand.
If I had to guess, I wonder if like a big part of it is, like Max is whatever else he is, he's easy to talk to, like he's very easy to talk to, and partially because he's not particularly, he's not very good at actually like taking somebody down in a conversational, context. So he's safe to talk to. And I wonder if somebody...
Kind of like you always get the dunk on him.
Well, I wonder if somebody in Steven's position is just... Like, here's something else to consider. This is a guy who, because of precisely what Mr. Girl is highlighting, the fact that he's so useful for people's media careers. And I like how he treats it as if, like, people just have to. They just have no choice. They have to accept Destiny's overtures if they want to succeed as a content creator. Like, that's not true. I mean, I clearly don't have to do that. My channel's viable.
Yeah, there's so many streamers that don't have to do that.
Like
right?
what you could do is be good at something, or you can get a job. These are options.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I mean, hell, like if that's the argument, that's like the argument against OnlyFans and whatnot. And since he's not opposed to that, it begs the question, like if they're being forced to have sex with Steven, or they're being pressured into having a sexual, why is that their first move? Now, if they're actually being forced,
exactly.
that's not a reasonable question because they're being forced. But the point I'm making is that they're not being forced. These are people who are engaging.
No, I totally agree with that.
Whether or not they're opportunistic is something else, and whether or not like there's financial pressure to be involved with somebody who has like the means to make you financially and to like give you a life of ease relative to somebody who doesn't. That's something else. Excellent argument against the idea of marriage, by the way. In which case, you have a working partner who probably controls the vehicle, probably owns the house, and so on and so forth. Unless you've like both co-bought and things like that, probably has like a lot of actual material power by dint of the financial relationship that results from that kind of situation. Like he has.
That's
he
what
has
I was saying. If you would use that argument for Destiny, you would have to use the argument for marriage too, almost every time.
Basically every time, unless you've like taken like very specific measures to offset that, which some people do. It's very rare. But like once again, like the focus on.
Do you think like power dynamic overrules the autonomous choices, like the person with the less power makes for themselves?
It can sometimes. So like well, on the marriage point, like I think Melina going in front of the audience, that strikes me as weird. Like when they were litigating their open relationship stuff on stream, that's weird to me.
Yeah.
That's like, okay, this one's a little bit different because this person
because he's married.
Well, this person actually lives with him, and we're talking about like a family member who now has the pressure of a massive audience determining how they litigate like their marital issues, which is that one rubs me the wrong way. Like there's so much...
She never did nothing online before him, eh? She was like a fan of his or something, right?
I can't remember. That's neither here nor there to me. Even if she was like an established streamer, I would like at that point you're mixing up finances, social pressure, and domestic pressure in a way that seems like it's opening up the door for so many different kinds of abuse. Like that's when I would avoid like the plague. But like in terms of like Lav's not a smaller streamer actually. Lav's actually pretty big.
Yeah, she was huge when they like. That's what I always like. I forget.
Or like how about
sometimes, but, like, on TikTok she was big.
how about Brittany Simons? Like that one, right? Like Brittany Simons
Okay.
is not dependent in a meaningful way, such that it obviates her or such that it nullifies her responsibility for her actions or decisions. Where like anything Steven asks, she is now forced to do in some sense.
Right.
But she's in exactly the kind of relationship vis-a-vis Steven that Max argued that he and Lav were. So.
Okay, so like you're saying like because of the living together, it's just too much added in all together at once, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's you shouldn't be, especially when there's like a direct financial dependency going on, where literally like this is the person who's either paying for the whole or co-paying for their cost of living.
Okay.
And,
yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
And that business happens to be the one that has the audience that will be pressuring you into a certain outcome, or will be punishing one party based on their perception.
But like I just when I think about that, what you just said
right?
about
like,
the marriage.
Yeah.
But like, wouldn't she have been the one though to choose to go onto the stream in the first place?
She would have, yeah. I mean, as far as we can tell, is the thing. That's
Yeah, so
that's the thing, right? Like, it's the opportunity
It's
for
hard,
abuse.
right?
I don't know that anybody did anything wrong in that context, like objectively.
Okay,
but
so
it opens the door.
opportunity for abuse.
Yeah, well,
I
it's
get
like,
what you're
well,
saying, yeah.
like also like when he had that infamous interaction with Demon Mama, the "Are you mad? Are you mad?" That one. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has his kid walking around in the background on camera. If you're gonna like
Yeah.
interact with people like Nick Fuentes and stuff like that, and do stuff like that, I wouldn't put like a kid in front of the camera. I feel like that would be risking things that I don't think should be risked. So that's my stance there. It's not
Okay.
that I think like he did something objectively wrong, so he did something reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Okay, I get what you're saying.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I do understand what you're saying there. But like so in overall though, you don't think Destiny abuses his power dynamics like Max is trying to say that's the whole thing, right?
Well, I think
But-
he definitely does on Twitter, like in terms of like wielding his clout to punish smaller creators who miff him. Yeah, he does abuse, if you want to call it power. He abuses like the scale of reply that he's capable of dishing out.
But when I look at the
Yeah.
when I look at the what just
But
happened,
not
there
like
with
what
the-
Max is talking about though.
No, okay, yeah. So we agree there. But like with the like using his power online, like so like with the incident that just recently happened where like someone like took a picture of him and said, "Oh, I'll pay a heinous amount to get an egg thrown at him or whatever."
Yeah.
And then like so do you like would you say his response was unreasonable?
I think his response is unreasonable. I think him having a negative response is reasonable. I don't think this is a very typical stupid thing that a lot of like I've got people in his server. There was one person I saw a little while ago because I named Search egotistical insane person that I am, who was like something to the effect of like I bet a good cause could be made for me raping President Sunday or something like that. That's gross. That's like a really violent statement. But it's also clearly not meant to be taken as a serious statement of purpose. When I see like a random college student going, "I'll pay a heinous amount of money for somebody to pie this person in the face," it's like, okay, dumb, very dumb. First of all, because of how it can be taken, but secondly, like I think a reasonable person looking at it is going to go, "Oh, this is somebody saying, oh, I hope you don't choke on your dinner," kind of thing. It's like a nasty thing to say, but it's not a serious statement of purpose. I think
I would look
jumping-
at it different though because it's
Yeah.
his active location, right?
Well, it
Like,
was his
if-
active
like-
location. It was his active location that he had telegraphed earlier. Like this was a public event that people did know about in advance. People knew where it was.
Okay.
Like his location was not like private information at that point. So I don't know about that.
Okay, so he publicized his location already.
Yeah, I think where I disagree with Destiny on that is not because like that was wrong and stupid and reckless. Because like, look, had somebody actually egged him, we'd be talking about how he's freaking out about like just getting a piece of food on him, and it's like it's gross, it's nasty, and it's mean and whatnot. But you know, he's fine, chill. Like a lot of people would say that. It's like Sargon with the fish that was thrown on him. Probably shouldn't condone it in all likelihood, but you know, he'll.
But like, if someone shot him, then we would
story.
Condemn that girl, right? We would condemn the shit out of that girl. That's
very,
the thing.
very.
I think that's what would happen.
Very much so. Sort of like, for example, if somebody had gone after this girl in like a serious way and had like harmed her either personally or professionally or even physically. Steve highlighting this person's social media with his vastly like larger platform, that would be, people would be talking about whether or not he's responsible for that as well. I think the issue I have here is not that I condone what the girl did, because again, it was dumb. It at the very least opened her up to, like again, like precisely that kind of response.
Yeah.
However, the bare fact that somebody does something like that should not be taken as like carte blanche to do whatever you want in reprisal, and I think that's the issue I have with it. Like telling his audience effectively to go after this person's place of employment or their sources of income is insanely disproportionate.
Oh, he said he wanted it though. Like, did he say go after it, or did he say he wants to know them?
The upshot is the same. When you're telegraphing that,
I know,
to a
but I
massive
would look
audience,
at
the
that
upshot
as
is
like
the same.
kind of like a fear mongering thing. Like he just wants her to be scared of doing stupid shit to him.
Maybe. I mean,
That's the message I took from it. Anyways.
I've got a bridge to sell you if that's what you think. But like it's it's plausible. It's plausible. I don't buy that was his intention, because he defended it like he did a few other things as like, no, this was super serious. This could have caused so he was justifying like the worst interpretation of that, which I mean, fair. At least he's not, you know, trying to bullshit and say that he was being milder than he actually was. Like it's like a scorched earth kind of. He kind of responds to it the way you would expect somebody to respond to a threat of a nuclear strike. It's like how deterrence works is not you promise a measured response. It's you promise that if they ever dare to open fire on your country, you will bathe their country in flames.
Yeah, that's how I always look at that, right? Like with almost every situation, even in that article, like I look at Destiny just has like he has more firepower, so he uses it.
Yeah. And
like I wouldn't say he's abusive with his power because of that. I'd just say he's just kind of an asshole with his power because of that.
No, and to be clear, like putting his location, like even if that was publicly known, putting his location and saying like, hey, just putting the idea out there. Hey, even if she's just said, hey, somebody should egg this person, or hey, I wish somebody would egg this person. Like that's not offering money to do that, right?
And you got to think, yeah, but like she's
that's still
tagging him, so like that's gonna get shared a lot. She almost does have
I'm
power of audience.
Well, I'm agreeing with you here. I'm saying like if she had done that and then somebody had like actually followed through, even just something as mild as throwing an egg, hell, like you can injure somebody. Eggs are hard and they're sharp when they break. Like that's possible. We'd be having a very different conversation now. Cool.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So So we kind of just agree that like sometimes he can be an asshole with his power, but he's not abusive the way Max is trying to make it out to be.
I would put it this way. I think he's irresponsible with his power. I don't think he's... Oh, excuse me. I don't think he's abusive. I think he uses the... God, that's really spicy, whatever that is I'm eating. I think he uses his reach to punish people in a way that's not proportionate to what they do to him. Sometimes just in the course of a simple disagreement. Like, I think his treatment of Merrick was heinous. I think that one's...
I would agree. I've seen some things where I'm like, hey, he's got a easy temper, you know. He can switch. He could if you piss him off the wrong way, right? But yeah, like I don't look at it as abusive, and like with all the with the women in the situations, I understand there's like it's shitty to do some of the things that he did, but like I still do believe that they have their own choices and they're the ones like if they're the ones who want to sleep with him because they think they're gonna get the clout, like then we have to lay the responsibility on them, right?
Well, I mean, also bluntly, like, Steven streams 8 hours a day. He has an audience of hundreds of thousands. If he can't sleep with
Okay.
people because they also don't have an audience of hundreds of thousands, or because they watch him, who can he?
He can't sleep with anybody. When that's another thing too. When he says like when Mr. Girl's saying, "Oh, streamers shouldn't even be sleeping with streamers," and I'm like, that's the people you're gonna interact with the most in this. So why like that's like saying like, "Oh, you can't sleep with someone that goes to the same college you go to." It doesn't make sense to me.
No, I mean, by the same token, consistent with what I was saying about the Molina case, shouldn't probably litigate, like personal life stuff on stream, because then stuff does get mixed up in a way that's potentially dangerous. But
Yeah, like I always say that. I totally agree with what you're saying right there. I don't think like there's so much shit like
hey,
all
look,
this,
look. Once
even the
again,
fact they all know they had sex with each other is stupid to me. Why do they all know this? Why is this all in the public? Like why don't they just keep this shit to themselves, be grown adults?
because they're not that bright. Here's the here's the thing though, and this is like the punchline of the whole thing. Lest we forget, Max throughout this entire ordeal has been referring to Lav as his daughter. Okay.
Yeah, that's creepy as hell.
Point is, stones, glass houses, Max. Like if you're gonna characterize Steven as abusive just for the bare fact of the type of relationship he's having with people, as because he's a streamer with a large channel, like, no.
Yeah, he has to look at himself for so. If you haven't seen it, there's a guy named Old Man Launder on YouTube. He made a
I know
documentary
him.
about Max.
I know.
Okay, yeah. That was the best documentary I ever seen in my life. I was working on putting little clips together already because I have a YouTube channel too, and I found that and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna watch this on stream instead because it's like he just killed that. Like he did it so good. And like everything Max says Destiny is, he's literally the definition of it. He does every single one of the things and more.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Including look, the Mia Rose thing. Is that her name? Mia? I keep forgetting her name.
Yeah, I think it's Mia or Maya, one of those.
Yeah. So, groped her on camera. They both agree that was sexual
Yeah.
assault. Bad. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what Max didn't do, or you know what Steven didn't do? He didn't force somebody on top of him, and like acknowledge publicly that no, I raped that person.
Yeah, and then laugh about it while you talk about it too.
Was he laughing about it then? I can't remember.
Yeah, in one of those clips in the Old Man Launder, he starts smirking at the camera while he's talking about it. Like it's the creepiest thing I ever seen.
That's up there. I'm gonna bring on the next person, but it's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Yeah,
okay?
no problem. Yeah, I was streaming and like my chat was telling me that you were taking calls, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go talk to him about the Mr. Girl call in the article. And
Oh
stuff.
shit! And I
wanted to hear what
forgot.
your opinion was.
Apparently, Max was talking about how he punched his ex-wife in the face on Stardust.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
Now,
and he
I
asked about that,
mean,
too.
to be fair, Steven has talked about choking out his ex-wife in an abusive relationship in the past. So there's some parity there, probably.
Right?
But that's,
Yeah.
I'm not really in the mood to litigate that, though, to be honest. So.
But especially when someone's blaming somebody and they're being hypocritical, like it's not authentic. Like I can't think you feel like someone's being abusive when
You're
do the
doing
same
that
things
yourself,
that you're
exactly.
calling. Yeah, yeah.
No, if he wanted it to be
All right, man.
hard-hitting,
It was
what he
good talking to you.
Yeah. If he wanted it to be hard-hitting, he needed to generalize it and say, like, look, here's the stuff that happens in the space. Here are the economic dependencies that can take
Yeah,
place.
you were the one that said he should define abuse, right?
Yeah.
Was it you that said that to him? Yeah. When you said that, I was like, oh, that's exactly what he should have did. But
Well, I don't think I asked him to define abuse. I think that was something that Wick caught him on. I was just frustrated by the fact that he hadn't provided evidence for any of this stuff, and that he had apparently additionally wronged some of the victims in the article by publishing
Yeah, that's a
DMs that
whole
they
nother
didn't
thing,
consent
too,
to.
yeah.
Because it's like, what are you doing? Like, clearly you're not concerned about their well-being if they're just disturbed by how you're
Yeah, and he wouldn't even answer you when you kept asking him that question. Like,
Well, I mean,
it's
he-
obviously no if you're gonna
He
say
exactly.
no comment.
I was going to say he did basically answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. So Max was overall continuously physically abusive to his ex-wife. So it's not just like there was like
Okay.
a reciprocal abuse that escalated once or twice. It's like, no, apparently he was continually physical abusive. Well, that's not good.
I'd believe it. Yeah, it's not good at all.
Go enjoy your wings. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Come back on
Yeah,
anytime,
you
okay?
too. It was good talking to you. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm gonna talk to you in the future for sure.
Sounds good. Take care.
Take care.
All right, I'm going to eat quickly, and then we're going to come back, and we'll continue, okay? So I'm going to go on Be Right Back mode, and then we will continue chatting afterwards. We're probably going to go for like another hour and a half or so. Let's bring in the last couple of guests. We've got a few in here, actually. I feel like Kalinda was waiting a while. We'll bring them on. Hello, hello. All right, that's not a person. Let's bring in Mr. Chaz. Hello, hello. You are on stream.
Hello, hello.
Hey. How you doing?
Good, good. 1 second. Let me just turn off my my game in your stream real quick.
No worries.
All right. So nice to finally meet the man, the myth, the legend.
Oh my god. Yeah, what can I do for you?
I've just now like watched your content. I was really impressed by the Mr. Girl interview. One of the things that frustrates me most about Mr. Girl, I have to say, is just how quickly he reaches for the meta with any discussion. And I'm just kind of curious, like, how do you slog that sort of thing? Like, how do you deal with the debate when it becomes too meta, or is there no way around it?
I don't know. Excuse me. I think a lot of people like say that Mr. Girl is really difficult to deal with and he plays mind games. I don't really see it personally. I just deal with him like anybody else. If he's doing stuff that's obviously obfuscating, just maneuver around it or push the point and ignore him. There's not a whole lot else to say besides that. Like if he says like, well, I feel like you're X, well, I guess your sensor's not working all that well. Move on, you know? Like that's about it as far as I'm concerned. There's not really a whole lot else to do. Like I don't think he uses the meta as an escape. I think he uses the meta because he mistakes that for like having a deep and meaningful conversation. Where it's like if I just talk about how we're talking, just endlessly, and that's all I do. Well, that's the same thing as like really getting to the heart of the matter. I'm looking at like the deep psychological motivations behind what we're actually talking about and why. When it's like, no, you're not. You're taking this weird God's eye view of the conversation, for poor reasons, and assuming that you have a clearer vantage point of. Sorry about the fan. I guess it's too hot for my partner. Sorry for the. So shoot, what was I saying? Right. What was I saying? Right. Yes.
You're good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like assuming he has a clear eye just because he has the impulse to psychologically analyze the person he's talking to, as to their motivations or what it is they're actually trying to achieve. And I think everybody thinks that's silly, because obviously he doesn't. Like obviously he doesn't. He's bad at it. So.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to me because I don't know, and with any sort of interview, you're kind of given the chance to take any question and kind of answer it and redirect it in a way that might benefit you or might even make you look bad. So it's just kind of strange to me that it's not necessarily like a tool; it's more of actually like a handicap in this case.
He's just an extremely arrogant person. You just talk to him like any arrogant person, no more than he does, and just run circles around him because he's not intimidating. What he is creepy. I think people get psyched out by his portrayal, and he is very charismatic. He's very soft-spoken. He has like a very relaxing voice and a relaxing manner of speaking. I think people have an impulse where they want to get along with that kind of person, or they want to be able to reply in kind, or they feel like they have to. You don't. You're allowed to be rude to Mr. Girl. That is a thing you're allowed to do. So.
Are you giving people a license to kill? Or, sorry, a license to be rude?
in Minecraft, yeah.
In Minecraft. Like I said again, I enjoyed your interview, and I actually it's just coming off of like you know, being fresh out of college, having to with anything you have to do with writing, be it like a college essay or like you're studying for something for science or um like even like one of my most recent college assignments was like doing the effects of immigration on the Seattle community, mainly like trees and like fishing with the influx of like Scandinavian immigration.
Hmm.
I had to cite everything, like everything that I did
Yeah.
had to be cited, and I got docked like for not just getting the name of the of the person I interviewed wrong, and seeing Max get away with not having citations is just so frustrating to
I don't
me.
think he got away
Like
with it at all. I think he's been.
oh no, yeah, true. But seeing him, do
I
it,
think
it's just
I think
kinda
he's
like,
been really punished for it. I don't think
Yeah.
he'll leave his citations out again if he ever does this again.
yes,
Oh my god,
Just,
this is unreal. Sorry, I'm getting butchered in this as we speak.
no worries, no worries. How you liking the Resident Evil game so far?
I like it more than it likes me by the look of things. This is brutally difficult. It's also janky. It's a lot jankier than the first and second remakes, which makes sense given that it's remaking a jankier game. It's good. It's definitely not as tight an experience as. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Okay, and here's where I die. It's definitely like a less tight experience than Resident Evil 2 and 3. Those remakes, those were like really technically smooth. But it's more fun, definitely.
Nice. You know what's funny is I can't remember which stream it was. I think it was it might have been the second interview you watched of Max's, but I saw one of your outro screens
Yeah,
with the gears in the door, and I was thinking to myself, does this guy play Mist
I do
or
play Myst. I play lots
Riven?
of Myst.
And then when you
That's
said
like
it,
that's
yes,
that's my childhood. Is Riven and Myst, and specifically Myst 3, because I actually got into that initially when I saw the trailer for. Oh my god, am I dead? I think I'm dead. No, I'm not, for some reason. I actually got into that initially because there was a PS2 version of Myst 3 that was like that really grabbed me, and I used to like see it all the time when we'd pass by like London Drugs or whatever, and they'd have like the little crystal boxes of like the discount PC games that my dad's PC at the time could never hope to run. Well, I guess it probably could have actually run Myst. I just didn't realize how like low tech it actually was, because it looked like at the time Myst 3 looked phenomenal.
was that one real Mist? Because I had that one on the Mac when it
No,
first came out.
Myst 3 Exile. So oh, I'm back here again. Okay. Oh, I see. That doesn't help me at all. No, Myst 3 Exile is the one after Riven. And that's the one that has, like, free look, like, full 360 degrees, you can look all around. Because Myst 1 and 2, like the originals, were just, like, static frames. I think there's, like, one point at the lake where you can kind of pan a little bit in Riven. If I remember correctly, I might be misremembering. But mostly you're looking in a particular direction. Every single frame is like, oriented. With Myst 3, you still were like fixed in one point, but you could look all over the place, all around you, and it was really cool. Myst 4 was the same way. Myst 5 after that was the first one that had like the free roam, and then they started retroactively putting free roam into their games. So they've done that with the original Myst, obviously, a couple of times, too many times. They need to stop re-releasing that game. It's not Skyrim. It doesn't have that much content. One of the last callers said that they were doing that with Riven. I'm trepidatious about that. I feel like that could go really wrong. I feel like Riven was kind of perfect, and I don't want them to ruin it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my intro to Myst was pretty dubious. I was I think an elementary schooler at the time, had no idea how to work it, and I had like a friend group where we all tried to figure out and compare notes to it. We didn't even get past the island.
Oh, it's hard. Myst 1 is the thing too is like Myst 1 is some of the most obtuse puzzles in the game. They literally don't make sense. They involve like mechanics that are interesting. But like sometimes you need to do things that are just there's no reason to actually intuit the solution. And that I find frustrating just from from a design standpoint. Not implying I've ever designed any of these things, but like I feel like, especially in a game where like the appeal is that the puzzles are logical and the world is sort of realistic and grounded in that way. You know, there should be like an in-universe explanation that's not just, oh, there's a random thing here and a random thing here and a random thing here, and just by trial and error you combine them, you find the solution. I think Myst 1 and Myst 3 do a fairly bad job of explaining themselves along those lines. Riven's a rare exception where it actually, it mostly is a pretty cohesive world they've designed.
Yeah, because I've actually watched lore videos on Myst. I wanna speak about this vaguely because I don't want to give the puzzles away, but like the nature, I guess it has to do with the nature of like the way the Myst Island is made versus like how Riven is made, makes it a little bit more ambiguous.
Yeah, well also like Myst Island has never been accurately portrayed in game, at least according to their lore. It's like completely out of scale. Also, they don't make the worlds. That's crucial. They link to them, so they describe the worlds, and then they're in like writing, and then they're somehow able to use, I think it's some kind of crystal or something. Oh, and she's dead again.
That's what I meant to say. I just didn't want to give it away.
Yeah. One thing I wish they would do, since they're so keen on remaking it over and over and over again, is to actually like make Myst Island bigger. Like, you've already got all those puzzles pre-made and everything. Like, add more to it, you know? Or, you know, do more actual like Myst games. Like that'd be good. But no, instead it's just, no, here's the 4th rendition of Myst 1, but you can walk around and see how tiny and lame it actually is. Oh, these things are actually butchering me.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. Fix the voice thing. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Because when you first arrived at the island, it's kind of a big, jumbled mess. There's like way too many switches, and especially the puzzle. Actually, the hardest puzzle in Myst, I think, is actually the first one with the, not to give it away, but the towers and switches. When you have to flip and rotate them, that took me like literally like a month to figure out.
The towers and switches. Do you flip and rotate? Which ones are those?
So you know the lighthouse in the middle of it?
Yeah.
You have to basically rotate them, then activate the switch to get one of the portals to open, I believe.
Oh, you're talking about Myst 3.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was trying to like visualize that on Myst 1. I was like, what? There's no lighthouse.
No worries.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's yeah. It's not a lighthouse. That's the like. Is it a lighthouse? I guess it is kind of a lighthouse, isn't it?
It's actually. I never
processed that in my brain as a lighthouse. I was just like, oh, this is just like a weird projector room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! Seriously?
Yeah, that took hours. I guess too, like my next question for you, because I'm trying to figure out like if there's any merit to what Max talks about with abuse, not necessarily with how Destiny has treated him, but just more so.
In a general sense, I think absolutely. Like I think.
Yeah.
This is what I was saying to the last caller. Like I think the point that like the way in which relationships are handled conventionally in this space, both professional and romantic, I think that's. There are so many opportunities for abuse with how that's done. I think that's really irresponsible. And I think if you want to make the case that Steven is irresponsible, he has him in the bag. Like that'd be a perfectly reasonable essay to make, and I think people would respect him a lot more for making that essay. The problem is that he didn't make that essay. He went on the warpath against Steven in particular, and it looked as petty as it was. So like, even the stuff that's serious there, and like Steven's like behaved pretty badly. With respect to a lot of this stuff, like there's a case, there are things to hold him to account for, I think, and with how Max has handled this, like it'll never be taken seriously now. So it's like the worst thing it could have possibly done, from like a harm reduction angle, from like a helping the victims angle, every conceivable angle. It was just a disaster.
Yeah, I guess.
And on top of that, it was
kinda
badly
expand-
done. Like it had no
Yeah.
citations, as you say. Like, yeah.
That shocked me, to be honest. Like I was because to kind of make a comparison. I don't know if you'll like this comparison, but you remember the Doomer Politics guy?
Oh, do I?
Yeah. Well, I have problems with his stuff too, but at least he had like in his essay like links to the video and also like timestamps.
Oh yeah, there was something to respond to there. The
Yeah.
thing with Max's essay is that you couldn't, and I brought this up when I was talking to him. There's nothing even here to refute because you just have blanket statements. You just claim things. And then when people ask for clarification, you refuse to provide it. So what are we supposed to even do here? It's just ridiculous.
And on top of that, I think he kind of screwed himself because basically he made this argument with another caller. He basically said that like the purpose is kind of if Steven were to be in a more professional setting, like say like on Jimmy Kimmel, then the purpose of the article is to have like a secretary look at that and see and read that about Steven. And if that's the case, they're going to also be looking into Mr. Gold too as a counter reaction to that.
Yeah.
And
it's not going well.
Yeah, it's not going well. I kind of want to bring it back to the abuse thing because
Sure.
I do though wonder though, because a lot of the consequences happen with Max, with him getting dogpiled and stuff like that, is mostly been how he basically just behaves and acts in debates. And same thing with like Lab too. She's pretty, I would say, kind of aggressive and vicious herself. Do you think that there's a way to kind of contend with those people without it turned into like a dogpile on them, or is it just like their fault to begin with?
I think at this point, this is like a sustained, premeditated thing over a long period of time. I think this is their fault to begin with. We aren't talking about somebody like Destiny abused sexually. We aren't talking about someone he has like a deep personal relationship with that he's leveraged to hurt them. We are talking about a couple of people who engage with Destiny in a business capacity, who then attempted to use that to harm him in a very serious professional and personal way. And in the process have thrown like his actual victims, such as they are, under the bus. And some of them are. I don't know why I included Vosh in there. That was weird. But like but like Merrick, I would consider Merrick a victim of Steven. Like not in the sense of sexual abuse, but definitely in the sense of like cyberbullying or something to that effect. Like there are things that he's done that aren't okay. But like in terms of Lav and Max, like they've done the same and worse. Lav in particular is a deeply untrustworthy source in a lot of things. So
yeah, I kind of because they make contentions that like working with Steven is kind of like being in a business, but
which it kind of is, but that's not.
Yeah,
being in a business, especially in like a gig business like this, it's such as it is not the same. Oh my god. No, fuck off. Hey, stop it. All right, let's go.
It's funny because I'm not watching your gameplay, so I'm assuming that you're being
get your ass
attacked
down here.
by Max.
Yeah, it feels like it. There we go. Okay, I think I've actually got this now. Oh my god, this is the worst. What was I saying? Right. Yeah, so like if I engage with Chud Logic, and I used to quite frequently, and maybe I get some like audience spillover from him. Very little actually, as it turns out.
Yeah.
But let's assume I did. Am I therefore Chud Logic's employee? Does he have like ethical obligations towards me, as he would an employee? No, of course not. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you're not tethered to him the way you would say like you work at like a chain and they're giving you like employee benefits and they abuse you all the time, but you can't leave because you need the benefits.
Well, this is why I draw a line at like having Molina on, or like putting his kid in the front, because now you're mixing up like actual like, you know, personal entanglements with the business side of things, and that's dangerous. That opens the door for a lot of abuse. So I think allowing that to be the case, that's a big mistake. But
Yeah, that's.
oh my god, that was bullshit.
I'm like
sorry.
reluctant I'm reluctant to comment on that, but like I do think that that's gonna bite him in the ass like later down the road when his kid grows up, or if he keeps doing that.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
I don't.
It's also probable that just nothing happens at all.
Mm-hmm.
And why would there necessarily need to be something that happens from that?
Yeah.
I do think it's a mistake putting his kid in front of the camera. Just for what can happen to the kid, right? You don't want the kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I just shoot Ashley? I think I just shot Ashley.
You should. She
This
deserves
is
it.
actually unfair. Like, this is actual bullshit. I'm sorry. Oh my god, he just zipped around me to pick her up. Hey.
I wish I could help you.
Oh my, stop. Okay.
You know, I always thought that I don't know if you agree with this, but if maybe he was a little bit younger, I feel like Brendan Fraser would make a good Leon for like a live action movie.
I mean, that basically is what the Mummy is, though.
Yeah.
So sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think who else I would put in his role. You know that what's his name? Have you seen House?
Yes, I have.
You know the Australian guy, the blonde one?
Oh wait, are you talking
Chase? Is it Chase?
I think so. Yeah.
He'd be a good Leon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because he's a good actor and he looks like Leon, so it's perfect.
Yeah. Have you seen any of the Resident Evil movies with what's her name?
Mila Jovovich. I've seen a few of them.
Yeah.
They are an offense on the senses and the soul.
I agree. I have balance problems and it's hard. Hard for me to watch movies.
Afterlife was funny enough that it was kind of worth it.
Oh yeah.
The choreography with like Wesker was just hilarious. It's comedy gold.
Yeah, I think he did good as Wesker, to be honest. I think he gave it as much as he could. A lot better than Lance Reddick.
Oh god, yeah, I saw that for the first time recently. Just a clip on YouTube. That it wasn't the performance that was bad. Lance Reddick was fine. It's that was not Wesker. That was
No.
Lance Reddick doing like a Monty Python skit. That was Which, you know what? Had it been its own original thing, would have been fine. It actually had some vision, but
it kind of reminded me of the Pedro Pascal as Mario.
I think if they mixed that with what they were going for with Welcome to Raccoon City, it could have been decent. But like the Netflix one was just bizarre. I don't know what it had no connection to Resident Evil at all. Aside from character names.
You gotta stop pitching your ideas to Netflix. They're gonna steal from you.
I hope so, because their ideas have been just absolutely garbage recently. Look, they've already done like a really good cinematic representation of Resident Evil. It's called Resident Evil. Like the remake of Resident Evil 2 on here. Like just do that. Just do that with a budget, and you're golden. Like Ada and Leon in that version have actual chemistry. Their actors are good. I actually like Ada's actress in this. I think it makes sense. She's aged like 6 years. She sounds very much the same, just a little bit rougher, which is what you expect. Yeah. See, look, they have no line of sight. They should not be able to just like pinpoint me at this door, but they're doing so, and that's just cheap. And I'm mad about it. All right, here we go.
I will say though, the animated movies are definitely worth your time. They're very good.
I saw bits and pieces. They look interesting. Like the liquors being controlled by the Plagas was an interesting concept.
Yes.
I like how they've kind of retconned that a little bit, where it's like, no, the Plagas were always like a component. That's how they controlled Nemesis. Like, that's interesting. That's the kind of like alteration to the lore that I like. Oh my god, stop! Did people actually like this mechanic when this came out? Because this is like the baby.
I'm guessing it's
thing? Because this is awful.
I guess. Yeah, I don't like the babysitting missions at all.
Oh my god, stop! Just
Okay, they improve it in 6, which is the best Resident Evil game.
Oh wait, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. But at what cost? Okay. Can I just... Oh, this is such bullshit. Got one. Oh, come on. Come on, just let me. Oh, there's 3 of them? That explains it.
What's like a game series like you just absolutely despise? I'm curious.
Metro. I hate them.
That's true. Really? That's surprising.
I've read the books, they're fantastic. They would be a fantastic setting for an Amnesia-style horror game.
Yeah.
Or a Stalker-style horror game. A hallway shooter? No. It completely
Really?
ruins it. And it's also got the most unsatisfying like shooting mechanics I've ever seen. Every enemy is a bullet sponge. They don't react to shots. It feels like an indie game. Like a bad indie game. I don't like it at all. Trying to think what else. Resident Evil increasingly.
Have you played 6?
RE6, no, but I've seen it. And it's one of the ugliest looking games I've ever seen.
I dare you to play. It's a really fun experience. It looks
like a low res Gears of War.
It's like if you took Resident Evil and you mixed it with the Fast and Furious movies. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, I've seen cutscenes and bits from it. The monster designs are cool. Like they got really creative with some of it, but like the vast majority of it is just travesty. Like even like comparing it with the remakes, the zombies are weak. Like you're shooting them through holes and just mowing them down like it's Call of Duty. That's not how Resident Evil's supposed to do. That's completely wrong. They're supposed to be like intimidating, and they're supposed to like block your path, and they're supposed to be intense enough that you actually like actively try to avoid them, because like you can't reliably beat them every engagement. With Resident Evil 6, it looks like no, Leon's just like the Master Chief just mowing through them, and it's dumb.
Remind me of Halo. I've had to divorce myself from that franchise.
Yeah, the recent ones are bad. Oh, God damn it.
You talked earlier about Dead Space.
Yeah.
Now, I think that 1 is great and 2 is like the best one. But 3, if they remake it, they've got a lot of fixing to do with that game.
I want them to just totally redo it.
Yeah,
Like just completely.
It's so bad. Not only because you were talking about the designs of the enemies with the pickaxes and the guns and stuff like that, but they just all of them sprint at you now, and you can't kill them in time. Yeah.
Yeah, I want them. I don't just want them to redo it though because the game was bad. The lore broke the lore was inconsistent. So, in the beginning of Dead Space 3, there is a necromorph outbreak on the Earth's moon. Okay, so Earth's done for basically, and that's never remarked upon. But there's a necromorph outbreak on the Earth's moon, and there's a really striking visual where this is so fucking stupid. Like, actually, this sequence is just stupid. This is actually just badly designed. Like, there's no way to work. Like, this is luck. Why? You can't even see where they're coming from. It's just like, oh, there's just stuff falling from the sky. Where does it fall? God only knows. Can you like kite it around? Not really. Can you actually tell Ashley to stay put while you do stuff? No, she just follows you at a distance, which doesn't help you at all. Oh my god, it's just... Wait, can you make her stay... If you can make her stay put, then that's fine, but the problem is I'm stuck trailing her around. Sorry, what was I going to say? Right, Dead Space 3. There's a really striking like red glow when the marker's released, and it's a really cool visual. But then immediately afterwards, you fall, you get knocked out, then you have necromorphs like breaking through the glass.
Mhm.
And not like necromorphs, mind you, like minor necromorphs, like with a pickaxe. It's like,
Yeah.
what is this doing here? First of all, but the main thing is, the necromorph infestation is supposed to take place over a period of time. There's like kind of a reverse 2001: A Space Odyssey thing going on, where like the monolith makes the humans more intelligent, or makes the pre-humans more intelligent and whatnot. In this case, it should be like slowly making them go crazy and turning them into drones.
That's kind of how, because if you kind of like compare it to, for instance, the Halo Flood, the necromorphs aren't necessarily a collective intelligence. They're more of a what's the word?
Well, they're
they're
just zombies.
Yeah, basically, they're just mindless.
Yeah, which wasn't always the case, because originally the boss from Dead Space 1 was called the Hive Mind, because he was supposed to be actually was supposed to be actually in control of them. We find out later on that's not the case. But okay, let's see here. Can I actually?
Have you read the original pitch for the Dead Space 3 story?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I think, from what I could, because this kind of takes out, I think the co-op for 3 was a last minute and it changed this. But originally it was supposed to be Isaac's personality was supposed to split. And it was basically him fighting for control, like the entire game.
Oh, so it's just Evil Dead 2.
Yeah, basically.
No. Is that Evil Dead 2 or Evil Dead 3? I think it's Evil Dead 3. I think it's Evil Dead 3.
Yeah.
Well, that's dumb.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
That's,
An evil twin.
That's really dumb.
Yeah.
I wasn't overly fond of where they took Dead Space 2, but it's better than that. Oh my god.
I have problems with I don't know, people game developers especially get this wrong with their sequels. I feel like lore is especially with horror, I hate it when people like over explain the lore to the point where like, okay, now I understand everything. It kind of takes away from the horror aspect. Just kind of why I like I really like fictional games a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Whereas like exploring the lore is completely optional. And if you want everything explained to you, you have to like work at it. Whereas like Dead Space, oh, the moons are evil. Okay.
Well, Dead Space 3, yeah. I think like the more interesting part of Dead Space isn't the necromorphs themselves. Like once you have the explanation of them, it's like, oh, okay, we get it. It's like the plot of every Lovecraftian horror ever. What's interesting is actually the world itself. Like the Unitology organization is fascinating. Like that part's really interesting. That's what I played for, and I think one of the things that Dead Space does really well, is it couches the horror narrative sort of within that kind of more like I guess sociological drama, I suppose. It's a weird way to describe it, but I like by contrast, I think one of the things I really don't like about Resident Evil 4 is that it has a similar setting in a certain respect. It just has no interest in it.
It's kind of window dressing, basically.
Yeah. It's like you've got this really cool setting. You could have like a really, and they've corrected it a little bit with this one. Like with the remake, there are more sections where you actually see like how the people here sort of perceive themselves, how they organize, like why, the nature of the cult. But it's still very bare bones. I think Dead Space is just much more interesting, especially like with the Scientology, the obvious Scientology influence. Oh, here we go. That's what I need. Brilliant. Okay, this will make.
Yeah, but again, it's interesting because it's kind of like background in the first game. But one of the things that kind of like unsettled me about it is that the more and more you read the logs, the more you realize like how influential the Unitologists were in that expedition to Aegis 7. Like the entire crew manifest is basically all full of Unitologists. Like, oh, this is
Well,
interesting.
that's actually something that's actually fairly realistic too.
Mhm.
The LDS Church, and that's the Mormons for those who don't know, and
Mhm.
the Church of Scientology as well have like extensive like land and material holdings. Like they're very wealthy organizations, extremely wealthy organizations. There's a reason why there are so many Mormons who run for presidential office in the United States, and for politics elsewhere. Oh, what's in here? Ooh, vintage compass. So it's actually like it's that's one thing, and you know what? Who else did this pretty well too? Have you seen The Expanse?
I've been hearing recommendations. Unfortunately, I don't really have time to like watch shows.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I mostly play games and render and edit, and I just don't have time to watch shows.
Well, if you get the opportunity, that one does a lot of interesting stuff with that as well. Probably a bit more in depth in the books, but I watched the series, and there's a major plot point is this gigantic ship built by wealthy Mormon donors that's meant to go on this like interstellar pilgrimage or something. And it's actually really cool because the interior is designed like the muraled interior of an actual Mormon cathedral, if you've ever seen like footage of that before. It's actually really, really fascinating. Mormon cathedrals are very interesting. They look almost like unrendered Catholic cathedrals from the outside, but the inside is much more like dispersed. So they look like they would have like a big central hall like a typical cathedral would, but they don't. It's comprised of a bunch of different rooms stacked on top of each other, like small rooms. It's like a maze. They're really interesting, which is not an endorsement of the religion by any stretch, but
I don't know. This might be to quote Max. This conversation might be your christening.
well, there might be more money in it.
Yeah. You said you read H.P. Lovecraft. What's your favorite story by him? Because I love him myself.
Shadow over Innsmouth, honestly.
Oh, good one.
I like the horror in a lot of them is more effective and sort of deeper, but I like Shadow over Innsmouth just because it's the most layered. You get introduced to. It's very similar to Dead Space, actually. It explains, it delivers the horror like slowly through like a really textured social backdrop, which is really interesting. It's also like one of his best just in terms of like just description. Like the way he paints Innsmouth itself is, there's a lot more of a sense of place there than a lot of his other books, which tend to go like really abstract. I think it's called The Account of Randolph Carter. It's been a hot minute. Let me double check here.
Sure. I know you're talking about too, though. Innsmouth itself, I would not want to go there. It seems like a place full of disease, sludge, and just dreariness. It's gross.
A Statement of Randolph Carter. I think The Statement of Randolph Carter is my second favorite, and I think it's like cliche, but I think The Call of Cthulhu kind of ties with that one too. But those ones again get more like abstract, and they don't give you as much in the way of like you don't get like a real sense of like there being other things in the world than just the narrator, a bunch of spooky non-white people who are in the thrall of some ancient god or something, and the monster itself. I think Innsmouth is the first one where, and probably, I mean, there's a ton of that stuff too as well, don't get me wrong, but I think Innsmouth in particular, because it's dealing with characters he has to treat as people, there's like an actual interesting character drama in the background of the lore. So, like, Obadiah Marsh is an interesting character to read about. Um, oh my god, I fucking hate this level so much. This is actually just unreal.
That'd be a slog for you.
This is just ridiculous. It doesn't correspond to like your character's like movements or speed or anything. So it's like I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's a skill issue. It literally feels like this area is just random. I'm just bitching because I suck at it, but still.
I will say though, like halfway through the game, it does turn into like a coke trip in terms of the mazes and the puzzles.
Does it? It gets worse?
Oh yes, yes. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Shadow over Innsmouth. I love the Gilman house sequence where he's frantically locking doors and like.
Have you played
it
the
doesn't
game?
even have to be. No, I haven't. I want to.
Good luck getting it to run on your system. But if you can, its portrayal of the Gilman house is actually pretty solid.
Yeah.
I quite like it for that.
It's basically an every night at an Airbnb. I'm a huge fan of the Mountains of Madness.
Mountains of Madness is a bit of a slog though. That's my problem with that one. Like that one's the setting is more interesting than the actual delivery. It's the first one you get like an actual like live depiction of a Shuggoth though, so that's a thing.
Oh, it's great. I kind of have a bias towards like because with sci-fi with me, I just like exploring like not necessarily like the imagery, but like the inner workings of like the different alien species. And like when he talks about the other things, it's so clear that the scientists are like out of their depth of field with it.
And then there's also like that's the one where he has that like phobia of penguins come out.
Did he actually have a phobia of penguins?
Apparently he found them to be like some of the creepiest things on earth. He hated penguins.
What?
I think he had like a horror of anything sort of vaguely bipedal. That wasn't like human. Because like that's a major factor in a lot of his, and it actually ties into his racism as well. He spends a lot of time like describing his monsters as being like examples of some kind of degenerate form of humanity or something. Like that's like a major focus. Even in the Shadow over Innsmouth, it's just a little bit obscured by the fact that these are mostly like white people who are the primary victims in this one. But even then though, like Obadiah Marsh gets the device by which he communicates with the Deep Ones from like island people from I can't remember where. So it's like a bleed over. Yeah, that's like a major. Yeah, the racism in Lovecraft is not exaggerated. It's actually almost the core of a lot of the horror itself, because like the fear of some kind of genetic impurity is a massive factor. He spends a lot of time talking about like mixed blood and whatnot as the cause of some kind of issue or something.
Like the Innsmouth disease, or the
Innsmouth
deep one.
look.
Yeah.
The Innsmouth.
Yeah, that's what he call it. Yeah, that's what he called it.
Yeah. And there's there's several characters who put it down to him having children with like South Sea Islanders or something. It's tricky because I have a lot of my memory of it comes from the I don't know if what is it called, the Midnight Radio Productions or something. There's a radio there's an audio rendition of it, a dramatic one that's really well done on YouTube.
Oh, the BBC one. That one is
not
fantastic.
BBC. It's something. It's Sunset Studios Productions.
Okay,
it's something else, but it was very good. They also did the Mountains of Madness. I haven't listened to that one yet.
It's great. It's awesome. I have a huge bias towards it. It's not for everyone though, because again, it's written in fine English, and same with the Innsmouth one. I heard a thing though that I don't know if this is true or not, but didn't he kind of become more relaxed with his bigoted views like before he died? Like I have no idea.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. He's dead. Like
Yeah,
good,
sure, we
good for
can't ask
good
him.
for him, I guess. If he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anywho, I'm pretty sick today.
Yeah,
My
no
voice
worries.
is
I'm
very
feeling pretty
nasally.
under the weather myself, and I have to go on to
Yeah.
talk to Aiko after this as well. So,
Okay.
have a good night. Take care. Thanks for coming on.
You too.
Sure.
Okay. Bye.
All right, who have we got next? I feel like Kalinda's been waiting a little while. We'll bring them on. Hey, Kalinda, how you doing?
Oh my god, it's you. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Sorry, I'm playing Overwatch because I was waiting for you to have me on. Here, I'll just leave the game because I'm
No, I'm playing Resident Evil. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I know, but I can't concentrate if I'm gonna have this discussion with you.
Well, me neither. So it'll be an even fight.
Okay. Hold on. So all right, fuck. What I'm just gonna ask you.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, just straight up, hi, I'm from DGG. You did a really good job with Mr. Girl. I hope Steven paid you a lot of money for that.
Oh, I'm taking a vacation. He's paying for the whole thing. It's great.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he was broke from having paid for everyone, so...
Well, I mean, with what I was charging, he may very well be.
Oh, damn. Yeah, well, I mean, he also had to pay Wick and Kidology.
Yeah, but between you and me, Wick got shortchanged.
Ha! Well, damn. I'll try not to say anything to him about that. Okay, so yeah, like, you did do a good job with Mr. Grill, and I think you are a funny dude. I have, like, some other general ideological issues with you, because obviously, like, I'm a Destiny fan, and I'm a
Whoa.
pragmatist and a sock dem and shit, but,
Oh, I like pragmatists. Pragmatists are cool.
yeah, I am. But, I'm also, I guess...
Oh, I shot Ashley. That's not good.
Oh, damn. Actually, I'm gonna look at the stream. I've never played a Resident Evil game before,
Me
so...
neither, as you can plainly see.
Wait, really? Oh, damn.
No, that's not true. I've played and failed at them multiple times. I played the original one on stream a little while ago, like the remake. It's good. I'm just bad at it. Very bad at it.
I watched Vosh play Resident Evil: The Village, like back when I was watching Vosh, and it was good.
That
It
wouldn't
was
have been
very
too long ago.
entertaining.
What turned you off Vosh so recently?
Vosh was confidently wrong about history, and it pissed me the fuck
Oh,
off.
well, join the club.
I don't. So this I actually kind of, I don't know if you agree, but every time Vosh has a problem where he seems to think that, or he makes too many fucking Nazi comparisons, and it was his conversation with Luke Beasley. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I don't even recognize the name, so probably not.
Luke Beasley is like he's like a SOCDEM YouTube commentator guy. Unfortunately, he didn't know enough about Nazi Germany to refute Vosh's arguments either, because like in that debate, it was before the midterms. Vosh was trying to make the argument that that like he almost sort of called for violence, but not really, but kind of. But obviously he didn't, because you can't do that on YouTube. But he was trying to make the argument that like America is like the Weimar Republic as it is right now, and like the rise of fascism is imminent, and I just yeah. And also he kept asking the question, at what point would it have been acceptable for the Jews to rise up against the Nazis, like violently? And never mind the fact that, I mean, if they did in Germany, at least, it probably would have ended badly for them, as is evidenced by what happened with Kristallnacht, and that wasn't even done by a German Jew, or the instigating event for that wasn't done by a German Jew, and really the Nazis just use that as an excuse. But like, imagine if like a bunch of Jews in Nazi Germany had been really violent. Like, I don't even, yeah. But I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, I think the point is fair. Like the practicality of it is a separate question. I think, though, given what happened in Germany, like with the benefit of hindsight, it's kind of difficult to say that almost any measure would be like out of tune with the kinds of things that were being done to the Jews and other groups in Nazi Germany.
Oh
given
no,
what we know.
it would have been morally justified. I'm not saying that it wouldn't have. It absolutely would have been. It's just that it sounded like Vosh was trying to say that like violence against Republican legislators is justified. you know.
I mean, once again, like on the moral level, it depends on who you're talking about, but they are.
I mean, it could be
they are like
morally-
deliberately targeting an entire population of people right now.
Yeah. See, that's actually what I was here for. I don't think it's a genocide against trans people.
Well, I don't think the genocide is new. Like when you look into the actual history of how trans people have been dealt with by medicine and by policy, the attitude has been essentially exterminationist until very recently, and there's been a tendency recently towards returning to that. So it's more of a genocide that's been ongoing for a very long time that we've winded back on a little bit, and now we're going back on.
I don't.
It's not like the kind of thing that happened in Nazi Germany, where there's like a deliberate effort to round people up, put them into a thing, and exterminate them that way. But it definitely meets the definition of genocide by many different lights.
I don't. Okay, so I did watch a bunch of your other videos to prepare for this discussion because I knew I was going to come on here and talk to you about this.
Well, you have the advantage over me then, because I haven't watched my own videos in a long time.
Yeah, and I also I remember your debate with Sonzel too, and I believe that in there you said that you didn't know if there was a written order by Hitler for the Holocaust or something like that.
There was. I just didn't know off the top of my head. I had to look at it.
No, there wasn't. Not from Hitler himself. That's one of.
Well, I thought there was. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought there was like documentation found that essentially.
That Hitler had ordered it like personally.
Oh, Hitler! I don't know. I don't know if Hitler personally did.
No, Hitler. Well, I mean, he did, or at least like it's fair to assume that he did.
But we don't have like a piece of paper where.
Yeah,
Hitler,
no,
Hitler
we
says, yeah.
we don't. Because the T4 euthanasia program, there is a piece of paper that he signed for that, which was when they were taking the mentally ill people and killing them. But people in Germany were very upset about that. Like there was enough outcry that they actually stopped doing it within the public eye because it was very visible when it first started. Like vans would come and take people's mentally ill relatives away, and then or their physically disabled relatives. Usually it was. Although I imagine that if you had like enough depression that you probably would have qualified. I don't know exactly because I don't know like a shitload about that.
I have a feeling they wouldn't. I have a feeling they wouldn't have qualified depression for that. That seems like something that they would be a little bit. That they would not be amenable to. That seems like one of those things that. I don't know. That seems like almost. It seems almost like too sensitive to like complex psychological issues to care about for a eugenicist?
Yeah, maybe. Although I don't know. I mean, I've seen people make other arguments about I
have to grab something at the door. Can you like hold for like a couple minutes and I'll come back and we'll resume the conversation? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Thank you. I'll be right back, guys. Hey, sorry, but that's still there?
Yes,
Brilliant.
I am
Sorry, just
indeed.
had a cascade of things to deal with all of a sudden.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Where were we?
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll just ask you a question.
Sure.
We were talking about Nazi Germany,
Right.
but oh, well, actually, I guess not ask you a question. I guess like I'll kind of make my case. So in your video, I watched your video where you were responding to Lonerbox, and you also repeated it here again too. Is you said that like genocide has been going on for a long time against like
Yes.
trans people and whatnot.
Yeah.
I
It
kind of
emerges.
feel like
It emerges originally, just for clarification, at that point. It emerges originally in the work of somebody called Kraft Ebing, who understood.
yeah, I know.
Oh.
I know.
Okay,
I
good.
watched that video too.
Right. Okay.
Where you talked about that.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, because it was at that point where like eugenics and like scientific racism, or I guess like using science as a thing, as like a weapon to discriminate against people, or to justify discrimination against people, kind of replaced, like I would say it probably replaced religion. Because before that we just used religion, right?
I wouldn't even say he was doing that. He thought he was helping them.
Yeah, yeah, of course he thought that he was, although I guess like in some ways, like there was also a frame like that too for some of them, depending on like where you go with that, right? Like I was surprised to learn the number. I went and I read a whole bunch about this yesterday as I was preparing for this. I was surprised to learn the number of Black people who were that like W.E. Du Bois was like in favor of like birth control within the Black community in like a eugenics sort of way to try and like weed out like the badder parts.
It was
the
very
community.
widespread.
Yeah. And obviously people cite Margaret Sanger a lot as well, and yeah, but like the reasons why they wanted to do it are different than the reasons why white people probably wanted to do it, and that kind of made it a bit different. But I guess for me the thing is that I couldn't find any information or anything that said that the government was forcing people on the basis of them being trans to get sterilized.
There were inverts who were being sterilized. The category of trans didn't exist then. So what would happen is you would have...
You mean intersex people?
No, I mean inverts. This is a category that doesn't exist anymore. This is where trans people come from in medical literature.
Oh, the thing
Yes.
that yeah, the guy.
Yeah, so they weren't called trans people back then. That was a later term, because what they understood what we would call trans people to be essentially like a certain intensity of homosexual, because he assumed that gay people
Yeah.
were embodying elements of the opposite sex. That was the pathology that he was ascribing to them. Fuck, I'm gonna die again, aren't I?
By the way, they did that. I don't know if this is true or not. I think I read this a long time ago on Wikipedia. Apparently, in Iran, they if you're caught and you're gay, then like they'll forcefully SRS you to be the opposite sex, or at least that is something that they can do. I don't know if that's true. That sounds wild.
I'm not familiar with that, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
it's Iran on gay people, so.
I guess I wouldn't be surprised if it was that terrible. But yeah, okay. So I guess like what I'm looking for here though basically is like, because you made a lot of comparisons to the residential schools.
Yeah.
When you were talking about the way trans people are being treated today, and I guess like
with respect to policy proposals and actual instances, although those are mercifully much fewer, where children are actually taken away from their parents for being allowed to have like certain procedures done too early, or for being like treated as their preferred gender pronouns or so forth.
Yeah. I don't know if I know they wanted to do that in Texas, but I don't know if they've managed to take a single kid, because like people are fighting it in courts.
I think there's been one case, and I'll have to review it because it's been a hot minute.
Yeah, I'd have to look that up. I think that's one of my problems though as well too, with like out and out. See, my problem with calling this a genocide is that there are so many barriers that exist right now to making it a genocide.
This is an article from December 15th, 2021. She supported
you
her
pulled
child
it up.
being trans, so the state separated them, is the case of Katie Churchill just at the beginning. So I'll read out like the first couple paragraphs so you know what we're talking about. So at
Oh,
first,
you can link it. But okay, go ahead.
yeah, I can do
Sure.
that. I haven't read this yet, so I don't know what's in here. But this sounds like the case I had found before. Here, let me see. Can I just... I can. It is that easy. I need to send you a friend request first. Oh, I guess I can put it in open chat. There we go. Yeah, so you can see it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, you can't send me links? You sent me a message. That's weird.
No, I sent you a friend request.
Oh, yeah, but before that you sent
Oh,
me...
I did! Wait a minute. Hang on. Yeah, you're right. Okay, no, it's just being weird. For some reason, it didn't give me the option to send you a message while the friend request thing was active. Okay. Well, there you go. That works. So, let me see here.
Where was this?
In 2014, Katie found a card from a CPS worker. Anonymous report was made for potential abuse and neglect of children. CPS found there was enough evidence to initiate a case alleging that Katie had, among other things, pushed her son against his will to identify as transgender. The agency recommended to a court that Katie's children be removed and placed with their fathers.
What state was this in? Does it say?
I thought it said Tennessee for some reason. Let me see.
Wait, this was in 2014?
Looks like that, yeah.
Okay, that's a long ass time ago.
It's not that long
I don't.
ago. It's only...
Well, yeah, I know, but it feels like it's a long ass time ago. The reason why it surprises me is because that's.
Oh, here we go. In Texas, a 2019 custody battle over 7-year-old trans girl Luna Younger became a lightning rod for right-wing provocateurs like Donald Trump Jr. and Senator Cruz. I don't think. Yeah, so in August, the judge awarded Luna's mother full custody. So they definitely attempted to.
Yeah.
It seems like that's one case where they were successful. I'd have to look, but like the issue is not the scale. Like it's a good thing if there's fewer of them.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about like the scale. My point though is that like I have trouble like the thing about the residential schools is that was a wide scale thing. I don't remember the exact number, but I think they said it was like 300,000 plus kids, and
scale.
It wasn't just
it's a scale. That's
yeah, it was. And like I have no problem, even though I don't know if it's officially recognized by the UN or whatever, but I have no problem calling that a cultural genocide because that was the point. They did want to do that. They wanted to take like the government, like that was the intent, obviously, and like you could find the intent was there, but they were doing it. And like the other thing too is that like those Native kids had no recourse. Like their families had no recourse. Whereas at least here you could say that like they do. And I think that like I think we do need to say something about like institutional barriers
I mean they have recourse insofar as they can appeal to a court that may just be bigoted against them, so it just won't hear their case. Like the reason why the parents had no recourse is because they weren't told where their children were taken. Would they
have had it if they even knew?
Well, yeah, they would have. Well, I mean.
But the Native parents, though, like I don't even know, because that was like did they even really have any legal rights?
They would have about as much recourse as somebody who is facing a court questioning whether or not they have the right to raise their own children. That is bigoted against trans people as a category, or doesn't consider the category of trans people as real, so that any measure that is taken to help a kid deal with like gender dysphoria or whatever, is treated as de facto abuse. They actually can't have their case really heard, even if they're allowed to state it. So I think in that case there's some parity. Now I don't know like how far you want to take the comparison, like how precisely identical they are. But the issue for me again is like the kind of thing that they're facing. It's not scale. So I think
it's not even just about the scale. That's actually not my. I can draw another.
Oh no, I'm not sorry, not to deter you from doing so yet, but just very quickly before we continue. Like I would consider it to be genocidal, at the very least in intent as a project, even if just by sheer dumb luck. They sent all the agents out to collect the children to bring them to the schools, and they couldn't find them. They were just incompetent. Like that would still be genocidal in terms of what they were trying to do.
Okay, but like, do you think there's a difference between something being genocidal and something actually like crossing the line into a genocide? Because the Nazis had a lot of rhetoric before 1941 that was genocidal.
Not really. We tend to talk about a genocide in the past tense when like some kind of massacre has taken place that severely depleted a population. But when we're talking about genocidal, we're talking about things that contribute to an active project of genocide. So in this particular case, it's you're geared towards the elimination.
I mean,
of a group, right?
there are genocides that are happening right now that we understand, like that are genocides that have reached like the state, like what's happening to the Uyghurs in China or in Myanmar, the Rohingya Muslims. Like these are things that we understand. I think when Rwanda was going on, I think that we recognized that it was a genocide, even though we didn't do fuck all to stop it. Or Bosnia, like we recognize that, and that was like my understanding why we interfered there. But I don't know that much about that, like Bosnia. But like, so I mean, like we can definitely like we don't need to say, oh my God, like I can't call it a genocide until after it's already happened or whatever. It's just that my issue is that I feel like when you call something, when you say this is a genocide, this genocide is happening right now, that you are contributing to a level of doomerism and blackpilling that seems like.
Think so?
Yeah,
that would assume that like it being a genocide means that nothing can be done about it. I don't think that's true at all. I think that's why it's important to highlight it for what it is. I think it can be addressed.
The thing though is that usually when we say genocide, typically the primary response to that is violent resistance.
Not really, actually.
I'm going to call my congressperson.
Well, when was the last time we effectively responded to a genocide with violent resistance? And incidentally, like if it is the case where it's like the Jews in Nazi Germany, like would you disagree if that's not like that shouldn't be on the table? Like we're talking about like in some cases where people are literally being like violently targeted for extermination, like in a very very blunt and literal sense.
Where at what point are you asking that question?
At the point where it becomes known that a party with a very real chance of obtaining very real power is actively attempting to use the power of the state to exterminate a group of people.
Oh, okay, but like at what point? Oh my God, because that's like, a lot of the Jews who thought that things might get worse, they started leaving, and unfortunately, some of them weren't able to get farther away than France. Yeah. Which is shitty because it meant that they weren't actually able to escape. Yeah. But I don't. The thing is that Okay, Three Arrows has a really good video about this where he, hilariously enough, is actually going after Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro made a bunch of, and other conservatives love to make this stupid argument about how if the Jews all had guns in Nazi Germany, then they would have been able to fight back and resist their oppression, and he talks about like how that's not really true, and how even if they did, like there weren't even that many Jews in Nazi Germany. I don't even think that there were 1 million. The number of Jews in Nazi Germany was not that many. The majority of the Jews that were killed were the ones who were living in Poland and other parts of Europe. All the death camps were in Poland too. Like it was like I don't. The number of Polish Jews was so high, and the number that they killed was I don't know. I think it might have been like upwards of at least 1 million. The number of Jews that were in Poland before the war and after, like the difference is striking. And I feel like I've seen you walk up that same set of stairs multiple times and shoot that guy in the head.
You have.
Who apparently doesn't die ever.
No, this is just I'm either brutally bad at this game, or this sequence is just ridiculously unfair, and I'm feeling it's the latter at this point. Because I feel like the pace of the enemy fire is not correspondent to what I'm capable of doing in the game, and it doesn't seem like there's any way to actually like the what do you call it? The damage perimeter, I guess.
Is there a the hitbox? Is there a difficulty? A difficulty? Can you choose the difficulty? Because I remember
but I feel like that's letting the game win.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what Vosh did when he played The Village. He like fucking was like, all right, fuck it, we're doing it, and he cranked it up to the hardest goddamn difficulty. Truly, he learned from Destiny because that's how he likes to play games too.
I am not on the hardest. I think I'm on normal, but it's hard enough.
Yeah. I might tune in and see if Vosh is playing this game because
I think he is right
watching Vosh play. Oh, well, that's good because watching Vosh play video games is still very entertaining. Yeah, but fuck. Now I can't even remember what.
Okay, well, here's my immediate response to that. Okay, maybe there's a practical explanation that Three Arrows has for why it would be a bad idea pragmatically for the Jews to arm themselves and rise up against their Nazi oppressors in Nazi Germany. Maybe there's like a really strong case to be made on that front. However, when we're talking about groups using the power of the state to eliminate entire other groups, their fellow citizens, that's one of those cases where all bets are off. Like there isn't a normative case to be made there for maintaining to some kind of like civility politics or some kind of like ideal liberal.
Oh no, I'm not talking about making civility politics. I'm talking purely like from a practical point of view.
No, sure, but like from a practical point,
to save your own ass.
Sure, practically, but from a practical point of view as well, everything has to be on the table at that point because now it's an elimination game, right? Like this isn't a situation where you can say like, oh well, it would be really terrible if people got hurt, so we need to like watch our language. It's like, well no, people will get hurt if you watch your language or not. It's a matter of who gets hurt, how many, and how. So
yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
I guess like, but in terms of, so no, I can tell you like what Three Arrows' point was is that like essentially from what I recall, I watched that video a few months ago.
Sure.
But my recollection of it is that he said that practically speaking, they wouldn't have been able to do much if they did rise up.
Yeah.
Because there was not very many of them. And unfortunately, Nazism in Germany at that point was the mainstream ideology.
Yeah. And that's definitely
had
true.
The popular support.
That's definitely true for trans people as well. Like you have no argument from me.
I don't know if that's entirely true.
I mean, they're way less numerous than Jews were. I mean, good.
Oh no! Oh yeah. That's true. They are, but the number of Americans who like are like, this was something else that I disagree with you on. Okay. I don't think that we are going to be able to put like the trans genie back in the bottle, as it were, in the way that Republicans want.
Oh, me neither. I don't think it'll be successful. But I think what they're attempting is absolutely genocidal, in that it's attempting to.
I don't mean that. I mean like you're saying that like that they want to eliminate them as a. And by the way, listen, I don't necessarily disagree that it's genocidal. I just disagree with you about like the use of that word. Like I think that if you made Michael Knowles or Matt Welch the God Emperor of America, they would absolutely create an insane theocracy that would force me as a woman to be chained to the oven in the kitchen and like spitting out kids constantly and put all trans and gay and lesbian and bisexual people into conversion therapy centers until they stopped being those things. Like that is absolutely like the kind of world that they would want, like whatever they could think of, because those two people and a lot of the Republican Party are like fucking insane. It's just that like I don't think that I don't like I think that genocide is a very extreme. It's a very specific term that we came up with, or rather that Lemkin came up with specifically at the time to describe two particular instances of like when we think of it, it's like the epitome of like evil. It's like the worst thing that you could possibly do to a group of people.
Well, not really. He was specifically talking about like the
Armenian genocide.
Well, not just the Armenian genocide though, because if you actually read his book on it, where he details it, he allows for things like targeting stuff that's softer than just genetic groups or national groups or things like that. The reason why the UN definition is so particular is because that was a consensus reached by groups that were actively partaking in cultural genocide.
Yeah. It's because Stalin and the Russian. Yeah,
I'm talking about not just Stalin and the Russians, also Canada. Like. Oh
yeah. I'm sure that I'm also Canadian, by the way. I'm sure that we were part of that. Hey, I like being Canadian. I like our free fucking healthcare.
I like being Canadian. I just don't like Canada. There's a distinction there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I just like some parts of Canada, but I actually haven't been anywhere outside of Ontario anyway, but I mean, Alberta seems pretty fucking crazy. Although I don't know, like at least trans people seem to have it better here than in America. That's for sure. Like my friend is
Yep.
working on transition, and she's going to be able to get all of it covered by the government. And yeah, so that's nice. It was kind of a long wait time, but I mean, it's all going to be covered.
Yeah, that's something.
We should fix the wait time, but okay, yeah, but like I understand what you're saying. Like, listen, if I had my way, okay, I think that like you should broaden the number of groups that would be covered under genocide. But I still think that what is a genocide would not necessarily like I still think that is like as a term is like it sort of like describes something incredibly extreme. And like I think that we are still at the systemic discrimination, albeit the extreme end of systemic discrimination. Jesus, these monks are fucking invincible. What the hell?
Yeah. Oh, I just shot Ashley again.
God damn it.
Okay, so the objection is the extremeness of the language.
Yeah, and because that I don't feel when I say the word genocide or when someone says the word genocide, this is what comes to mind. Okay.
What definitely doesn't come to mind though are people from a religious group being taken away from their parents to be re-educated for work purposes, right? Would you consider
you
that
mean
genocidal?
well, no, that's a cultural genocide. Are you talking about the
Well, gender's a cultural
you
category,
shot her
right?
again.
Would you consider it to be a cultural genocide if an entire cultural category of persona was systematically deleted?
I think that there's more to gender than it being just a cultural category.
Oh, I disagree entirely. I think gender's an entirely cultural category.
You don't. Okay, well now this takes us into a different area. You don't think that there is anything like you don't think that anyone has any sort of internal experience of gender that provokes them from having that provokes them to have gender dysphoria?
No, I think people absolutely do have an internal experience of gender that provokes them to have gender dysphoria. However, what's the source of that? There's nothing about having a vagina, for example, that entails that you should stay at home, do like soft women's work or whatever they call it. Have like pink clothes and play with Barbies and whatnot. That's
you're talking about gender roles though that are culturally assigned.
Yeah, but that's what gender is.
Yeah, but I would argue that there is more to it than that. Like, I do think that there is something that we feel ourselves internally, and obviously, like, the line between where that and the social construct is incredibly blurry, because I have no idea. Like, if I was on a desert island and I had gender dysphoria, and I had no concept of what gender dysphoria was, and like, I guess it was just maybe me and like a dude, and I thought that I was like. I thought that I was in the wrong body and that I was like a trans man or that I should be like a trans man. Obviously, like I would lack the vocabulary to describe these things, but I do feel like that I would feel like there was something wrong with me. Like I do still feel like you can experience that mismatch and that you do have some sort of internal experience. It's just that the way that you experience it is probably different.
Yeah, well, one's bodily dysphoria, right, and one's gender dysphoria. So you can have bodily dysphoria and still be comfortable with your culturally assigned gender. Like those aren't contradictory.
I mean, it depends. Like, so, like, are you saying that gender dysphoria or that like people who think that they're oh my God, cat. Do you think that people who think that they're I can turn on the cat or the camera if you want to, my camera if you want, so that everyone can see my fluffy animal.
If you want to, that's fine, but you don't have to at all.
Yeah, okay. I think that
if you want to, I can do that. That's totally fine by me.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't know how much longer you have.
Probably got a little bit longer. I've got a couple people waiting to talk to as well, so we'll.
Okay. Oh shit. I have OBS running right now, so I'm just gonna see if I can.
Well, you should be able to just turn on your virtual camera.
Yeah, I know. I'm also using Linux, but I believe I have the virtual camera set up. I think I set that up before. Oh, apparently not. I don't know where the hell it is. I don't. Where do you know where the virtual camera is in OBS? I don't even
On the right
know.
bar, you see where it says like streaming, start recording.
Yeah.
Under recording, virtual camera.
Oh shit! It was there. I don't know what happened to it. It's been a while since I've done this, so I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. In any case, yeah, like you're talking about body dysmorphia or body body dysphoria and gender dysphoria.
Yeah. Like there are people, for example, who feel like an intense psychological need to have some limb removed or disabled.
Oh yeah, I know. But like, if you feel as though you should have a penis instead of a vagina, and that is like a contributing factor to your gender dysphoria, like, is that not like?
Well, that would be if it's contributing to gender dysphoria, then it's gender dysphoria as well. But if it's the organ itself, you can, for example, have that exact same impulse and still like understand yourself as male gendered, right? Like you can be deeply disturbed by the presence of an organ, in like a deep, visceral and persistent way, and for that not to impinge on your gender identity, or for that not to be related to your gender identity. These are distinctly possible.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking specifically about, like, I'm saying that I do still think, at least, and this is just based on, like, I guess what some other trans people have said. Like, I think ContraPoint said this in a conversation with Destiny once, that she thought that she would still feel her gender dysphoria if she like was on a desert island or whatever, and that's where she grew up. Like, I do think that, like, I think that, like, if someone has gender dysphoria, obviously the way in which it manifests and like the way that we express those feelings or whatever, absolutely is like, it comes like from social shit. I just don't think that it's all like that. I do think there's something internal, like, in our minds.
Well, inevitably, I mean inevitably, and I agree with you, but our perception of even what gender is, that itself is socially inculcated. That's not something we're born with.
Well, I mean, yeah, because that's because that we like to put things into boxes, because humans like to categorize things, right? Like,
well, not just that though. It's not just because we like to categorize things. It's because we've inherited specific categories that have a very particular history. Like, particular things were done, decisions were made, people lived, some people died, with the result that some social practices became the norm and are sort of like taught to us over and over and over again. From the time we're born to the time we die, and it's only very recently that people have like started seriously criticizing the manner in which we onboard these ideas.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I know, but like, I guess, like, it's really complicated in terms of like where that line is, but I just don't. I think that there's something there. I do think that there is, I guess, like, as Destiny puts it, an underlying fact of the matter with regards to like being trans and having gender dysphoria and whatnot.
I mean, there would be, like, saying something is socially inculcated doesn't mean there's not an underlying fact of the matter. That just means the fact of the matter is sourced in someone's history outside of the womb in all likelihood.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we don't even know exactly where, like if people who have gender dysphoria are born with it, or if it's something that starts very early. Just like we don't know with like homosexuality or like heterosexual or anything.
Well, it can be. It's probably a mix of both and differs by person.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, that makes more sense, because
much
of what
to put some more strength on your position, like there's probably like a disposition that is not socially inculcated that makes somebody more likely to experience gender dysphoria, or to identify as the opposite of their assigned birth sex later on in life in this particular cultural setting. I mean, that's probably true.
Yeah.
I'm guessing,
absolutely.
But I think that makes sense to me, at least.
Yeah, no. Usually, I almost always like to err on the side of things are usually a balance between the two, which is usually how I thought. Like, when I went to university, that was typically my answer to every. Let's have an argument about intentionalism versus functionalism within the Holocaust studies or other such shit like that. But like it, but so like I don't think that like gender like, I think that because there is something deeper to it than that. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily fair to say like it's a cultural genocide. If you want to say that,
hang on, let's examine that for a second. what about Uyghur Muslims? Is there something necessary about a Uyghur Muslim's identity as a Muslim from birth, or is that once again like a culturally inculcated?
Well, no, but that's a cultural genocide. Although that might just be bordering on actual genocide. I don't remember, but like that's also an exceedingly extreme thing too, because like in that case, like they were taking people from their homes, putting them in detention centers.
Sure.
And brainwashing them, and I'm pretty sure they're forcefully sterilizing them too, or at least some of them, and like
Well,
essentially telling them
until very recently, you were sterilized if you were identified as an invert, and you could be a condition of you getting treatment, which, as we know, is a condition of many trans people living past a certain age. If you wanted treatment, you had to get it in an order that sterilized you as well in the process.
When you say treatment, are you talking about SRS? Because that's different than like treatment. Because I looked this up too after I saw that you were talking about.
I'm talking about things like mastectomies, hormone treatment, things like that.
Okay, yeah, like I
think it was only in 2017 that there was a rule passed that made it so that you couldn't require sterilization as part of treatment.
Okay, I see. I would like you to send me that, because I looked around and I was having trouble. Like, I could not find any instances of laws that like forced you to get sterilized because you were trans, or I guess if you came forward. Most of what I found was, and I know that these laws still exist on the books today. I would consider it an extreme form of gatekeeping with regards to the, like I think in Georgia, for example, they forced you to get SRS, some form of SRS. I think I looked it up actually, and I think the state of the law says like, you must provide evidence that you got gender, or that you had your biological sex altered via surgical procedure. And like that probably means bottom surgery. I don't know what like, unless they accept. I found some articles that seem to suggest maybe they might accept top surgery, because there were some trans people that were trying to like get it approved based on like getting breast augmentation and whatnot. But I don't know about that. I did try to find like stuff relating to that. I still don't know if I would necessarily, because like I guess the force is sort of like a strong thing here. Like if you come forward to try to get treatment. Oh. Is this in America?
This is in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, those Europeans, some wacky shit. Oh yeah, I think I remember. I think I found this. I was specifically looking for the United States, but because it seemed like a lot of the shit that happened in the United States with eugenics and whatnot, it looked like most of the forced sterilization laws had to do with criminals and like mentally ill people.
Yeah, but if you consider homosexuality a mental
or not
illness,
mentally ill.
if you
not physically disabled people. That's what I
mentally
meant.
ill people were also sterilized.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that they were. I imagine that's the case. Although it sounded like for the people with disabilities who were sterilized, it sounded like that was shit that wasn't necessarily done because that the state required it to be done, but that it was done like at the behest of like their families or something, or like it was something that happened if your family submitted you for treatment.
I think we would both agree it doesn't particularly matter if the state is doing it. The reason why I bring up people trying to use the power of the state is because it changes the nature of the threat. We aren't talking about like a small group of like, I don't know, Westboro Baptist Church type lunatics who are trying to get trans people's access to life-saving treatment removed, or to get their like recognition in public spaces revoked. What we're talking about are a very large political party with a lot of money behind it that has a very real chance of actually taking power again in the most powerful country in the world. So it's a bit of a different story. We're not just talking about like a difference of ideologies. We're talking about a difference of ideologies where both sides are vying over a very, very large gun, and one of them has all but avowed their intention to use it against the other one as soon as they get a hold of it. So, like that's the difference here. If we were just talking about like, oh, there's a lot of people in I guess not this country. There are a lot of people in the United States who hate trans people. There are a lot of people in the United States who hate lots of different people. That doesn't make it genocidal. The issue is that that group in particular is being targeted on multiple levels. With both incidental effects and intended effects that will result in the attempted elimination of the category of person. like whether or not they think that trans people are real, they do not want trans people to be a category of thing that exists in society. They want them unrecognized in terms of like washrooms, in terms of media, in terms of politics. They want them not being spoken about in schools, unless they're like some kind of weird aberration that kids can only learn about in sex ed or something.
They won't get the media thing, by the way.
Well, they
I don't
won't get.
really
They
think
probably
there's
won't get
way
any.
of-
They probably won't get any of these things. However, in the course of doing this, they are going to cause a lot of people to suffer and even die, and already have, and that's enough to merit the strong language. It's an attempt. It doesn't have to be a successful. Like hell, did the Nazis manage to kill the Jews? No.
Well, no, they didn't, but they had reached a point where they set up in much the same way as
Sure.
like the CCP has. That's what I mean is like,
Well, I think-
I feel like if I'm going to call it like, I'm waiting for the government of Texas to start rounding up trans kids and throwing them in conversion therapy
Okay,
centers.
see, this is
before
where
yeah.
this is where I have the strongest contention with you on this point. I don't think we should wait that long. I think when we wait that long, the language is
I
pointless.
don't think we should. I don't think we should wait that long. I think we should fight against this tooth and nail.
Yeah, but
it's just that
wait.
I don't.
Hang on, tooth and nail. But that's extreme. That's an extreme way to fight, no?
Well,
Or by
no,
tooth and nail, do you mean like a very sternly worded set of letters?
No, I mean donating to like trans organizations. I mean canvassing. I mean hell, DGG just did a they just had a whole bunch of people on the ground that
Sure.
and helped
Yeah.
win in Wisconsin. So their Supreme Court has like one more liberal on it instead of like a crazy fucking conservative, which could be extremely helpful.
Sure, that's good.
Yeah, shit like that is what I mean, or like any of the legal organizations that are fighting back against.
Hey,
all
look.
of these laws.
I'm not arguing that trans people should take up arms and revolt against the government. What I'm saying though is that like in this particular case, especially given our attitude towards gun ownership generally, like that's debated. I know Destiny's very pro gun ownership.
I'm pragmatically pro-gun ownership in the sense that I don't think there's any fucking like you're not going to take Americans' guns away, and I feel like continuing to try to advocate for
Sure.
it, you're just shooting yourself in the foot politically.
Sure. So look, if trans people want to arm themselves because there are hooligans running about who are making threats against them, and they are being characterized en masse as groomers and whatnot, and we know exactly what people want to do with child groomers, just let them. Honestly.
Oh, I'm not opposed to like trans people arming themselves, although I do think you have to be careful with that because unfortunately we do like they are a vulnerable group of people, and obviously if somebody is suffering from depression or maybe suicidal, they should not buy a gun because that could end badly. But aside from that, yes,
that's pragmatic. That's something to keep in mind on a case by case basis.
Yeah,
and
obviously.
you're right, but I think in terms of like trans people wanting to arm themselves, I especially because of all the stuff that's going on, I don't see anything particularly wrong with that. In terms of
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Here's where I'm going with this, just very quickly. So with respect to the Vosh advocating violence thing, I'm going to do something that really annoys the hell out of me, and I'm going to use the exact same defense I gave for Professor Flowers in his defense.
Oh,
okay?
Jesus Christ!
Oh my God.
I watched that whole conversation, by the way. It was very fucking painful. Thank you. Anyway, go ahead.
That was painful for me too, I assure you. If he's talking about, like, in the event where you have a very large party attempting to use the power of the state to do all these bad things to this particular group, at that point, normatively, by the logic by which we justify basically all political action, it makes no sense to start saying to trans people as a group in particular, no, you can't engage in any kind of political violence because that would be against the rules of the institution that is bent on exterminating you from social life. Because what you're effectively doing is telling a group of people that is being targeted to play by the rules that their enemies aren't, to no discernible benefit to either side, or to anyone except that it makes us, you know, a bit more comfortable. We're not like going off the reservation and being, you know, you get it. So I think in that respect, in terms of saying like, yeah, that should be we can't tell them not to put that on the table. I think that's fair. I do not think that Vosh is the kind of person generally who would ever like advocate for a specific program of violence. Like, hey guys, they've crossed a line. We need to take them down or something like that. I don't get the impression that that's something that he's on board with. So that's how I would characterize him. Like with the Professor Flowers thing. I thought she was making a fairly like basic case. Oh, am I dead again? God damn it. She was making a pretty basic case that a function of being sovereign over your own territory is that you have the right, because there's nothing higher to deter you, of making decisions that can include things that are so bad they might even justify violating the sovereignty of a place to stop it. But nonetheless, they would still have the right. Unless you want to like argue that there's some like higher power or something that dictates what even states can and can't do. That seems unusual.
I don't, other than like, I guess like our own morals or whatever. But
those are our
anything.
morals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Those are attitudes that we were acculturated to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't. I'm not going to say that like the state is beholden to my morals specifically or whatever, because it's not. But I guess like, okay, let me. I was thinking about this before, so let me try and draw like a. Do you think functionally, if I take a person and I lock them in a room and I tell them that they're not allowed to leave and they have to stay there all the time and I treat them like shit and then they get a disease and they die because that I haven't fed them particularly well, do you think that is the same as if I deny medical care to someone for a thing that they need and then they kill themselves? Do you think that I am responsible for this in the same way as with the first one? Keep in mind that within the second one, they are allowed to leave and or seek help somewhere to be able to get medical care if they can or whatever. In the first one, they are literally locked in a room and they can't go anywhere. Do you think those two things are the same?
Well, they're definitionally not the same. There's different consequences and parameters for each. However,
okay,
it gets a little bit.
Do you think they're the same in like severity, or do you think, yeah?
It actually really depends. So, for example, what this immediately evokes for me is that infamous case where Destiny was having an argument. I forget the details, but Destiny was having an argument about affordable housing, and he suggested that the poor should just move somewhere where they can afford.
That wasn't that. Yeah, that okay. To put on my DGG hat, DGGL.
Yes.
He wasn't saying that like that everyone should. He wasn't like doing a lol, pick up your bootstraps, yo thing, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Well, I don't think
thing.
he meant to, but I think what he was not understanding is that relocating yourself is expensive and stressful and takes time. And that's not something a lot of poor people have. Like, it actually makes a lot more sense for most poor people to fight to make where they live as viable as possible.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah.
I am aware of that. And I think that I believe that he is aware of that too, but he was talking about like
Sure.
That doesn't mean that he can't, that like you have to see the difference between advocating for policy for a whole group of people and giving your friend advice about things that they could do to improve their life or whatever, or like try to do, or things that they should set as a goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. I understand like what it is that you are saying. However, I do think that there is still a difference between the state saying that you are not allowed to leave and the state taking something away from you, but still allowing.
I mean, the state
you to
literally
leave.
does that, though, right? Like, you can't leave without a passport without permission by the state.
Yeah, but you can travel from state to state in the United States without any sort of like in government, unless you have, I guess, like a criminal record or some shit.
Sure.
Which is part of what gets me about this whole thing too, as well, is that like is the state of Texas genociding trans people? Is the state of Tennessee genocide? But the state of California isn't. Like the fact that like this isn't, and I don't think either, by the way, that this will be done at the federal level. This is something else that I could I guess maybe try to hope pill people on, but I'll get to that in a minute with regards to like Republicans and actually passing shit like this at the federal level, or passing an abortion ban, for example. But yeah, like I think that matters just in terms of like to what extent, because like organizations could still come in and help you. Just like would you say that if tomorrow the state of Mississippi voted to end all welfare for all poor people there, no more welfare, and now those poor people are no longer getting any kind of government assistance, would you say the state of Mississippi is genociding them, even though they are A, allowed to leave, and B, they can get help from outside organizations that can come in and either help them relocate or just like help them in general?
Well, when we're talking about genocide, it's not a matter of intensity, it's a matter of what is attempted to be done. So as the result of this, a group of people would be functionally eliminated or brute forced out of an area, or their way of life would be destroyed, then I would say that would qualify as genocidal by my lights. I think it would actually qualify as genocidal by Lemkin's lights. With respect to the analogy to trans people, it doesn't cease to be genocidal just because somebody can leave a state in which they are being persecuted. It's great if they can. That's like a nice back door in the event that there's actually no way to salvage the situation. But I don't think that's either here nor there in terms of identifying it as genocidal.
I mean, I think that's really important though, because when we compare it to other genocides, very oftentimes there was no escape. Obviously at the beginning of like the Holocaust, not the genocide, but like the Holocaust. Like Holocaust as a term is often used to refer to like the persecution of the Jews and then also the genocide of the Jews. But like before they decided to make it a genocide, although it's argued that maybe they wanted it to be a genocide the entire time, this is like a hotly debated thing about like exactly whether or not did the Nazis intend to kill the Jews from the very start, or was this a thing that arose out of what happened in the war and shit. This is like I don't think we'll ever know the answer to this. Like people are still arguing about this.
I don't know if that's that contested, but go on.
No, it is. Look up intentionalism versus functionalism. It's not as contested now because that debate is no longer being fought, but like there are two schools of camps with regards to that. I think most historians now tend to come down on like a sort of a middle ground between the two. But there are like ridiculous extremes between the two of those things. But like, so fuck, where was I? God damn it, I think I might have lost it. Oh yeah, in Nazi Germany, when they decided, like, there was no escape. Like, you could not leave. If you were a Jew and you tried to leave, they would arrest you.
No, yeah, and look, yeah, what was done to the Jews in Nazi Germany is of an intensity that we thankfully have not seen with respect to trans people in the United States.
It's the same thing with the residential schools, though, too. Like, those kids were kidnapped from their families, and they were taken to places that were often meant to be really far away from their communities.
Sure, but hang on,
leave.
and that's really bad and worse than anything else they could have done. But had they taken them away with the knowledge of their parents and still like tried to scrub their culture out of them, quite literally sometimes as they did, that would still be genocidal.
Yeah, but part of the reason why it was like I think that they were able to, or the part of the reason why like I would say that like I think the intensity does kind of matter. Like I'm just gonna say, like I think that
I mean sure it matters, but like I think genocide should actually be treated as something a lot more broad than just the bare fact of them carting people off to be gassed. Like I think maybe that's where we disagree. I think that probably like we've reached this impasse where because I think that it is something that and I feel like I do think that it engenders like a level of like I think Vosh has been getting increasingly more doomer lately, not just with like the trans genocide stuff, but just like in general with everything, with Moore v. Harper and all of this other shit that's been going on. Well, we've been on a backwards trajectory with a lot of stuff for a little while now. I don't necessarily blame him for that.
I mean, like, I understand that. It's just that I don't think that like giving into doomerism is like we have to. we have to fight. And like, by the way, that was like another thing. The other thing that like I would think that I would want to talk about as well too is you said that you were a pragmatist, but if that's the case, then like, don't you think that like people, don't you think that liberals and leftists and socialists and whatever should all join together, including like vile, terrible, quote unquote liberals like Destiny? Because I mean, he's done an awful lot of good for political action.
And I would agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that he's seen fit recently to go after a subset of the trans people in his own content. And a whole lot of these people are advocating for just abandoning trans people as a category of advocacy just because they're not that important in the grand scheme of things. I don't respect that at all. I don't think that's something that we should be compromising on.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Which trans people are you talking about here? Are you talking about fucking trans Twitter? Because I don't think that they really represent like a broad portion of, and it depends
I'm talking about like non-binary people and so on and so forth. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening with that.
I mean, he's not opposed to non-binary people. He just doesn't think that xenogender is like or like
What do you suppose xenogenders refers to?
Yeah, I know xenogender people can be non-binary people, or like they usually are non-binary people, but like they're a specific subset of non-binary people.
Well, this is why it becomes very important that gender is actually something that's culturally inculcated and isn't just a de facto part of the human experience, because it's not. If you look historically at how even just along the man and woman sex binary, the contents of these have changed radically over the past few millennia.
I'm
we actually
aware.
have a fairly strong record of that, but they're the result of particular developments that might have been otherwise, which means that these are about as culturally contingent as our notions of private property, of politics, etc., etc. So, that being the case, sex isn't actually determinative of gender because sex is assigned to the gender, not really vice versa historically. We have like roles that we assign people to on the basis of their genitalia. They don't simply fall into them naturally as a function of the genitalia that they're born with. So if you have people who don't fit into that binary, and you're persecuting them on those grounds, what you're essentially doing is insisting that no, man equals penis, woman equals vagina, except in these cases we'll kind of turn a blind eye. That's not like trans inclusive by my lights. That's being sort of permissive to a certain subset of people that don't fit the traditional binary as we've inherited it. I think non-binary people are equally valid to vanilla trans women and trans men in that respect.
I don't disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that like I think that the difference here, and I think that if you want to argue for trans rights and whatnot, I think the best way to make that argument is to talk about gender dysphoria and to talk about the extent to which like this is a group of people that is suffering as a result of a problem that they have. And
but not always though for the same reason, right? Like just as we were talking about, like people can be homosexual for various reasons. For some people, maybe there's a genetic predisposition. Maybe they were always going to be that way, regardless of their life experiences. Maybe for some people, they had to be open to certain experiences in life, and they had certain other experiences that turned them off the opposite sex or things like that. Like there are so many different possible explanations for why somebody would come to identify as X, Y, or Z. And I think in the case of this, once again, if we're specifying gender dysphoria as a necessary condition of being trans, that doesn't make a ton of sense unless we're still fetishizing the sex binary, which we really shouldn't be, because once again, like the gender categories that we have are not actually determined by the range of possible like physical manifestations of human beings. They're determined by a set of historical circumstances where people made particular decisions to put this person here on the basis of this physical characteristic, and this person here on the basis of the other one, and weird stuff happens when people don't match. There's something wrong with them. They're like demigods or something. And like we know that people can operate outside of those things. We know that the categories that we're imposing are not natural. They're things that humans invented. I don't see any reason to insist that only people who fall into like these particular sets of transition, these particular kinds of transition needs, are the only trans people that exist. And like similarly, like there are trans people for whom their physical dysphoria is completely disabling. There are others who can deal with it. It's there, but it's mild, which is why some of them choose, for example, to never get bottom surgery because they value being able to reproduce more than
Yeah.
having their like bodily features
Or the
match
source
their-
of their dysphoria is not like their genitals.
or
It's
that
something-
perfectly possible.
yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe they don't have any physical dysphoria at all, and it's the slotting itself that actually causes issues for them. I imagine a lot of binary people are like this. They don't want to be categorized as a man or a woman because both have connotations and implications that completely run against their actual personalities and where they most appropriately fit into society, like how they actually function.
Yeah, well, no, listen, I'm
Yeah.
entirely in favor of like eliminating like a lot of like these, or actually probably mostly all of these roles. Although as humans, I don't think that we're ever going to abolish gender as a category because we are too fucking obsessed with categories, or we're going to replace it with something else. But like we're going to still retain some sort of category because we like to put things in boxes.
Yeah, but we
it.
can be flexible about our boxes, right? Like there was a time when it was very common to regard Irish people as essentially non-white,
Yeah, I know.
or,
Yeah.
or inferior or gross or whatever. We've shed that for the most part. I used to talk to this one professor a while back who would go off about like Persians and whatnot as if they were trash, and it was gross. Which is one of the reasons why I don't talk to him anymore. That's something we've largely shed. I see no particular reason to think that we are stuck with these categories in particular into perpetuity. It wasn't.
Well, not
it wa-
necessarily in their current form.
Look,
though.
it wasn't even. It wasn't that long ago, like in the grand scheme of things, not that long ago at all, that women couldn't even vote.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I wouldn't be pessimistic about that. I think we can move very far afield from where we are now.
I mean, yeah, like we probably can. I just don't know if we'll necessarily entirely eliminate like categories, but we might expand. Like I think that the more we expand those categories and eliminate like rigid gender roles, the better. Obviously, like I say, like I don't want to be shoved into the kitchen. I want to like continue to work and you know and play video games.
Well,
so...
here's an example of something that might be more palatable. Like, I don't mind the idea of gender norms categorically. I don't like them being assigned on the basis of characteristics that actually have no real relationship to what's appropriate to different members of society to do or to present as. Like, I don't like the idea of biological males being sent into the meat grinder of war on the grounds that, well, they have balls, therefore these are just ugly grunts that we're comfortable just having like torn to shreds like animals.
Yeah.
By the same token, like I don't think that that people with ovaries should be denied the opportunity to engage in like dangerous action like that if it's meaningful to them, and if there's like leave aside like the ethical issues of like women and trans people joining the American military. Besides, like, let's assume all of that was noble and everything. I don't see any basis to deny people the opportunity on the basis of physical characteristics like that from engaging in that the same way as men have done forever. I would like it if roles were determined as if we had like certain norms for treating people with different like dispositions and attitudes, like more gentle or sensitive versus like more hardy or whatnot, like depending on what like what they actually demonstrate is them. I don't have an issue with treating people differently along those lines. Like, for example, I think there's a world of difference between yelling at someone like Steven on stream and yelling at like, I don't know, some sensitive person who's not used to online discussions, who's clearly like having like a difficult time dealing with the pressure. Like, you wouldn't treat those two identically. One would be cruel, one would be like, well, we know we can take it. Right? Yeah. Their biological sex shouldn't factor into that equation, in my opinion.
Well, no, I don't think that it should either.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think that Destiny does describe himself as a transmedicalist. I don't know if I agree with it, although I think he's a much softer transmedicalist than, let's say, fucking Blair White or Buck Angel. Like, Blair White, I'm pretty sure, thinks that you have to get surgery before you can be considered trans. Like, he has said many times that he doesn't think that you need to be, like, so dysphoric that you're going to want to fucking kill yourself if you can't transition. Like, not that level of, like, whatever. Like, I haven't asked him about it or anything. I mean, like, in my books, like, I think that if you feel any kind of mismatch, then, like, I feel like that's enough to call it some sort of dysphoria, even if it's not a severe mismatch. And therefore, I think that that applies. But, like, I think that it's, if you're trying to appeal to, I guess, normies or conservatives or whatever, I feel like the first step would be to say, okay, this is a group of people that is suffering and they have dysphoria, and therefore, like, they need our help. And so we should help them. And I do, and then you can start talking about, like, the other stuff later on. But, like, there are non-binary people who have dysphoria too, and who seek some sort of HRT and whatnot, or do other things in order to, like, make things work. Like, I know non-binary is very complicated. I have a couple of friends who are non-binary, and what they describe to me as non-binary is completely different than the shit that I see on Twitter. And it kind of confuses the hell out of me. I feel like it seems like it's a very wide category. Like, my one friend who is non-binary, like, she doesn't care what pronouns I use, she, he, they. They are completely indifferent to the concept of gender, and they are actually kind of annoyed at being, like, inserted under, like, the trans umbrella, because they don't feel that they're really part of that, because they want nothing to do with gender at all. And yeah, like, it's a very sort of complicated thing. But I don't think that, like, Destiny is like when he came out against non-binary people, or not against, but, like, against the concept of non-binary people, like, the next day I think he said, I got, like, a ton of emails from non-binary people, and okay, yeah, non-binary people are cool, because, like, he just needed to have people explain it to him, you know.
Sure.
So yeah, like, I think that and most of the emails that he gets are from normie, non-binary, and trans people, not, like, fucking people who are on Twitter. I think maybe that's the problem, is that, like, I think to a certain degree there's a lot of craziness on Twitter, or, like, a kind of, like, a level of ridiculousness, and, like, I'm just.
What are you thinking of when you say a level of ridiculousness on Twitter? What do you have in mind?
Oh god, this is gonna get me canceled, and I've barely even begun to exist as a streamer yet. By the way, I'm streaming right now. I think
can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is something you should think about overnight.
Oh no, I have thought about it.
Okay.
It's just
I tried in advance. Go on.
This is always very awkward. No. Okay. I'm not going to make assumptions about what people feel in their mind, because I don't know. But I don't. Okay. Actually, yeah. All right. Here's an example. Crazy shit. Like, gender dysphoria isn't real. So said Philosophy Tube, which I think is a ridiculous statement. And I feel like saying that is just like, and, like, basically her argument was essentially just, we want to transition and therefore that should be enough, which sort of implies to me that she's essentially arguing for some sort of weird anarchist medical system where you walk into a doctor's office and say, hey, give me my fucking drugs because I need them, goddammit, and the doctor goes okay and hands them to you,
I mean, dysphoria will also be self-reported, so that's going to be the case either way.
Yeah, it is, but it's not...
I disagree that that's what she was saying, though, because I don't think she was arguing against, for example, there being any kind of process, especially in the case of youths, where somebody is, like, talking them through and figuring out, to the extent that it's possible, what's going on with this like, person who's, like, dealing with this stuff, because, like, these are big decisions. They involve a lot of complicated, very difficult to track factors. So, like, it makes sense that we would want to have, like, some kind of counseling thing in addition to, like the administering of treatments that sometimes do have irreversible changes. But I think what Philosophy Tube was saying was actually something a lot more modest than that. What she seemed to be saying to me was that the classification of gender dysphoria is a classification that was invented by doctors. It involves a host of different things that are not well understood. And given that gender itself is also a social construct that is equally not well understood by the doctors who came up with that categorization and who are talking about these sorts of things, it doesn't make sense to gatekeep transness on the basis of people having this fairly ill-defined thing. Like, gender dysphoria as a category is exceptionally broad, and it involves feelings and things that not only come from like a vast array of different sources that are not fully understood, but it also cannot of necessity be like a persistent thing that people experience all the time. At some point in someone's life, someone is going to sleep. Do they cease being trans when they are asleep? If they feel good during the day and for whatever reason no intrusive thoughts happen to them, are they not trans during that period of time? There are periods of one's life where one doesn't have gender dysphoria. Some people only develop gender dysphoria later in life. Like, are they therefore not trans? Like, you see how it gets very arbitrary. So the point that she was making wasn't that there isn't like a feeling of quote-unquote dysphoria that attends a lot of people transitioning. The point she was making is that this is not satisfactory as a condition of exclusion. And I think that was a very apt point she was making. It's actually one of the few times I've actually been really impressed with her nuance. She portrayed it rather badly, like people got the wrong impression, like as evidence from this conversation as well. But I don't think she was saying that gender dysphoria as such doesn't exist. As a shorthand in conversation, it makes sense. To say that it should be a condition if somebody doesn't have it of excluding them from the category of being trans, I think that's a mistake. I think that's what she was saying.
I think that I think when you're talking about like exclusion, it depends on, like, I think that if you are, like, if you're talking about
trans medicalism, right? Like that's one of the things that's geared towards. So the idea that you're not trans unless you like need to have like X, Y, and Z specific medical treatments in order to cure what ails you.
Here is I guess maybe what my, I guess, sort of, because like I don't think that gatekeeping is always bad. I think that there are certain instances where gatekeeping can be good, you know, because if we don't gatekeep, then we end up with weird shit like that fucking teacher in Ontario who apparently, it turns out, I don't know if they actually are trans or if they were just a fucking troll. Like the one who was wearing the huge like prosthetic breasts that looked like they yeah, like that shit is insane. But and like there were people on Twitter, there were people who were defending that too, which is stupid. But like I think like for me, like the level of gatekeeping that maybe I might have is not so much do you or don't you have gender dysphoria. It's if you come out and you say that you are trans, it's do you want to transition in some way, shape, or form? Obviously, I'm not going to say, no, you're not trans if you don't, because you can't, but it's, do you want to? Do you intend to?
Well, we typically group non-binary people as trans as well, because they are nonetheless assigned at birth with a category that doesn't actually match their self-description, right?
I don't know whether or not we should necessarily. I guess, like, in this particular
we shouldn't assign gender at birth?
No, I don't know whether or not we should. I don't know. I feel like non-binary people, because that is so complicated, I feel like they probably, like, I understand that I've like, maybe we should say non-binary people are and trans people are gender non-conforming, and we have this big box, but then we have trans people.
But hang on, like male to female and female to male transitioners are also not gender conforming. That's why they're trans. They're just binary conforming. So they're transitioning to the other side of the binary, but they're still non-conforming, right?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that trans people and non-binary people, like binary trans people and then non-binary people, should probably all, like, I'm saying that, like, we could put them all into a big box that is gender non-conforming. So like not basically everyone who isn't cis is what I mean, and I was putting the label gender non-conforming.
Sure, but I mean, we also have a great word for that. We just call them trans people, right?
Yeah, I know. So. It's just that, like, there are some people who, it's just, okay, I'm fine. Then for what I was talking about, I'm specifically talking about binary trans people for that particular thing. Because I understand that, like, for some gender, like, if you're like agender, I think that maybe that's the term that would apply to my friend, like someone who is completely who wants absolutely nothing to do with gender and who doesn't give a fuck what pronouns you call them and does not really experience, although, like, they told me that they experience a kind of dysphoria. They didn't really describe it to me, but, like, maybe their dysphoria is more like they just don't feel like in any sort of attachment to either kind of gender, or like, and for them, like, it's social, but I'm sure it probably comes in with their body to some degree as well. But
all right, I'm being bullied to let the next person on.
Oh no,
But
that's fair.
I guess we can just wrap this up very quickly. In answer to your question, the earlier question, the reason why I don't think it's simply viable to just close our eyes, plug our noses, and just unite with all of these different like liberal and centrist groups, is that the cost that the price of admission that is being asked of us is to abandon large portions of the people we are advocating for.
I didn't say centrist groups, by the way. I said liberal. But
Potato,
go
potato.
on.
But in any case, the price of admission is bluntly too high at that point. Like for myself, I'm not willing to throw my NB audience under the bus for the sake of appealing to a group that, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't show any signs of really caring about the broader population either. Given the wave of legislation and targeted attacks on the category of trans people as a whole. Once again, like Steven in his infinite wisdom has decided to go target NB and xenogendered people. Like that doesn't
xenogender people, but
either or, it doesn't matter to me. That doesn't strike me as indicative of somebody who's actually taking that very seriously, and I'm not going to throw the xenogender people under the bus either for the sake of appealing to that in the hopes of some nebulous idea that maybe, despite the fact that we're doing nothing whatsoever to this end besides, the right wing will somehow see the light because we're just being oh so reasonable. I think that's a dream.
I mean, I don't think that is necessarily I think there's a difference between, like, I don't think that Destiny would get up on stage and say, hey, fuck xenogender people, they should be denied all rights. I think that he just is an asshole to them on Twitter. And he thinks that he doesn't like the concept of self-ID because that he feels that it kind of gets in the way of like if anybody is trans, if they say they're trans, then that kind of then like what the fuck is the point of like.
Well, we don't have time to dig into it, but I will say as a final remark, Steven has a hell of a lot of nerve coming in with like the optics check on this, okay? Of all people.
I agree. I do think optics matter, and I definitely think that he needs to stop being an asshole on Twitter. But yeah.
All right, let's join hands on that one. Nice talking to you. Have a good night. We'll continue this at a later date, okay?
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Thank you. And
right.
Thank you for being so good faith. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Bye.
Aiko, what's going on? Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm pulling on Aiko now, apparently. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. That went longer than I thought. Heidi ho. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna quit Resident Evil because I give up for today. Oh, what do I do here? That's the wrong thing. I want to close this. There we go, okay. Alright, who's next? I'm gonna pull in Aiko because she's been waiting for a while. In the wrong... God damn it, Aiko, you're in the wrong server. Aiko, join the server in the link thing. You don't even need to. Oh, whatever. I'll call her directly. Hey, Aiko. How's it going? Oh, and you're gone. Alrighty then. What? Oh. No, go back to the cathedral, Aiko. What are you doing? I just had you on. Why? Why are you doing this? Everyone's so bloody difficult. No, don't. I'm not joining your call. I need to do this in server. Aiko, go into the server. Like, I've got like 3 different servers going right now. Oh, forget it. I'll just fine. We'll do this. Oh, hang on, 1 sec. Why must you be so difficult?
I'm difficult.
You're difficult.
You're difficult.
You're difficult. Okay.
Are you kidding? No.
Here we
Ask chat. Listen, who's the difficult one?
How's it going, chat? If anybody agrees with Aiko, you're banned.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Obviously. How else am I going to maintain control?
You're already starting a .gg industrial complex of your own.
Aiko, what on earth is going on with your screen?
I'm just trying to...
You're just doxing
I'm trying
our
to
DM.
find you. No.
I just saw them on the screen seconds ago.
No. Wait. No, that was YouTube. That wasn't what's it called? Fuck. What's it called?
I don't know. It's your
Here.
computer.
Okay, I got it. Now that works. No, okay. My problem, and I think some other people's problems, is that there has been a lot of discourse purgatory afoot today.
Yeah, what are you thinking of?
Like for instance, the last caller, lovely, totally not their fault, your fault.
What did I do?
You have not... Okay, there was never an actual, like, topic or case or anything established. It just jumped from talking point to talking point and never, like, tapped into anything real. It never hit anything beyond just the talking point and the response to talking point, you know? Like, it wasn't like an embodied, like 1 second it's like, if Hitler put out an order himself, and the next thing is being on a desert island with your gender, and that is like, that's normal in this space, right? And I'm not calling out that person, but what I'm saying is, for you, shouldn't it be that you establish what you're talking about first, and like this just kind of like reinforced the the validity of talking about random shit, but not actually like just talking, but not actually saying anything. Like, what do you think that was about?
Well, I think like who, me or her or both?
What do you think that
Well,
entire thing was
I
about?
think there was a lack of structure because I don't think she had fully formulated how she was going to sort of walk through it, and in the course of
Walk through what? What was the point?
Well,
What was like
I
the overarching point?
well, there were a couple in there, which is why we went sort of all over the map because there were
No,
yes.
it was never established. Sorry, I've just been waiting a long time, so I'm very my metaphorical balls have a lot of violence in them.
No,
But yeah.
because there was a question of whether or not the language of genocide was appropriate, and we were talking about that. In the course of that,
Was there what? But like
that was the initial.
appropriate for what end? Like within what context?
Is it appropriate to talk about there being a trans genocide?
Well, here's the thing. These it's kind of like when someone indicates a discourse, a talking point, you know, the genocide stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
Like you should okay, there, as far as there being like, you have a much greater capacity for discourse than a lot of general areas or streams have, at least. Like you can take it to like a step beyond just the regular, like, is this okay, morally neutral to do in private or public or whatever, you know, the things that don't have any substance to it. You can take it to a substantial point, but you didn't, and you didn't establish like what they were talking about. Like nothing, it was just like kind of a barrage of talking points that didn't get centered anywhere. Like I'm just very familiar with all the discourses, right?
No,
and all the things that people say.
I understand, but like this is somebody coming in with positions I can't anticipate. So if she brings something up, and there's like a thing in there that I feel
Wait,
like
make yourself a
what?
little loud. Can you make? Well, actually, no. Wait. How is the volume on your side, chat?
On my side, my volume's fine.
No, it wasn't, because the caller was really loud. Unfortunately, but it's not. Well, here's the problem: is this? It's not that there's some. It's not that it was wrong or harmful. It's just that you can do so much more than that, and I think you ought to. And I'm putting more moral baggage upon you to do more than mere discourse purgatory.
No, I appreciate that. I don't think I was doing discourse purgatory in this case. I think it was just, whenever we would try to fix on a thing, the focus would indeed shift a little bit. And because that had happened in the course of her establishing her, like, central point and like the thrust of her whole argument.
What was it?
Well, she was initially concerned about whether or not genocide was excessive language to describe what's happening to trans people. So we argued about that a little bit.
Did she fully say that though? Like, that
was the first point that was brought up. That's what we were.
Right,
yeah.
Right. But like, here's the thing. I think that you need to establish, for the sake of all parties, the person you're talking to, the audience, what exactly you're talking, and not just like assuming what road it's going down.
But I wasn't. I didn't know what road she was going down.
No, but I mean, like, taking like freely flowing down those roads without making like the fundamental points clear of like, what are we talking about? Why are we talking about that? What's the connection? Like, where are we and where are we going? Like, fundamentally from the very beginning, that's kind of what was driving me crazy, is just like, that could have been very different if you had just taken a second to be like, okay, let's figure out where we're starting from. So obviously that probably would have
that probably would have been a better way to go. But by the same token, like I didn't realize we would be spiraling out so much during that conversation. And
Do you? No, go ahead.
and there was a lot that was being brought in all of a sudden that you kind of have to reply to. So my hands were a little bit tied there. I don't
How? Why is it your hands are tied?
because I have to reply to certain statements when they're made. Like I can't let certain things just like sit unaddressed if they're brought up.
Okay, maybe this is my problem. I feel like so many things were brought up and just brought up and not addressed because there was never any clarity in what was being said. Like these are all arguments used within these discourses, right? But
We lost the
where
connection.
was
Give it a
she?
second. Hang on. Oh no, I think we're back. That was weird. Sorry, just hiccup for a moment. Sorry, as you were.
So and again, this is you, and I want to be clear, and I don't, because I know people are like, oh, this is DGG. This is the way that discourse works, and especially when people spend most of their time in like a community or in certain corners or a group of like a clique or whatever. This is natural, but like there wasn't any established like where was her point of view, where was it coming from, what was it about. It was just like what's the concern, to what end.
Just give her more flat space to kind of just like lay out her perspective and where she's coming from and what assumptions she's offering at her.
But like just asking why, like what do you why, just like that. So basically I feel like we brought up, and by we I mean you guys, I feel like me as a chatter within the chat suffering, it's just like brought up a bunch of like sensitive points for some people, but like nothing happened with it. It's just like, hey, remember that people disagree about this, and hey, remember how this like isn't a legitimate like enough to be called this,
I mean, maybe, but like some people are just going to be at like an earlier stage of the conversation, right? That's just kind of where they're at.
But this wasn't even a conversation. Like this wasn't even a conversation, because it was just like mentions
But she had like
of talking points.
Well, yeah, but
and it's not on her. I'm putting it on you. I'm saying that like those talking points that exist as talking points, I don't know anything about her. I don't know what she actually believes, what her life is like, where her principles come from, because all of those things just exist within talking points that are floated around in the space. So there's nothing like so it's talking, so much of it bouncing from like a first person perspective. There's no like separation between like an individual experience from like an outside perspective versus your individual experience versus like prescriptions for society versus descriptions of society. You know what I mean? So it's like there wasn't like I don't feel like there was any kind of like connection whatsoever. Like it just was kind of like gesturing at different I guess particulars of topics. Does that make sense?
It does. I just think in this particular case, she was introducing stuff, which caused like the stakes of the conversation to shift, which means that it's not simply a matter at that point of just laying out things, because like there's a statement that's been made. It's not just like a new avenue for conversation has been opened up. A claim has also been made that needs to be responded to, or else it's going to be treated as something I don't want it to be treated as from my end. That's the worry on my end.
There were so many claims, but there was nothing propelling it, especially when considering like all the stuff with like Hitler and whatnot. Then like, oh, like actually, there were more Jewish people.
Well, that was early on.
I understand.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that should have stayed there while you figure out, okay, so these, like, people will say, use examples like this for different ends to support different perspectives, or like could lead to somewhere reasonable, could lead somewhere bad, right? But that never gets established because you don't know to what end, what this is supposed, where this is supposed to be going. And so it just like touches upon it, but that's the
Yeah, don't let
it's just the beginning.
No, so don't let the random tangents of the caller dictate the flow and structure of the conversation. Is what I'm getting here.
Well, I mean, I think that it does a disservice to everyone, I guess. Yeah, but like, I don't know.
Okay, well,
I don't think
I'll keep
it's
that in mind.
intentional.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind for next time. In this particular case, I'm also tired, so I probably was not on my game for that one.
No, I know. I'm just saying in general. Like okay, fine. You're in this whole you're in a groove. I'll let you go back to your thing. We can do our stuff another day.
What time are we doing the perspective philosophy stuff tonight? Or did you want to do that tomorrow?
That's what I was gonna do. I thought we were gonna do that, but
at 7, you're like usually like a 1 a.m. streamer.
I'm East Coast. It's 11 p.m. now.
No, you're Ico, and it is.
No, I start streaming by like 10 p.m. these days.
It's 7.
I'm not staying forever. That's why I'm on YouTube right
10
now.
p.m. your time.
So
right? Okay.
yeah, so I'm on YouTube. So I was gonna do everything on
I'm
YouTube.
I'm used to you streaming at like 11 p.m. my time.
I know, but that's like Twitch streams. That's why I asked you if when.
All right.
Like,
do you want to do perspective philosophy tomorrow?
I don't know. You can DM me.
Well, I don't have Cadology apparently has a scheduling conflict, so I'm not talking to her tomorrow. So I'll have a couple of days for sure. She hasn't gotten back to me about Friday. So one of those.
Well, I don't stream on Friday. I don't know.
Well, how late are you going tonight?
I'm just.
Because if you're gonna stream
for like
3-4 hours, we'll probably have time to do that near the end.
I guess. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Let's play it later,
up when you're ready.
If you're
all right.
Maybe you'll be in the middle of something, so we'll see.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. Let's pull in the next chatter. I think it's her family was waiting. Hey, just hang on one sec. Let me pop you on the screen quickly. I don't know how many more chats I'm going to take in, guys, so just heads up. There we go. Just taking Where Rumor. Hey, how you doing?
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
Do you want to pull? I do want to chat, but I kind of got here a bit late, so I don't want to.
Oh, I thought you were there longer.
No. I think Skate Shark, Our Family, AW, and Void were all there before me, so I don't want to take a spot from them.
All right. Well, appreciate that. I'll put you back in. Skate Shark. How you doing, Skate Shark?
Once a facilities planning officer during the war, and thanks to the New Republic Amnesty Program, I was able to help rebuild Plaza 15. You were Imperial? He was.
All right. Let's take in AW. Hey, how you doing? Hello, Antonio. I can't hear you if you're speaking. AW, I cannot hear you if you're trying to speak.
Hello?
There we go. How you doing?
Hey, Sunday.
Hey.
Long time.
Yeah, your audio is a little bit warpy. You're kind of going in and
Let
out.
me see if I can fix that real quick.
Yeah.
All right, hello.
That's much better. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing good.
So what's on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
You happen to know somebody who is a philosopher with a perspective?
No. But if you're looking for one with a small peepee, I can probably hook you up.
Yeah, that's exactly the same one. So I sent you that little.
Yeah, you had
it's
a.
not a
I haven't seen it yet. But you had a conversation with him on Discord or something.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
That's a pretty funny one though. If I could just, I'll summarize it for you about what it was. So you know how he says that he's a Hegelian, and that he has a.
He does like to say
veganism?
that. Yeah.
Well, I've done 2 videos. I did an actual video just kind of commenting on his debate with Haas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen that. Well, actually, no. You obviously saw that. You were there. You were the moderator.
I was. Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. That was an impressive one for Haas. Let me say.
That was the most lucid I've seen Haas. It was.
Yeah. Especially the first one. I know they had 2 versions of that debate. The first one was much better than the second one, despite the second one being supposedly on Haas's part that he was more rested and more studied.
Yeah, I feel like Haas works better without sleep than with sleep. I spoke to him with sleep, and I couldn't understand a goddamn word he was saying.
Yeah, but that was definitely like Haas was on point in that debate. Like he had the text, he had the argument properly to at least put perspective philosophy like on the back to the wall.
From my layman's vantage, it definitely seemed that way. I am not in a position to judge. I know I've seen you say that Hegel's writing is really simple. I think you're nuts. I think he's impenetrable, and I'm half convinced that everybody who says they understand him is lying. But that's just me.
Yeah, no, it's a perspective I very much understand. Now that whole thing was pretty simple though. Haas didn't come in it like as strongly as he could have.
Mm-hmm.
Like in that first debate, like the main thing was about what rights. Like that whole argument is so simple from the perspective of if you're just going to go by what Hegel says.
Yeah.
Like the basis is simply this.
Well, you don't get to a vegan argument is the crucial point. Rights are downstream from your relation with equals, something along those lines.
Yeah.
We can't communicate with animals the way we can with humans. So I mean, it's just right up. That's just right out. Yeah.
It's not only about the communication thing. It's just about having will, and that will for Hegel is just this the point at which one's thought self-reflects on oneself, such that to have the very idea, the very conception of I am is already to basically have
Well, it's
metacognition.
Kind of, yeah. Well, I think it's just him developing the idea of Rousseau's that human beings in civilization have amour propre, and that's what governs a lot of their behaviors and the way they have a need to relate to each other in ways that he conjectures humans in a state of nature don't. Which is one of the reasons why I think that humans in a state of nature can't do war and things like that. I obviously it's not exactly the same, but it's similar.
It's a similar thing, similar kind of structure. So that was pretty clean and simple debate. Like the second version of the debate was so fucking weird. Like, how's K been with this whole thing about animals not being conscious at all, which even by Hegel's standard was.
I mean,
I don't know where he
there's,
got that from.
yeah, I mean, like, there's a long tradition of that in like apologetic circles. I know William and Craig really like to push the idea that animals just flat out can't suffer because they can't reflect upon, like intellectually, the duration and scope of their pains or whatever. Like, I get where the impulse is. It's really convenient because it's like, oh, well, we don't need to talk about animal rights if animals are just automatons. Thanks, Descartes.
Yeah. So that was weird. Anyways, my own interaction with him is I made that video, and I made a video actually about almost a month ago, 3 weeks or so, on the whole animal rights thing, and I thought it would be a pretty hot topic that probably other people might find interesting. So I did go on a server where I'd done an AMA, and I posted it there, and I'm like, anybody who wants to do a kind of debate, I'm down, because for right now I have time, but not for much longer. It would just be interesting, simply because the argument I present there is not a normal argument that people normally hear. It's not common. The usual things are about consequentialism, deontology, and I kind of had a more of a virtue perspective on that. In which case, I still make the argument that animals have no rights, and therefore we have no duties to them. And that the whole issue of veganism is not really a moral or ethical question. Like, it's not really a position you can take on that ground. It's more like aesthetics, where, one can say that you ought to have good taste in art, but you can't say that somebody who has bad taste is being immoral.
Well, so it goes for
That
morals,
doesn't make
though.
any sense.
No, like in most cases, like there's something akin to an aesthetic judgment undergirding what we consider to be moral and immoral. Like subspecie aeternitatis, there's not a distinction really between killing an ant and killing a fellow human. There isn't like some score outside of human taste and human discourse that rates these differently. Unless you want to argue God exists or something.
Well, I mean, Hegel does argue God exists, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. No, it's not the same thing. Because the things with humans is we can, even though you have like no internal feeling for morality, at least at the domain of ethics, it can be pretty easily settled what is the ethical, regardless of what you feel about it. And there are social norms that are established between people based on rational grounds. To whatever extent it's possible.
Oh, sure, but I mean, like, and this is something that Kant would point out. We may be able to derive, norms from, like the rationalities of human beings, but it's still going to be contingent on, first of all, like the particular community in question, the tastes of the individuals that are admitted to that community, and the fact that they're human to begin with, which is itself a contingency.
Yeah, I know about Kant's view on that. Hegel's not quite on that, because Hegel's not. It's not just anything that people convene on that will count as a right. It has to specifically do with expressing human freedom and enabling human freedom. So, a right. You can't say that you have a right to a coffee in the morning. That's not something that essentially expresses. That doesn't express any essential human freedom or quality or condition of freedom. So that kind of stuff, even though society may come together actually and convene and make a convention that you
maybe, but I think the main thing though is when we're talking about like moral oughts and whatnot, we're talking about things that dictate in a serious way, like what a person actually can't do by some measure apart from the perspective of some community or what have you. And I feel like we don't escape that by referring to the rationality of human beings or the human condition or something like that. I realize I'm not using like language that correctly represents what you're saying, but I think you sort of get my gist. You can correct that for me if
yeah, like and it's not just an appeal to abstract rationality. In the Hegelian sense, rationality has its own determinate content and structure, such that there is an actual specific way to be free. It's not just anything goes.
Well, yeah, so he's very consistent with Hobbes on that. On those grounds. In fact, if you so I mean, like, I don't disagree. It's just like I feel like when we're talking about morals in like a Hegelian key, we're talking about something that's treated a little bit differently. Like
Yeah, definitely.
Hegel's morals aren't the kinds of things you can really get hand-wringy about. I think when people are talking about like cruelty to animals, they're talking about something in like at a not to call like not to disparage somebody calling them hand wringing, but they're talking about morals with a sense of urgency and kind of there's not the same, there's sort of a tone of disinterest and sort of dispassionateness in Hegel that I don't think you get from these, because I think the primary driver behind a lot of vegan moralizing really is like they'll bring in like attempts to gesture like moral norms, like we shouldn't harm like sentient life forms or things like that. But I think really what it is just empathy for organisms that have none of the qualities that allow them to hate other human beings. It's that whole like some people will love the Tartars to spite their neighbor thing. I think it's Rousseau, or is that? It might be John Stuart Mill. I think it's Rousseau. That kind of thing. I don't know. Like when I talk to Synth, they're not really bringing up like objective moral oughts or things like that. What they're primarily referring to is like they'll point to like here's some like horrendous process of factory farming or something like that. That's like just bad, and that's borderline an aesthetic judgment. Like we consider it moral because life is kind of an elevator term, where as soon as we're talking about like living organisms, the stakes are higher such that you can't call it mere aesthetics. But it seems like the form of the judgment is similar. We find this kind of thing revolting, therefore. And I think we do the same thing about like even when we're talking specifically about aesthetics, we do the same thing as well.
Yeah, I can see that comparison, but like it's just different with Hegel in that, like for example, by the time you get to morality and philosophy, right, like you are way past the point of feelings and desires and even the will, such that when you get to morality, there is no disinterested morality, and especially once you get to ethics, there is no disinterested or morality which is not actionable.
Right.
That's the big distinction between morality and ethics for Hegel. So that to say that Hegel has a disinterested, a cold morality is kind of the weirdest thing to me.
Well, more in the sense,
concrete thing.
I think it's more in the sense that when we're talking about morality in Hegel, we're talking about something that is logically downstream from relations between conscious beings. I think it's a fair thing to say. Whereas when we're talking about like a Kantian notion of morality, we're talking about something that is treated as if it sort of shoots down from outside like a laser and imposes duties on us. And I think that's the difference. There's like an immanence and an individuality in the way Kant treats morality that is sort of buffered in Hegel. Like it's similar, but it's different. I don't know. I could be botching this entirely. I am not an expert by any stretch on either of these.
No, actually, I mean, I think Hegel has a lot more direct connection than Kant does by far.
Well, I think
actually,
in terms,
the problem with Kant, the problem with Kant is that it goes way too many ways. Like you can like one of the main things that Kant does is that the categorical imperative works both in the affirmative and the negative, such that so long as you phrase things, you can really have maxims which are valid in contrary. So that so long as you posit, say, an assumption that property is valid, you can go ahead and say, well, we ought to respect each other's property. But if you're a communist, for example, and you would say, well, private property is invalid, then the opposite is the case. And it's also valid by the categorical imperative. It's not self-contradictory at all. So it
but I think that's kind of fine though, because
down.
I think that's one of the that's why he brings up like in the groundwork. That's why he brings up like the moral itself, the moral qua the moral, will not be something that's really contingent on any particular interest whatsoever. We're talking about something that is purely treated as a universal. And I think at that point you're dealing with like such a blank slate that you can just have that like that kind of sheer reverse. Because I don't think Kant would treat the moral as something that we can actually really grasp outside of Like obviously he goes into like similar territory as Hegel, in the actual like metaphysics of morals and whatnot. But I think at this level, there really is nothing more particular than like a general directionality of some kind.
Right. And for Hegel, that's not the case. Like for Hegel,
Yeah, exactly.
If you have the categorical imperative, or if you take that structure to be analogous, something like will would be something that's in the mode of identity, non-contradictory. Except for Hegel, that non-contradiction is a very systematic self-production, which actually has a specific form, such that you don't just get any willy-nilly claims about morality and right.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why Hegel's amenable to fascists and Kant isn't, because you actually get like a coherent, sort of self-referring sort of organism out of a community with Hegel that you don't really get with Kant. Even Kant's politics reflect this. Like his notion of world history is of a bunch of atoms bouncing against each other until equilibrium is reached, as kind of like a physical state of affairs. So like human beings are, I think it's in Perpetual Peace he talks about this. Human beings, because of their unsociability, their tendency to contest with each other and fight with each other, and to compete, they'll keep upping the ante of like technology and art and things like that until eventually like we just kind of realize that no, our mutual benefit is not in war or whatever. It's in just a world state of some kind in which all of this stuff is sort of facilitated and kept in equilibrium and allowed to advance peaceably. Because that's like the whole point about the Perpetual Peace metaphor for the name. It's a title on a tavern door that shows a graveyard. So the point is like peace is actually death. You need war in order to actually have progress. You need contestation, not the kind of like equilibrium that you get with Hegel's state.
No, I mean, Hegel's state is not an equilibrium either. I mean, the philosophy of right ends with war. And Hegel's argument for the necessity of war as well, for the exact same reasons. That,
but between states, though, not within the community. See, Kant like imagines all of the world coming together in one state. I don't think Hegel would want that. I think Hegel needs states to be differentiated from each other in order to have that like level of self-consciousness.
Yeah. Hegel's definitely not for a one world state.
No.
You need individuality. So the very meaning of a state is that which is a sovereign, independent being at that level. So if you had a one world state, that would kind of destroy the whole thing.
Yeah. I'm going to go over that conversation on stream at some point because I am mostly sadistically curious about what went down with respect to philosophy.
Well, I can give you like the quick summary. A lot of it ends up going nowhere.
Go for it. I'm gonna be cutting it short soon because the allergies are actually starting to get to me, and I want to bring on like one or two callers before I go. But yeah, shoot.
All right. So like the argument I had with him is he sniped me after an AMA. Somebody tipped him off, and he came in just kind of bursting in and says, "Debate me," and I'm like, "No, I already told you no." Yeah.
See, so, why is he scared to debate me, but he's not scared to debate you? I feel weirdly powerful. Sorry, continue.
Well, as far as he knows, I'm a nobody. He feels confident that he knows something I don't, even though literally 3 years ago I schooled him on Twitter. He deleted that whole thread.
I think he blocked you too.
Yeah, and he blocked me. Then I made that video, which I didn't even send it. I don't even care about the guy. I just did it because it was an interesting thing. And then somebody else sent it to him, and he's like, "Oh, well, I'll debate him." And actually, it was before that with the animal rights video, in which it was about debating that. The main reason I said I would not debate him specifically about that is I knew that the whole thing would just end up being about Hegel. Which, if you're how many people are out there that actually understand the level of things that we were going to discuss? Almost none. So it's not interesting. And I also know that he doesn't understand it. Which is the entire reason.
I know in his video essay on objective morality, he conflated Hegel with Hotho's notes on Hegel, which is like, come on.
Oh yeah, man. Like in the stream, okay, like so I turned it away from like debate his argument or debate my argument. I just said, look, you claim to be a Hegelian. You know how Hegel does things like being, nothing, becoming. Do that, but for your argument.
Yeah.
And that's all I care about. I said, I'm not even going to say I disagree with you or agree with you yet, because until you place it in this form to give me a derivation of that in the Hegelian manner, you're just already by definition not able to tell me that you have a Hegelian argument. And once you have a Hegelian argument, then we can talk about like, well, why do you have that, and how do these movements work, and do they actually work out the way you do? Well, it was me grilling him for about 2 hours about that, in which he clearly didn't know how to do it. He had come in expecting that he would just get me in his usual debate format, which I don't do. I have a disdain for propositional arguments of a regular kind. They don't satisfy me intellectually. So I just wanted him to do the Hegelian thing. So I said he starts with the whole thing, the premise that consciousness is valuable. Animals have consciousness. Therefore, we should value them morally. And by value, he means moral value. And all I said, look, you got to go and do a little short thing to get me from consciousness to morality, such that I know exactly what link you're making and why. And once you do that, it will be perfectly clear to me what our disagreement actually is, if there is a disagreement at all. And the whole thing just turned around in which he kept going into it, trying to bring other things in. And I was pretty rude, I suppose you might say, but I don't have a thing for letting people yammer on endlessly. Yeah. So I kept cutting you off. I'm like, look, you can't do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. And he was really exasperated. You could tell he got really exasperated halfway through, because I wasn't playing his game and I wasn't letting him get away with all these other things that he usually gets away with. And I think he honestly did not understand it by the end either. He never understood what it is that I was asking him, despite I gave him exact places to look at, simple things that, if you're a quote-unquote Hegelian, you ought to know by heart, I suppose. And everybody ought to know the being, nothing becoming. It's like 2 pages. And the beginning of the phenomenology is pretty easy too. And he just couldn't do it. He kept, he went from desire. He kept bringing this whole thing about like subjective desires from the slave and the master, and like, oh, they want this. I'm like, that has nothing to do with it, man.
Well, I think the problem with perspective philosophy, and we'll wrap it up here. Sorry to cut you short. Just I've got people waiting and I'm dying. The problem with perspective philosophy, I think it's the problem with a lot of people who get sort of superficially interested in Hegel, because he's basically like the sexier Marx without the baggage for a lot of people who want to be sort of like sophisticated lefties, but they don't like that boring economic shit, and Marx is outdated anyways that way. And I think like he saw a niche where it's like, ooh, I can be the Hegelian vegan channel. And it didn't actually matter that he had a very weak grasp of the material, like a really weak grasp of the material. That was his niche, that was a selling point, and he just kind of ran with it right into the ground until eventually like all that's left, because he ran out of material really fast. All he had left to do was just go full on internet Christian and just scold people for drug addiction and things like that. Like he lost momentum for a very good reason. And he just doesn't take any of this stuff very seriously. Like he doesn't spend a lot of time doing much work about it. I think like most of his quote unquote Hegelianism, I think, really comes from an attempt to repurpose Alistair McIntyre, just to preach online bluntly. Like I don't see what Hegel actually does for him, because he doesn't seem to understand it. It's been a hot minute since I've looked at it, but I remember like he got the notion of absolute spirit completely, like even I knew it was completely wrong in his objective morality video. Like completely.
Yeah, I haven't seen many of his videos.
This was earlier though. Maybe it's gotten better, but it was bad. Anyways, Antonio, nice talking to you
nice
again.
Chatting.
I'm gonna watch that on stream at some point, so we'll see it. It'll be a good excuse to play some Resident Evil, anyways. And when I do, feel free to come on. We can chat about it afterwards. Okay.
All right, man. Take care.
Take care. Have a good night. All right, let's burn through these. Let's bring in Skate Shark again. Hey. No excuses. You're on this time. How are you doing? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Are you with us, Skate Shark? Going once. Going twice. Are you there, Skate Shark? Hello? Alright. Our family. Hey! You've been waiting for a while. How are you? You're muted, by the way. Hello? Nope, and they're gone too. All right. Themic. Hey.
Hello? Let me
Hey.
go ahead and mute your stream real quick.
Sorry, say what?
I just had to mute your stream.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. You're a little bit low. Can you, let's see here.
Let's see.
Oh, no, you're good now. You're good now.
Good now? All right.
Yeah.
So I just had a question for you, if
Yeah,
you don't
sure.
mind. I was actually looking to myself get into content creation and whatnot. Basically, when I first started watching your content and whatnot, you were doing responses to some of the content made by What If Alt Hist.
Mm-hmm.
And it really engaged me. It was really interesting to me because myself, somebody who's always been interested in history and whatnot, and I've actually been wanting to make content centered around history and different subjects and whatnot. So for some reason I got in my head that a good thing to do my first set of videos on would be the Palestinian-Israel conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And so beginning last year, I started making videos, started editing, started script making, writing things out, doing research on it, the history of the conflict, through its various forms, in the 1800s, early 1900s, whatnot. Then I went and I had a good foundation. I had a set of videos I was ready to release. Then the situation with last year with Kanye started popping up, and I decided to put it on the back burner. Basically, my question for you, and maybe it's something you can help me out on, maybe not, is handling these subjects and whatnot. There's always going to be like anti-Semitism and Islamophobia around these subjects. Do those kind of hang-ups ever have you questioning whether or not to put something out, and how do you address that?
You just have to be careful. So one thing I brought up is in the present context, having debates about the validity of non-binary identities is actually pretty essential. For one thing, people who are trying to advocate in their defense have to have those debates themselves. There are going to be people who are the hegemonic cultural attitude is one that insists upon a rigid gender binary, and an essentialist attitude to each of those conditions. But in the situation where you are aware that a particular debate will be used as fuel for the wider persecution of that group, look at those dumb lefties. They're all infighting. They can't even decide what gender is. Clearly this is all bullshit, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. In that case, I would refrain. One of the things that really frustrates me about Steve and a lot of people in that crowd is they don't seem to either, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them seem to either not pay attention to that or not really care. And then of course just by dint of which audiences he's been courting, a lot of them are perfectly on board with all those people getting thrown under the bus. So that would be the one situation where I would potentially abstain from a certain type of debate, at least in a certain public context, just because of how it can be misused. Because the debate itself is not simply an argument between individuals. When it's public, it's now a statement by itself. People can actually win debates when they're had in public, as opposed to when they're just conversations had between honest people in some kind of private forum. That'd be about it, really. I think most of the time you just want to be careful that you just depict the information thoroughly and responsibly. There are some kinds of responses that you just can't predict, and it's not on you if some people take it the wrong way. You just have to be prepared to you know, humbly explain your point and your position. And yeah, it just means more work for you that you have to clean it up after the fact. So not really, but mostly because I don't tend to approach a lot of topics where that's like in imminent danger. Like most of my stuff is pretty abstract. I think with the trans stuff, that's one case where I've gone a lot more like particular, where I've had to be careful. But yeah, that's. I don't know if that satisfies you as an answer. But.
No, it kind of does. I mean, basically the reason why, particularly I put it on pause. Last year with what happened with Kanye and Kyrie Irving and these people getting massive mainstream attention for anti-Semitic actions is because the part of the stuff I was doing in regards to recent Israeli history and the apartheid that is being subjugated on in the Palestinians, I didn't necessarily want to. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking I'm putting too much consequence on it, but I didn't really necessarily want to give people further arguments just to say, fuck all Jewish people.
How big's your channel right now?
I would be coming out brand new.
Don't sweat it. Honestly, just don't worry about it. Okay, this is something you need to worry about when you have like a massive audience and there are like social consequences where you're taking a certain position and it has uptake. I think at this point, just do good historical work, and don't fret that so much. You'll have conversations moving forward that will help you like figure out how you want to frame things when you have like audience misunderstandings. But you're not coming at this as like some successful gaming streamer who's decided to weigh into politics. You're coming at this like fresh out of the gate with no following. You have time to figure that out in real time. I think you're fine.
Yeah, my strategy basically was not to start off with just one video. It was going to be starting off with a small catalog out the gate and whatnot, and I just didn't want people to see the first video that they click on to be that video right there, and then I don't know. Maybe
I really wouldn't sweat it. Like honestly, like I think you're okay. It sounds like you're probably approaching it really responsibly, anyways. Just the fact that you're concerned about this, I would give yourself a bit more credit. You're probably going to be fine.
I appreciate it. All right, thank you for your time.
Yeah, no worries. Take care. All right, our family. You're in the waiting room. Are you here to chat? You've been mute multiple times when I brought you on. How are you doing? Hello? Try turning on push to talk. That worked for the last person. Hello, hello? I'm just checking chat to see if you're there. I've seen you in chat earlier. Yeah, I can't hear you if you're speaking, so very sorry. My apologies. Arrivederci. Where rumor? Hello. How are you?
Hello.
I think I had you on briefly before.
Yeah, and I wanted to give the people who've been here longer a chance. I do believe our family typed in the YouTube chat, but I don't know if they fixed their stuff.
Okay. You're just a heads up. Your audio's kind of like going in and out. Maybe come closer to your mic and like stay at a fixed distance from it. I think that might help.
Is this a bit better?
That is substantially better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I've got the mic a bit of a distance away, so it's probably a bit of an issue.
Yeah, if you keep it close to you, because what's happening is as you get quieter, it's just dropping the audio entirely.
Yeah, I might have to go through my Discord settings again sometime. But if it's well enough now, then that should be fine.
Seems to be, yeah. We can work with this.
Okay. So
what's on your mind?
I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Don't worry, I'll cut you off if we run out of time. I'm dead tired. We've been going for almost 6 hours.
Yeah, I understand. I did miss the first couple hours, so sorry if I asked what's already been asked. So what was your overall goal with the stream today, I guess?
With the stream today?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's actually asked that yet. I think it's just that, like, I think somebody actually did way earlier. After the Mr. Girl thing, I had a lot of people who were very hostile for a little while, suddenly coming into my DMs, being actually very generous. And it occurred to me that I was probably, due to, like, you know, like the nature of the topics I was disputing people on, and the nature of my interactions with some of the figures that I was interacting with, like the stream figures, that I was probably being a little bit ungenerous to a lot of their followers. And so one thing I've been trying to do a little bit recently is try to be a lot more cooler-headed and, you know, try to return that generosity towards them. So this is just like, this is an attempt to just give people an opportunity to just talk to me one-on-one if they have issues or whatever, just to like chat it out and to just build a better relationship with some of those communities that I've had a hostile relationship with hitherto.
Okay. And having talked to a few
I've been pretty impressed so far, honestly. Like it's actually been pretty good.
Oh, that's good to hear. It can be very embarrassing to hear DGG has talked to people sometimes, but
well, I think I've gotten a good pick so far. I think I've been lucky.
Yeah, I think there was there are a few people. I think a substantial number of people who were very much don't.
You dodged that tactical yawn very gracefully, by the way. If you survive it.
But yeah, there were a few people who were very much don't give Sunday the charity. He's just trying to capitalize on the kind of good feelings after being on the opposite side, or I guess not being on Mr. Girl's side. I wouldn't necessarily call it the opposite.
Well, I mean, the answer to that is of course I am, but that doesn't cancel out the other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose other than that, a couple of things that just stuck out to me, based on the previous times I've seen you elsewhere.
Sure.
How do you feel looking back on that? I don't know if there's been another one you've been on since, but that Wick panel that you're on with Destiny.
That one annoyed me for a number of reasons. It still does. How do I feel about it? There were a number of weird things about that panel that a lot of people don't get when they're watching it. Like, one thing they don't get is that prior to Brianna Wu going in and making this about, like, my interactions with Destiny previously, she had gone into my DMs, like, at 5 a.m. before, and was, like, being really ominously suggesting that, hey, here's all the stuff I'm going to bring up. And I'd ask, oh, okay, that's kind of weird. Like, why would you bring up the not so erudite stuff we're talking about? Is the left responsible for the rise of the right or something like that? This seems unrelated. Can you, like, explain why this is germane to that conversation? No, I'm going to save for then. And she was just like, she was bringing up stuff by all appearances in an attempt to kind of, like, psych me out or something. It was very strange. In the conversation itself, Wick was not being an impartial moderator. Like, Wick's growing on me, but, like, in this particular context, from my vantage point, what it really looked like was I was being brought on specifically for an inorganic interaction with Brianna Wu and Steven on issues that actually did not have to do with the topic, but would generate drama for it. And I thought that was pretty disingenuous, and I was pretty resentful of that. It was also like I should have seen that like a mile away, and I did. which is probably why I didn't respond gracefully to it in context. I also really didn't like, because here's what really frustrates me about this. The runaway memes don't bother me. What bothers me is the implication that Steven didn't, because in like the major issue I had with Steven for the last little while is that we hadn't agreed upon conversation about claims that he made about institutional education squeezing out people who don't toe a progressive line.
Yeah, I watched the stream where
Yeah.
you set that up.
Yeah. And then he ghosted the conversation. To all appearances, after he had started researching it, and when it appeared like, maybe he doesn't have as strong a case as he thinks, because we went through it, and the case that he had, like, he didn't do the work for that. His audience did. People in his subreddit did. They assembled all of the cases that we walked through, and he walked through them after me, like about a week or so later, or started to. That's my objection. I have an issue with that, and for a bunch of people to suddenly start carrying water to capitalize on just the volume of people who are siding with Steven on that issue, I really resented that.
Did you hear his explanation for backing out of that debate?
I think he's gone between a couple of them. I think one of them is he retroactively referred to me attacking him on Twitter as a justification, but I hadn't started doing that until he'd ghosted for a while, so that doesn't really wash.
The explanation that I heard was I heard him give was that shortly after agreeing to the debate, he tuned in to your stream and felt that you were going about preparing for the debate in bad faith, based on how you were researching it and talking.
Did he say which part was bad faith? Because there's something, if you actually watch my research streams for the debate, there's something very interesting that you'll notice. And that's that when I start researching the Brett Weinstein case in particular, I am excoriating the students who are protesting Brett and who are protesting the other things at the school. I only learned later on that they weren't actually just protesting Brett. I was actually like going to treat this one as a write-off. He's probably got this one. His thesis is that it's an overwhelming number of people who are forced out for not towing the progressive line, but he's probably got me on this one. It's only after sifting through all of the emails, realizing the order of things, and paying attention to the specific context of each interaction that we observed over the span of many hours, that I realized that, oh, wait a minute, hang on. This isn't as clear-cut as we thought. It seems like he was actually reacting in a way that was setting off, like... It seems like he was aggressively courting negative interactions with these groups who were protesting something else. And in addition, he was making statements that read as extremely aggressive to a very particular ethnic group of that school while the stuff was going down. So the protests by the students were actually with respect to a couple of students being arrested in the middle of the night, escorted out by the police, because they had a yelling fit with a white student who reported them in the lunchroom. They were protesting that, and before, like Brett just went out of his way to engage with that one. Before, with the day of absence thing, Brett didn't just misunderstand the premise of the day of absence, which was not that white students had to leave the campus at all. Like, that's just not there. That's just not a premise of it. He responded to it by saying, hey, how about this as an alternative? I will give a lecture on racial inequality through an evolutionary lens.
Yeah.
That says something very specific, right? That's not saying like, hey, let me give you a scientist's view on this. There isn't actually an evolutionary lens on ethnic inequality in the United States, except one that insists that there is something biological at play to account for different rates of success, economic, domestic, and so forth. So I don't... once again, like as I said to one of the previous ones, if you sincerely think that Destiny ghosted the conversation because he thought that I was being bad faith when I was rigorously going through it line by line, I got a bridge to sell you. And moreover, he didn't declare like, "Hey, no, this is bad faith, therefore I'm not doing the debate." He just went quiet, and then months later, when pressed, said that. So it's bullshit. Unfortunately, it's just bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not familiar enough.
In my last
your
video,
research to-
in my last video on the topic, I have a full playlist of everything we went through, all the sources, etc. So you can find everything there.
Yeah, I do believe he did end up doing a debate on the topic, potentially with I believe it's Aaron.
Aaron, who happens
familiar with?
Aaron, who happens to be a viewer of mine, who I was not aware of, ran into him at was in Texas at some university appearance somewhere, and she nailed him on all of this, and he was not able to respond. He was just not good at it. I don't know, like everything that was going on at the time, what I really think happened was he had a combination of total contempt for the left wing in general, a little bit of buy-in into some right-wing conspiracy theories about like the institutions being just categorically against conservatives, which is not true, by the way. A lot of these, in fact, like a major factor in the protests at Evergreen were precisely that. Despite, you know, selling themselves as being like a diverse and progressive place, actually the staff was very much not of that attitude. But in addition, like at the time, he was courting an audience that was very much from like the audience flow of people like Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, etc. So there were particular reasons why there were particular material reasons why this was not an advantageous conversation to have in an open way, in an open and honest way. I would add to that. I think his statement that I was operating in bad faith needs justification. I don't think he's provided it, and I don't think it can be provided if you actually look chronologically at what took place. One of the reasons why I've had such a difficult relationship with a lot of DGG people is because a lot of them have just uncritically taken up that read on the situation, and haven't actually engaged with any of the work that I've done. And this isn't a Max situation. I actually have my citations in order, like a lot of them. You don't just see the arguments I make and why. You actually get to see the transformation of my stance on these. Because I was not pro the protesters at Evergreen when I initially started that research. That was a developed stance that I had over time. So, yeah.
I appreciate hearing your perspective on that.
No worries.
Moving back a little bit.
Sure.
I don't know if it's been brought up to you since, but I do distinctly remember that on the WIC panel, I believe you implied that Destiny had. Sorry if I'm mischaracterizing you.
Sure.
But I believe you implied that Destiny had presented himself as non-binary for points.
He had non-binary on his Twitter for a little while.
I do know that he had that. I believe I think it was a little before my time joining the Destiny, watching Destiny stream. I believe the explanation was that as he doesn't feel particularly connected to his gender, he was under the impression for a while that he ought to categorize himself as non-binary. But after listening to some other non-binary people, he concluded that his experience didn't match with theirs and ended up deciding to no longer call himself that. At the very least, if you were to take him at his word, it wasn't disingenuous.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to,
I mean, he's the one going after trans trenders right now, so I think that's frankly his problem. And in addition,
That's a fair criticism.
This is somebody in addition who has, without argument, characterized me as bad faith and disingenuous, and I owe him no charity on those grounds. If he says like this is a thing he was seriously entertaining at the time, and he just reasoned his way out of conceiving himself that way, sure, I've got no reason to argue that. There's, yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Okay. I wrote down a couple of things. I think I've gotten through. I think I've gone through just about all of them. Won't take up much more of your time.
No worries.
Entirely away from any of the other things.
Sure.
To finishing things off, are you familiar with a series of books called Keys to the Kingdom?
Keys to the
Probably
Kingdom?
not?
No.
Keys to the Kingdom. Okay. There's a character which the last book is named after, called Lord Sunday. If you ever want to,
I just saw this series. They're all. There's Sir Thursday, Lady Friday, Superior Saturday. That's blasphemy.
It's been a decade since I read the books, but I tend to remember them whenever you come up. So thank you for chatting.
Yeah, anytime. Have a good night. Nice chatting with you.
You have a good night.
Take care. All right, our family. Moment of truth. Is your audio working? Well, there's always next time. My sincerest apologies. It's weird. You're the last one of the day. Somnia Static, we talk all the time. You can cut off. I'm gonna go to sleep after this. Hey, Weird. It's weird. How are you doing?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Huh.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, that sucks. I can't really hear you.
Oh, that's a little weird. Because I can hear you, and
For some
Discord is
reason.
definitely picking up my audio.
Wait, what am I doing? Hold on a sec. Let me just reopen that tab that I just closed. Oh, no. Because for some reason I can't hear. Am I actually in the stream?
You are indeed.
And that sucks. Oh, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you can hear me. Okay, well, I gotta do a thing. Okay, so I'm talking through my browser, and I need to install Discord. So honestly, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Can you still not hear me? Oh, there's a long delay here, dude. This isn't gonna work. Okay. All right. Here, you know what? Let's just try directly.
I mean, okay, I'm catching up with you, so I'll just go ahead and.
All right. Did you get to work, our family? I'll take your silence for a no. All right. Have a good night. Okay. I think that's it for tonight, guys. We'll have some more later. This is definitely not the last call-in we'll be doing. I'll be taking call-ins every week. I want this to be a regular thing. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for joining me. We got a few DGGers in. I kind of wish we had a bit more, but we had a good amount of people. A lot of you don't have mics that work. That's very odd. Arrivederci.